Welcome back guys, we are back with another story on, what if Bella was Irina's mate? Rosalie couldn't accept it. Before that, more than 50% of our viewers haven't subscribed our channel yet. So do it now to stay updated and to be part of our 1000 family, so let's get started on story. It's a good day to be out, the sun is high above them and the snow is tickling down the forest ground. Irina is reminded of her home, where it's safe and cozy. It's the only thing stopping her annoyance from ruining the day. Her cousins had made such a mess that the Denalis are forced to step in. And Edward's speed as they dash through the forest makes him even more irritating to the blonde. He still has the displeased look on his eyes, no amount of wit breeze or impressive vampire speed could hide it. She mentally scoffs at the reminder that her coven leader once harbored deep admiration for the younger Cullen. Remembering all the idiotic and selfish ways he had portrayed himself, she wonders what her coven leader ever saw in him. Perhaps it was the loneliness. She too sometimes finds herself staring at human couples and wonders what it would be like to be mated. A painful memory comes to mind, but inhaling the cold wind manages to freeze it away. Her footsteps become lighter as she tries to redirect her attention on attempting to be quieter in the thick wood. A brief glance from her cousin reminds her of Edward's gift and he isn't happy with her thoughts, insults. "You ought to be on your best behavior, Edward," Irina reminded them NCE again as they approach the Cullen's house. "Remember your training." His golden eyes harden and his jaws tense. Irina's not the only one feeling unhappy about this arrangement and she isn't shy to remind him that in her thoughts. She adjusts the white scarf around her neck, tightening it once more so she doesn't lose her most prized possession during the journey. Actually, Irina is irked Tanya had asked her to escort the broody Cullen back to Forks since Kate was deemed too excited to meet the fascinating human and might scare her away with her inappropriateness, as Carmen had eloquently quoted. "I mean, if she got Eddie Boy all stirred up, she must be something special, right?" The mischievous gleam in her eyes told them everything. Tanya believed the Cullens already got their hands full. With all the drama in Forks and sending her most promiscuous sister to assist their cousin would have been a mistake. Evan thought Kate's the most qualified out of the three to keep Edward in line. Tay's always eager with the opportunity to shock someone with her sparks. As they hear the humans nearby, Irina feels uneasy. Something does not sit right with she feels something stirring the moment they reached Forks. She pushes it away, justifying it as her annoyance at having to babysit the young vampire when she could have used her precious time for something else. Irina also isn't a fan of Rosalie. Someone whom she respects but can't stand sometimes due to their mirror-like behaviors at times. She has had enough of Emmett's jokes about Rosalie potentially belonging to a Denali. No, to her, Rosalie may have the same sex drive but most times she can be such a prude, just much like her annoying brother. Edward turns his head and throws her an annoyed look at another insult. They're approaching the Cullens' residence. The house it seems to remain the same, but knowing Esme, Irina could guess the maternal figure would have done some remodeling on the inside. She knows how much Esme she could do a complete makeover of their house just to kill some time, but it would have been tad too suspicious. In a small town like this, the humans' ugly emotions usually make themselves known. And especially towards a family of vampires who may seem perfect to the humans. Not only they've got the looks, the youth and the money, a bigger home would have definitely attracted more unwanted attention. Opting to be a better person, she mutters a half-decent apology in her mind and trails behind him slowly, for the sake of the human she's about to meet. On their phone call last night, Alice had requested to speak to her. In her usually bubbly manner, Alice advised Irina to take her speed a notch down, all due to their human guest. It was rather puzzling, but she knows better than to go against the seer. It must have been for everyone's benefit. Edward too walks at a human pace once they're within the compound, perhaps still trying to gather the guts to meet his ex-lover. As usual, he looks like a human suffering from constipation, and Irina finds herself humored. A slow grin etches on her face and she tries hard to suppress a mocking laughter. He's such a drama king, she thinks. How cool. One intelligent vampire and one high school girl fall for the pathetic charm, she wonders quietly. The door flings open and an excited Alice is practically vibrating at the front porch. Irina narrows her eyes suspiciously as she realizes Alice's excitement is directed at her instead of Edward. And something in her eyes tells Irina that the seer is up to no good. Her eyes drag back to the door and that's when it hits her. She catches a sniff of a very sweet smell that rivers of venom start to pool in her mouth. Clamping her mouth shut, she has to force it back down. And for 1 second, her fingertips turn warm, leaving her paralyzed on the snowy ground. It's bizarre. It's almost impossible for vampire to feel warm or hot, unless their marble skin is being licked hard by the very thing that could kill them, fire. Her fingers tremble and her knees give away. Something shoots through her chest and she feels a powerful force tugging her heart, as if it's beating again. What the fuck? Almost all of the Cullens speed to her side, trying to assist. Somehow, something keeps her down on the ground on her knees and palms against the snow. She can sense Carlis right next to her, his mouth opens and closes. Words flowing out but she couldn't hear them. And then she hears it. Irina hears footsteps not graceful enough to be one of their own and they sound almost clumsy and uneven approaching. The pain in her chest doubles and her desperate eyes seek the empath for his gift. Her strong but weakened hold on his arm sends a silent cry for help but Alice's grasp on Jasper's shoulder stops him. I'm sorry but Jasper cannot interfere. Irina feels her rage building at Alice's absurdity, not understanding why the pixie has suddenly turned into a masochist. A rare nature. She wishes stupid Kate were here to help her. When the sound of human boots crushes the snow not 1 foot away from her, Irina glances up, suddenly feeling as if time had stopped. Tousled brunette hair is the first thing she notices. It reminds her of the trees, strong, beautiful and natural. Her eyes warm in another shade of brown, throwing Irina into fond memories of her earlier years with Sasha and her sisters. The pink hues adorning her cheeks make her look gorgeous. Her non-existent breath gets caught in her throat. The human is perfect. Her beauty rivals any other vampires Irina had laid her eyes on as the human. Who is this stranger? Is everything okay? The human asked. For the first time in over 1,000 vampire years, words are stuck in her throat. Concern is written on the human's face and eerie. Na finds herself swoon a little by the kindness shown. To her left Jasper chuckles and she can see the knowing looks sported by the couple. It is overwhelming and Irina wants to feel angry and sad and scream. Her face must have looked odd because the human fastens her pace and kneels down in front of the vampire, disregarding the soaking wet knee of her jeans in the snow. Her floral smell only hay. Ghtens and Irina takes the chance to inhale her. Her every being finds her delicious but not in the way she expected. Instead of feeling the vampire thirst, something else lingers in her instinct. Are you hurt? She notices no one but her. Only one word screams in her head. Mate. She's my mate. This unexpected discovery made her forget there's a mind reader among them, which proves to be a mistake. Because as Bella tries to reach out to touch Irina's face, all out of her own accord, Edward runs and steps in between them, effectively shoving Bella away into the snow. Bella yelps in surprise as he trips and almost lands on the thick ice but Irina's fast reflexes have a mind on their own, her own pain earlier suddenly forgotten. One arm holds the human in between her shoulder blades and the other is scooped behind Bella's knees. Once the human is unharmed, she stands straight. Angry eyes stare into Edward's and a low snarl escapes her lips. Bella's breath hitched and she sighs in relief nagging to avoid getting wet yet again in the snow and she releases her breath. Irina's arms remain strong around her and at this realization Bella turns as red as a tomato, high. Irina stares used at her human mate and a smile escapes her, hello there. She is now grateful that her sister Kate isn't here otherwise she'd be teased endlessly. I think I'm safe now, Bella hinted at wanting to be released. It makes her anxious to be held this way as 7 pair of golden eyes are blatantly staring at them. Her cheeks feel hot at the sudden attention. Yes, you are. In more ways than one, Irina thought. But no need to scare her off just yet. This is a human she has to handle carefully, one that is still infatuated with the silly Edward. Speaking of, she turns to him and snarls. She gently sets Bella on her feet again but stands very close to her, not trusting Edward one bit. What the hell, Edward? Her eyes turn black and furious. Bella stiffens next to her so she automatically laces her right hand on Bella's back to assure her that she is safe. Red fills her skin up from her face down to her chest. Her heart thumps louder and it sends the wrong message to the blonde stranger. Irina would protect the human and she knows she will win despite his gift. He had never been in a real vampire fight before. Edward turns his body so he's facing both of them, a vicious look sports his face. "You're wrong. She's mine," Edward growled. The rest of the male vampires quickly surround Edward, ready to block him as they make sense of what is happening. The female vampires all surround Bella and Irina. All anxious but prepared. But Irina isn't going to let this go. It does not bode well that not a minute within meeting her mate, there's a vampire who almost hurt her. Accident or not, it feels like a crime. Especially when he made nonsense claims on her mate. "Do something stupid like that again and I will have your head," she warned. Images of the things she will do to him stir Edward a bit. "You think you can win against me? You're just a succubus. That's your talent, to draw men in too." Before Edward could finish his sentence, Irina manages to get past all of the Cullen's and choke Edward forcefully against a tree, leaving a big dent the shape of Edward's back onto it. Carlisle almost interferes but is stopped by Alice, who shakes her head no. This needs to happen, and even if the Denali needs stopping. Only two persons have the capabilities to do that: Irina's coven leader and her newly found mate. Irina tightens her grip on Edward's neck, causing his skin to crack. She chokes him so hard he is unable to utter a word but whimpers of pain. Alice moves to Bella, pleading her to stop Irina. Confused Bella only needed to see Edward's cracked neck to understand Irina means business. She doesn't necessarily understand what's really happening, but she knows if she doesn't do what Alice says, all hell will break loose. Following Alice's advice, she calls the blonde's name. Having learned it after Alice told her last night that their cousin, Irina, was coming to visit and that they should meet. Irina is brought back from her rage and turns to the sweet voice of her mate. Her grip automatically loosened up. She notices Esme looks worried but happy at the same time. Rosalie looks humored seeing her dick of brother in the position, probably frowning. Relieved someone is finally putting him in his miserable place, while Emmett looks curious and amused. "Can you please let him go? I'm fine. He didn't hurt me." She narrows her eyes and the memory of her mate being disrespected and put in harm's way replays in her mind, and she tightens her hold again. Bella turns to Alice for help and the pixie dashes to Irina, trying many ways to convince Irina to not kill her brother. But it all seems fruitless. Quick on her feet, Bella scoops a palm of ice and throws it on Irina's back. Irina glares at her but relaxes as she sees her mate, instantly forgiving her for intruding the moment. "See, it's just like playing snowball fight. It didn't hurt," Bella explained. Irina's shoulders still seem tense. Everyone can see the anger subsiding, but it's still evident. "Plus, you saved me." She mulls it over and relents. She nods and lowers Edward's down till his feet reach the ground, but not before whispering threats of a Denali. She then stands in front of Bella protectively. "I'd appreciate it if you don't hurt her, either by accident or on purpose," the last part directed at what Edward did earlier. "Irina is right. Son, I think you need to go hunt to calm yourself down." "Irina, let's head inside. Bella's getting cold," Carlisle called for everyone's attention. At that reminder, Irina quickly takes off her scarf and puts it around Bella. "Hope you don't mind. You need it more than I do." Bella is stunned but only smiles in appreciation. It's freezing out here, but somehow, she feels much warmer now. She again feels awkward as Irina leads her away from Edward. Her hand goes back to the small of Bella's back. She couldn't help but stare at the blonde as they make their way inside. Her thoughts are all jumbled up, having the Cullen's cousin so near that she almost missed Emmett's snicker at the back. Ever since she hears the ruckus outside earlier, her heart has been beating wildly. She is too caught up in Irina's dazzling and charming smile that she stumbles upon the slippery staircase. Irina zooms off effortlessly to stand behind her and catches the human in time as she falls backwards. Amused golden eyes stare down into hazel eyes. Irina smirks, my. Falling into my arms twice a day already, Isabella." She glares at the vampire without any hint of anger and retorts, "No, it would seem your hands are always in my way." Irina grins, impressed at her mate's backbone. Now she knows for sure their dynamics will be nothing short of interesting. "I always thought vampires are invincible. What happened? Is she okay?" Bella whispered to Alice, trying to make sense of what happened. Irina smiles after hanging up the phone. Her two sisters will be here soon to help her and Bella get through this. Kate actually cackled at what happened, figures fate would be cruel. You spent such a long time trying to find your real mate and she appeared in the form of Eddie's singer and ex-girlfriend. Tanya had warned her about revealing out vampire bond whilst the human still has feelings for one Edward Cullen. According to Emmett, Edward fled learning that Tanya's infatuation for him could never help him for the crimes he had committed. One of claiming Bella was hers and the other for jeopardizing Bella, physically and emotionally. He had tabled the idea for their coven to leave Bella in Forks alone to ensure her safety, but the rest of the Cullens had another opinion of the matter. Hence, Edward's decision to break up with the human and leave the small town. Although she's still human, Irina observes that their bond is affecting her too. Bella's frowning endlessly after Carlyle explained what happened earlier. Her beautiful brown eyes dart to the door from time to time, as if expecting a certain broody vampire's return. A heavy feeling sinks in Irina, but she shrugs it off. Slowly she approaches Bella, now mindful of Tanya's warning, allowing Bella to ready herself and respond appropriately. Seeing no resistance or any signs of wariness, Irina sits down next to her on the couch and silently offers her palm out to her. She can hear the human's heart rate picks up instantly and notices how Bella leans back further into the couch, wary at the vampire's sudden gesture. Those brown eyes flicker to Alice and Rose's and they smile at her in encouragement. After confirming that she is no danger from her vegetarian friends, Bella's eyes travel from Irina's palm to her eyes and then right back at the open palm. It weirds her out, but Bella somehow understands that this is Irina's attempt at calming her. How she understands that gesture will be a question that needs answering later, but something inside of her craves for the contact. There's a little guilt that lingers for a moment as she remembers her ex-boyfriend B. Her anger takes over and she suddenly feels rebellious. He has no say in her life anymore the moment he walked out on her, and she decides to just go with the flow for once. Bella places her hand on top of Irina's cold palm. Surprisingly, she finds her worries immediately subsided and her heart rate has returned to normal. It amazes her that Jasper isn't anywhere within the vicinity as the calming wave washes over her. "I'm all right, dear, but I'm afraid you might not be in the next few days," Irina bit her lips. All the remaining Cullens sympathize with Bella for the truth that's about to be revealed, and Bella knows it. All these while, they've all been looking at her like she's some wounded puppy, and it's a suffocating feeling. Bella picks up the tension in the air and decides she's a big girl to take on whatever's coming. "Look, I don't really know you, but the Cullens think that keeping secrets are the best way forward, but I disagree. Will you please be honest with me?" she pleaded. Irina takes both of Bella's hands in her. "No matter what happens, Isabella, I will always be honest with you. Because is the Denali way." The determined look in Irina jolts something in Bella's broken heart. Satisfied enough with the sincere look on Irina's face, she nods. "My sisters, Tanya and Kate, are on their way here from Denali. In order for you to learn the truth, I need them here. Do you think you could wait just a little bit longer?" Rosalie turns on the TV, understanding their friend might need some background noise to ease up her anxiety. Bella shoots her a grateful look before she turns shyly to Irina. Alice snickers at Bella and the human decides to take some jab at her best friend. "Well, it's the weekend anyway." "Sure, I don't mind," Bella smiled. And then she whispers under her breath, "Plus, waiting is much better than shopping trips with Alice." To which Alice protested and whined, and sweet old Jasper kisses his mate's cheek. "You should know, Bella, that Irina is as shopaholic as me," Alice teased. At that comment, Bella pales and withdraws her hands away. "Rosalie, wasn't there a new book you wanted to discuss with me for our English class?" Sneakily enough, Bella makes her way and pulls Rosalie by the hand, no resistance there, and up the stairs. Ever since the tragic night at Port Angeles, Rosalie and Bella formed a bond, stronger than hers with Alice. The vampire feels much more protective of Bella and has learned to build a friendship with the human. Before they disappear, Rosalie mouths to Irina, "You'd better come up with a plan to woo her Denali. Now Isabella, I am only interested to do what you want to do. Do you mind if I join you? English is after all my favorite subject," Irina yelled loud enough for the human to hear. Bella stops right before Rosalie's library and ponders. She turns to the blonde next to her asking for permission, "Do you mind?" Irina vampire whispers something to Rosalie and she obliges. Actually, I did promise Emmett I'd help him fix his car today. So Irina will have to help you instead. Quickly, Rosalie plants a kiss on Bella's cheeks and zooms out to the garage. Irina narrows her eyes at the sign of affectee on before appearing in front of Bella and wiping the lipstick smudge using her sleeve. I'd like to get to know you better, Isabella Swan. Would you let me? Irina asked after she's done erasing Rosalie's trace on her. She couldn't help it. Cousins or not, the smell of other vampires on her mate stirs something primal in her. Blank. It's been almost 4 hours since Bella left the Cullens' house and she's sitting on her chair, in a daze, after everything that's happened. It was getting late and Alice had told her to go home first to rest. So, reluctantly, the meeting with the rest of the Denali sisters had to be postponed and she had to go home. It was late but she couldn't sleep, not after the weird incident at the Cullens' residence earlier. So, Bella Ted to try and take her mind off by trying to get some homework done. Her English homework is sprawled on her bed and she's lying on her stomach, both legs dangle up in the air. She's still stuck on He same page for the last 30 minutes, even after Charlie had called earlier and told her he won't be coming home tonight. All of a sudden, her chest feels constricted and she is unable to breathe. Her muscles weaken and the pen in her hand falls down on the bed, rolling down the floor. She tries to apply pressure on her heart to soothe the pain but it isn't working. Her phone too far away for her to reach as it is charged near her desk and her legs are paralyzed somehow. She calls for Alice's name, hoping the seer is able to foresee this and send help. Her heartbeat starts to slow down before it erratically pumps faster and another wave of pain hits her. She sees blonde hair whisk in through her window and she feels herself being held in a pair of cold arms. Instantly, her heart calms down and she is able to breathe again. Someone is holding her and she doesn't care who just as long as they keep making her feel better. Bella has never had a panic attack before, not even when James bit her. Moments pass by as she regains herself and turns to look at her savior, Alice. Irina nods and confirms it. Yes, she sent me here. The rest was away hunting and keeping Edward away. I was the closest too. I'm sorry. None of us knew you'd feel the pull this strongly so soon. 2 more unknown vampires make their appearance at Bella's open window. May we come in? It's time we have the talk. It should have scared Bella but it doesn't. Seeing the same golden eyes on the other 2 makes her trust them. That and also the fact Irina saved her life tonight proves that Bella can trust her. Tanya notices this but doesn't say a word. They all arrive at the Cullens' house driving Jasper's car, one which Jasper drove to Bella's house after it was agreed that the discussion would have to talk. Placed there since the remaining of the vampires are already there. Plus, they can't risk the wolves smelling them. Throughout the ride, Bella learns something the hard way. Every time Bella tries to pull away from Irina, the pain would reappear and that physical contact with Irina soothes it. It's hard to make sense of it when Bella was convinced she was so in love with Edward before but she never felt this desperate or clingy. She hates it. Gosh, she hopes she doesn't turn into one of those clingy damsels in distress. That's more of Jessica's move. Esme greets her with a cup of hot chocolate. Upon their arrival and Rosalie drapes her with her favorite blanket. Carlisle arrives not 1 second late and takes a seat next to Tanya. The air is tense again as Bella notices the worried look on the Cullens. Their movements feel too rigid and she wonders what kind of bad news await her. She turns to the 3 siblings and notices them sporting a different aura. They seem much more relaxed and have this unexplained glow to them. She doesn't really know them but she can tell it's like they're on a particularly good mood, if not amused. Was it a heart attack? Bella's asked the doctor. I can not confirm it as of yet but our best guess is that the mating bond has started to take its effect on you, Carlisle answered but not without looking to Tanya for permission. Tanya is the Denali's coven leader and as such, it would be best for this to come from her. Carlisle stepped away in respect. They nod in respect as Carlisle shifts to stand beside Esme by the stairs. Bella is positioned in between Irina and Rosalie while Alice and Jasper sit right across from them. Tanya occupies Carlisle's former seat and smiles gently at her. Isabella, nice to finally meet you although I wished it was under better circumstances. She started. Kate jumps right next to Tanya with a big grin. I'm Kate, second in command. A wink is thrown Bella's way and a blush makes its way to her cheeks. Being surrounded by these gorgeous blonde vampires make her a little bit anxious, and a bit intimidated. "Please, just call me Bella," she insisted. Bella shifts slyly in her seat, appearing uncomfortable and insecure. Irina notices this and pulls away her attention. "May I have you permission to address you as Isabella? I find it fitting for someone as beautiful as you." It's the third time today Irina made her blush. Somehow, the name sounding on Irina's lips does not sound so foreign as to when others say it, I'm sure. Irina swoons and has to stop herself from kissing the human. Rosalie mean WH. Il grumbles lowly at not given the same privilege as her cousin. Tanya clears her throat and Irina mutters an apology for interrupting her leader. This is a rare occasion, one would say. Normally, I'd order Irina to ease into the transition before having this discussion, but it seems that the mating bond is affecting you more than it should. Tell me, what do you know about vampire mates? And so, Bella tries to convey her understanding of the concept, of what had been explained to her and how confusing it was when Edward claimed to be her mate and then just broke up with her. Irina growls at his but one look from Tanya and she immediately behaves. What do you think of our sister, Irina? Look at her in the eyes and tell us, Kate instructed. Taken aback, Bella does as instructed and looks at the blonde next to her. Her eyes zooms in on one thing only, her golden eyes. They look the same as the Cullens, except when 2 seconds turn to 3, she sees it. It whirls and spins and Bella is instantly sucked into it, feeling her soul leaving her body and enter another realm. She gasps and whips her head to Jasper for confirmation. It was almost the same as what Jasper had told her previously. He smiles and nods at Bella's silent question. So you're mine. I mean you're my mate. As usual her nerves got in the way of her speech. Irina grinned at the word mine but gives her a gentle smile. She leans down to kiss Bella's knuckles. Yes. I am your mate as you are mine. Suddenly the feelings she had all along for Edward seems pale in comparison to what she saw and felt when she looked into Irina's eyes. But that still doesn't explain my episode earlier. Her heart flutters at Irina's confession and she's slightly embarrassed. All vampires can hear it. Sensing Bella's anxiety, Rosalie softly touches Bella's shoulder to get her attention. Bella, look at me. She turns to face Rosalie but Irina's firm grip on her hands reminds her that she's still there. Do you trust me? Yes. Do I say things I don't mean? No. It will be okay. I've known my cousins for many years and I trust they won't judge or hurt you. They only want what's best for you. And right now what's best for you is Irina. Rosalie had always been honest about her feelings ever since the beginning, even when she disapproved of Edward and Bella's relationship. She also had helped Bella so much with her trauma in Port Angeles. Bella wants so badly to just trust Irina and this new information, but the heartaches caused by Edward continue to hurt her until today. And don't worry. If Irina so much as make you cry, I'll throw Emmett's Jeep at her, Rosalie joked and Emmett protested a hey at the back, which did the trick and bring Bella back from her turmoil. So she turns back to Irina and gives her full attention. The mating bond differs from one vampire to another. For Alice and Jasper, they saw it instantly the moment they saw each other. For Carlisle and Esme, it took them a while to realize it. Do you remember what happened to Irina earlier? Carlisle asked and Bella nodded. It hit me like lightning, Irina added, a pained smile on her face. We think that was her vampire realizing she had found her mate. And for your episode, we believe somewhere deep inside your soul recognizes Irina, but due to past events, your heart isn't ready to accept it yet. Think of it as two instincts fighting each other at the same time, Tanya explained. That and maybe perhaps you cannot be too long away from Irina, Kate smirked. I thought only vampire mates would be clingy and gross. Turns out my future sis-in-law would be one too. At the joke, Tanya elbowed Kate hard on her ribs and it earned Bella a chuckle. She understands Kate is the playful one and there's no real insult in her statement. Relieved the human is finally relaxed, the rest of Cullens join in on the humor. Oh please, no one's worse than Jasper and Alice. Emmett chimed while the mentioned couple just looked smug at the insult. They took it as a compliment instead. At least we don't break the bed every now and then, Jasper retorted and Bella did all she can to not throw up there. Seriously. Is that why you have Satva's mattress membership? Rosalie rolls her eyes while Irina perks at Bella's reaction. relief flooding her to see not an ounce of jealousy between Rosalie and Emmett. Kate catches wind at this and smirks. She'd have to sit down with Irina later on to quell her sister's jealousy. Everyone else can see Rosalie's fondness on Bella as merely that, fondness. When the laughter all died down, Bella poses a heavy question. So, Edward's never been my mate. What happens now? The rest of the Cullens excuse themselves, explaining to Bella that this is a private affairs of the Denali's. Rosalie almost goes to give Bella another kiss goodnight, but Alice immediately steps in at the last minute and the kiss landed on her cheek instead. She mumbles the word, "new mates," and Rosalie rolls her eyes but respects and understands it. She and Emmett were no different the first few months of mating. "Isabella, your happiness and safety is what's most important to me. I know it's confusing, Then you're past with Edward, but whatever you decide, I will respect it. But, before you make that big decision, I hope you'd let my family and I to get to know you first," Irina offered while combing her fingers through Bella's hair, calming her down. "Honestly, if it's just friendship you will offer me, I'd happily take it. That mating bond in your chest may be strong, but you have a choice here." Rena managed to talk to her sisters before they came down here. They got into a big argument as Kate insisted on convincing Bella to be turned soon to avoid problems with the Volturi. In the end, Tani relented and reminded them that it is after all Bella's decision, but she made them all promise to do their best to persuade her. It was a good enough compromise for Kate and Irina. Kate was just too excited to have a new family member than the threats of the Volturi. Bella chuckled, I appreciate the thought, but actually, I've asked Edward to turn me many times before. He was the one who refused." Irina bristled but remains thankful for the fact that his venom doesn't run through her mate's veins. "It would have killed her. But I hope you could give me time to process all of this. It's so overwhelming. But, I'm not opposed to the idea to get to know you too, slowly, if you're okay with that." Too deep in her bubbles of happiness, Irina lunges forward and kisses her mate on the lips. Before realizing her mistake and pulling away quickly and apologizing profusely, Tanya sighs at her sister's brashness while Kate roars in laughter. Bella actually felt giddy from that kiss and tries her hardest to cover the grin forming on her lips, unsuccessfully. Irina, not noticing this development, is actually on the floor, begging for Bella to forgive her. "I'm so sorry. I was out of control. Please forgive me, my dear Isabella." Kate stops laughing and nudges Irina to pay closer attention at the blush forming on Bella's face. "Oh. If vampires could blush, Irina would do the same." K8 thinks the dynamic of the pair would make an interesting addition to the family. There's no doubt in her mind that Bella will fall heads over heels for her sister, and she much looks forward to the day of their wedding. The two sisters stare at the new mates in amusement. They find Bella to be endearing with how she makes Irina shy and bold at the same time. Now the two of them are getting to know each other. One is sipping freshly brewed tea made by Esme while the other is just trying her damn best not to repeat the same mistake of capturing her mate's lips again. Tanya discovered just how spoiled Bella is by Esme. She makes a mental note to give Carmen a heads up about this bond so no mother hens become territorial over the soon-to-be newborn. Carmen likes Esme, loves doting on the sisters, especially Irina. She really helps to fill the hole on their youngest sister's heart after Sasha. Irina wasn't the same again after Sasha's execution. Carmen's addition to their coven brought back Irina to life by half, and she can see now how Bella could help bring joy and happiness to her younger sister again. Irina too is broken by a past lover. No one's more relieved than Kate when Bella confessed her desire to be turned to a vampire. At least that's one less issue to dwell on. The other one is still intricate. Even if Bella is turned now, there's no guarantee there won't be pain or tash between Bella and her sister due to Bella's lingering feeling on the broody Cullen. Also, she needs to talk the other blonde about their closeness in order to calm down her sister. The sooner the better. "I'll be right back," she informed Tanya, to which Tanya raises her eyebrow in warning. Those raised eyebrows signify a warning. Kate raises her hands up in surrender and a mock offense. "Ow." Ice blocks her path before she could leap out and head to the garage. "It's best if you two go hunting at least 20 minutes away from here. I already told Rosalie, so she'll join you after she gets changed." The little pixie can be quite useful at times, and Kate waits for the other blonde near the forest clearing. I'd prefer not to talk during. Let's go, and she sped off. Kate shakes her head and mutters, kinky. But you're not my type. Corrected the succubus. I heard that. And please, you're not my type either, Rosalie spat back. Kate easily catches up to her and knows the one thing to irritate the blonde, of course not. I'm not a brunette, am I? Rosalie huffs at Kate's snide. Jokes aside, they've gone hunting before, and when no one tries to get under the other's skin, they can move and work well in sync. Rosalie's does have some similar traits to a Denali, driven, stubborn and strategic when she wants to. She's just often overlooked in her family because she prefers it that way. Edward's always been the golden boy, but she doesn't mind it sometimes. She likes being an underdog. And the Denali sisters know this. That's why they've allowed her to come stay at Denali once every year for some Denali training. After they're done feeding, they head to this abandoned lake. So you and Bella. Rosalie huffs and glares at her cousin. Not you too. I thought Irina's bad enough. Easy. I know it's nothing romantic, but something's there, isn't it? Rosalie shifts on her feet, something she hasn't done for quite a long time in her vampire years. Rosalie takes a deep breath, even though she has no need for it. Kate, despite her jokes and lewd comments, had always been very observant. I'm very much in love with my mate. Kate remains still, expecting more. But I still am fond of Bella, though I do not understand why. Quote, let's be sure then. Does her blood sing to you as well? Kate thread carefully. One wrong word and she'd be dealing with a monstrous Rosalie. And a monstrous Rosalie is not a pleasant vampire to deal with. Never. Her answer was immediate. It stunned both of them. Why the need to touch her? Kate probed again. It hasn't escaped her that Rosalie likes to keep in frequent physical contact with the human, whether a peck on the cheek, a brush of the hair, hand-holding, etc. Rosalie's eyes widen at being caught. Alice is affectionate with everyone, so it's not a wonder for her to do the physical gestures with Bella. But everyone in the family knows Rosalie isn't the affectionate type, even with Emmett. The rest of her family doesn't notice. Kate's the first one to point it out. So she has to build her walls right up to defend herself somehow. I just do. Okay. Kate takes a step back, trying to anger her cousin, but the playful smile is still carved on her lips. Was there ever a desire to kiss her on the lips? Kate expected retaliation at her question, but it never comes. Instead, Rosalie for the first time looks down to her feet, her trace of arrogance gone. At this she knew. Irina actually had basis to her jealousy. It's not at all unfounded after all. What could she have been in your life? Rosalie tilts her head, displaying the venom in her eyes. Reminding her once again how not human she is. Her mouth doesn't move. It's not due to the fact that she doesn't have the answer for it. No, it's the complete opposite. She knows the answer. Because it's the same question she asked herself again and again, when she's not in the same room as a mind reader, a seer, or her husband. She looks away in shame and regret. You know I won't judge you. And this will never reach Irina or Tanya or any other Cullens. You have my word, Kate assured her. I think in another life, she would have been my mate. Kate suspected it but brushed the thought quite easily, seeing as Rosalie has always been in love with Emmett. But something does appear different with the blonde Cullen, and she notices it right away. Rosalie didn't look as miserable as the last time they met. And she seems lighter now, as if glowing. The only thing that's different in the Cullens' lives is the new anomaly, the human. Tanya and Kate had seen it before, where vampires have more than one mate. But it had not seemed that the bond between Bella and Rosalie had reached that stage yet, so she'll cross it when they or if they get there. What do you think? Rosalie sighed. A pained look was obvious written on her face. She's conflicted and feels guilty. For a moment, Kate sympathizes with her. She thinks her younger sister deserves this more than Rosalie. Honestly, she does not know if the three of them could ever work. And the human is far too fragile for this sticky situation. Talk about being the most misfortunate being in the universe, she smirked, amused at her soon-to-be sister. It could be a possibility, but no one really knows. I just need to know one thing: will you stand in their way of happiness? It's what she's been itching to ask. She needs the answer. So she could advise her sister better. Irina's the most affectionate out of three of them, and she does not want this to get in the way of the love between Bella and Irina. Rosalie smiles, a genuine and pure smile. Which shocked Kate to the core. She had never sported that smile before. I really believe Irina will make her happy, in ways that I can't. And I think Bella would be good for her too. So no. I would rather go through the whole ordeal with Royce again rather than hurt Bella in that sense." Her eyes turned steel in her conviction. Everybody knows Royce and the damage he inflicted upon Rosalie. Even after hundreds of years have passed. So to hear such comparison, Kate becomes wary of how deep Rosalie's feelings for Bella truly is. But, she also believes her. She remembers when Collins had the intense discussion of just upping and leaving Bella out on her own. Rosalie stood her ground and refused. She remembers well that night when they received Rosalie's call, asking for their guarantee that they shall help her in case the redhead's problem gets out of control since half of the Cullens voted to leave. She had heard that Emmett, her favorite cousin of them all, stood his ground and voted to stay too. Even if it means getting kicked out of the coven. It seems Bella Swan has all the Cullens wrapped up around her fingers and she doesn't even know it yet. Their talk ended and they returned to the house. Rosalie searching for her Emmett and Kate looking for Irina. Both of them stumble upon the new pair of mates still engrossed in their conversation. If it's true the human skills might get converted into vampire powers after the turning, I think I'm screwed. Bella scrunched her nose at the thought. Irina being the gentle vampire soothes her mate but humors her nonetheless. Why is that? Isabella. I mean you've seen it yourself, I'm very clumsy, it's unnatural. I think I'd be the most useless vampire there is, she frowned, hating the thought. Irina's smiles drop instantly as she senses her mate's sorrow. She brushes Bella's baby hair behind her ears and sincerely looks onto those warm hazel eyes. Hey, that's not true at all. I'd need Elazar to confirm this, but Isabella, you already have a gift. Edward is unable to read your thoughts. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I firmly believe not. And hey, don't ever underestimate yourself. Give yourself more credit. No being in this world is really useless, especially not you. Irina's the second person after Rosalie to have comforted her like this. Overwhelmed by Irina's concern and kind words, she could feel the lump in her throat and her eyes watering. Kate notices Rosalie's halted movement. Bella's sadness had reached Rosalie and she wanted to comfort the human, but she consciously stops herself as it seems. And when Irina gets up and holds Bella in her arms, Rosalie has a bittersweet smile etched on her face. She quickly wipes the smile off her face, remembering Kate can see her vulnerability. As discreet as she can, Rosalie runs out of the kitchen and off to her precious garage. Kate is proud with all three of them and decides her new baby sister needs all the cheering up she could get. Hey genius, did you remember to feed the human? Irina's eyes bulged at the reminder. She scrambles to her feet in search of Esme. It's okay, I can cook for myself you know, Bella grinned. Rosalie reappears in the kitchen and shakes her head no at Bella's decision. Esme is out with Carlisle and won't be getting back anytime soon. Alice texted the rest of us to not let you cook. So I'm the chef tonight. Bella holds her breath and turns to Irina for help. The look on her face is so comical Kate had to stifle her laughter. It's when Rosalie laughed that Kate lets hers loose too. I'm kidding, Irina. There are few 24/7 restaurants nearby. You should drive her there. Rosalie tossed Irina her car key. Bella's face lights up. Yes. Midnight food hunting. Probably all too happy to escape Rosalie's disastrous cooking, which she is excited about to share with Irina. Kate decides to tag along to spend more time with both of them, but not before shooting Rosalie a grateful smile. Things will turn out okay, she believes. Bella's never the type to accuse someone without proof. But she is damn sure the blonde mechanic had done something to her truck. She huffs in annoyance as the engine won't start. Irina bites her lips, trying hard not to chuckle at her frustrated mate because she looks so adorable with how her eyebrows are scrunched up and a frown on her face. Rosalie, did you sew something to my truck? Bella half yelled, knowing the vampire would hear her anyway. Rosalie appears with her arms crossed, unamused at the accusation. It's so ancient, I told you it would die on you anytime soon. And no, I didn't do anything. You could ask Jasper. We've been in the garage the whole time. Irina reaches out to soothe the human by running her hand up and down Bella's arm, which does the trick for a moment. Maybe Rosalie could help you to take a look at it and I could help send you home. Bella seems dazed at her mate's touch and Rosalie smirks at her reaction. Bella looks back at Rosalie and sighs. Fine. I just don't want to go to school in Charlie's cruiser, I don't like the attention. Whilst I'm here and don't have much to do, what if I help to send and pick you up from school? It'd give us time to talk more, she suggested. Bella blushes and tries to resist. Somehow, someway, Irina manages to convince her that it's actually a favor for the vampire instead of the human. Rosalie has to hand it to her cousin, she maneuvered that successfully. Once it's settled, Irina reminds Bella she owes the other blonde an apology. I'm sorry I accused you, Rose. To be fair, you did threaten my truck a few times before, so, Bella grinned, and before Rosalie could list all flaws of the truck, the human wrapped her in a grateful and apologetic embrace, leaving the vampire in a putter. From the corner of her eyes, Rosalie narrows her eyes at her husband, whose hands look far too dirty to be playing the Xbox as he claimed to be. It looks like he had been tampering with a rusty old engine. He grins and winks at her to keep it a secret. So everyone wants to play matchmaker now. Blank, underscore, blank. Do you miss your mother? At that, Bella feels slightly guilty. She's been too preoccupied with the vampire drama in her life that she had been out of touch with Renee. She wonders if her mom had harassed Charlie yet about her silence. She hinks about how her life had dramatically changed after moving to Forks. Despite all the troubles, she realizes she's happier here, surrounded by people who truly care for her. Not that Charlie and Renee don't care, it's just, she feels more like a grown-up around them. But with these vampires, she feels like a normal teenager, somewhat minus all the vampire and werewolves thing. At least with Esme. She dotes on her by how much she teaches her on interior design and the way she insists on cooking for her. Heck, even Rosalie has tried to cook for her. With her birth parents, that's the role she has to take up on. Again, no complaints from Bella, but it just feels nice for a change. Not too much. I think it's 'cause I know she's happy with Phil, being on the road and all. Rosalie, who's in he backseat, watches Bella's facial expression carefully from the rearview mirror. The human wouldn't admit it, but sometimes the lack of parenting role does bother her. But Esme's nurturing side seems to placate the girl from time to time. She can see Bella's forced smile, but there's also a hint of sincerity in the way her words were spoken. Elazar has helped to arrange for the Denali's vehicles Forks, seeing their stay would be much longer than anticipated. But they wouldn't arrive in a few days, so the Denalis would borrow from some of the Cullen's collection in the meantime. It's less risk. Why to drive than to run through town and not having a logical explanation to why they travel by foot if they ever encounter any humans. It's been a while since Irina had driven a car, so Rosalie agrees to chauffeur them while she gets accustomed to the machines again. So, this morning as promised, Irina, Rosalie and Alice went to pick Bella up from her home, and the huge smile on the human's face tches the one on Irina as she discovered Rosalie and Alice gave her the shotgun seat. Hey, it's my two favorite blondes. She giggled entering the car. And the annoying Pix is here too, she added, seeing the unamused look on Alice's face. Irina had toned down her jealousy by a notch after she had had a talk with Kate last night and agreed to let Rosalie and Alice join them on the morning ride. It's too early for you to be chipper, Rosalie quipped, to which Bella just shrugged. I have a feeling today's gonna be a good day. It does feel like it, doesn't it? Irina added, making the girl that much happier to have someone else agreeing with her. She leans in and pecks Bella on the cheek, as if it was something she had done many times before. Bella blushes and busies herself watching the scenery outside, trying to ignore Alice and Rosalie's watchful eyes and grins. The fact that Irina dressed up today makes her heart flutter even more. Her hair is let loose and she wears a white winter coat on top of a white shirt. Bella's heart jitters a bit at the wonderful sight. Rosalie snorted at the mates, clearly they're a match made in heaven. But she won't complain seeing how happy those two are in their own bubbles. Which she's guessing has something to do with what transpired last night, their endless conversations. I have seen it, it will be a good day for most of us. Lice agreed after going through her visions. Alice and Rosalie, well, Alice mostly, fills Irina in on their past activities and humorous moments while Bella objects to their version of their story, I'm not that bad. Referring to her clumsiness. Irina, hating to see her mates frown, reaches out and squeezes Bella's hand. I'm sure it was more of bad lucks than your clumsiness, Isabella. Bella's blushes at the way Irina says her name and basks in the attention, unconsciously. The good mood prolonged as Irina drives the way Bella preferred, under the speed limit, which must have been hard to considering all the vampires who had driven Bella in the past was such an adrenaline junkie with their precious cars. But when they arrive, the good mood starts to fade as Bella notices the many watchful eyes on them. Her heart picks up its rate and she tried her hardest to calm her nerves. She gets a text and she sees it from Angela. People are talking about your breakup with Edward. Keep your head up and try to ignore their stares. The other vampires, specifically the blondes, caught the nerves on Bella's face. Irina reaches for Bella's hand while Rosalie scoots further and places her hand on Bella's shoulder. Alice is too focused on her vision to notice the situation. Blank. Alice's vision had been wrong. It hasn't been a good day since they stepped into school. Bella got hounded by the boys when no Cullen was within vicinity, asking her to confirm if she's newly single again. Lauren's been a bitch yet again and Bella's has another accident during PE. Luckily Emmett was there to stop Rosalie from killing the girl who threw the ball at Bella's head, causing her to trip and fall flat on her face. The Cullens are frantically searching for their human. She isn't in her biology class. In fact, she is nowhere to be seen after she got sent to the nurse 1 hour earlier. They pick up her scent in the school but it seems old. Rosalie is so close to confronting Lauren when she receives a text from her cousin. Bella called me to pick her up. I'm taking her somewhere fun. Irina. It aggravated Rosalie a bit. She wanted to be the one to comfort the human. She already had plans to let the human cuddle her to sleep, as she always did on the days she felt sad. But she has a mate now. The voice snapped her out of reverie to focus on what the teacher wrote on the board. But she still feels like something hurt on the inside and she wonders why. Bella and Irina lounge by the window pane, sitting opposite of each other, drowned in books. Pillows and blankets, their feet almost touching. It has been a long time since Irina had been too enchanted by something or someone but she can't help her eyes that drift too. The human even thought the book in her hands might be far more interesting. I may be human but I can still feel your eyes on me. Irina bookmarks the page and puts the book aside before learning Forwa. Wrote on her elbows that are propped on her thighs, then there's no more use pretending, isn't there? Bella puts her Wuthering Heights down to pay the vampire attention. Would you like to talk? I think I saw a cafe not far from here. Touched by her consideration, Irina gently lifts the book up to Bella's eye level and scoots nearer to Bella. Do you mind if I sit next to you? Bella makes space. Irina leans against the glass wall right next to her. The idea of dating might be much too soon for her but she finds that she doesn't mind being close to Irina, not when the Denali provides her comfort she never knew she needed. The temptation to just slide next to the blonde is high so she freezes her body, not trusting her own instincts. Isabella, you can lean against me anytime you want, I promise. Irina whispered so only she can hear them in the quiet library. As if she had somehow read her mind. She's only ever used to affections with Alice and then Rosalie. She used to be stiff in their arms but after all they've been through, she no longer had qualms or doubts on returning their affections. Bella knows Irina is her mate and every day the pull gets stronger but she still had reservations. It's only been 2 days. They don't expect her to start jumping on Irina's lap today. Despite all that, she doesn't mind when Irina takes initiatives. There's no ill intention behind her actions and she isn't the forceful or controlling part. She really seems genuine in wanting to get to know her. So, carefully, she leans back and pushes herself closer to the blonde. She can feel the cold radiating from the vampire but it doesn't bother her in the slightest. In fact, it serves to make her feel warm and fuzzy. In return, Irina puts her chin on Bella's shoulder and peers into her book. Do you mind if we read together? She smiles and lets her as they continue to finish the rest of the chapters in silence. It's weird how Irina's even almost the same temperature as Rosalie sometimes. In time, they finish a book and head to the cafe Irina mentioned for an afternoon tea and some snacking. Bella's turned into a foodie as of late due to Esme's 5-star home-cooked meals. If Bella puts on weight, she's definitely blaming Esme and Alice. Well, Esme for her culinary skills and Alice for not foreseeing it and stopping her. As she curls her fingers around the hot cup, she finds how amazingly easy this is with Irina. It doesn't feel anything like how it was with Edward. She doesn't second-guess herself or hold back her tongue. And Irina seems to revel in it. Her eyes then drift to the couple sitting 2 tables away from them. They're sitting right next to each other as the guy whispers into the girl's ear and a blush forms on her face. It's too late by the time she realizes she has asked Irina what's been bothering her mind. Do you think Edward really loved me? Irina pulls back to study her mate's face carefully. It was one question she never expected to be asked. As much as she'd like to break off whatever bond they built together, she knew that if she were to be cruel, it would knowingly hurt her mate in ways that are unnecessary. What she also doesn't want to do is give her mate endless hope. Thus, she knows she has to thread this carefully. Her eyes follow the direction of Bella's and notices the couple that triggered Bella's question. To her, Isabella's eyes tell so much about her. And Irina can see the pain she's trying to hide away, the half-smiles are there as a mask. Then, those beautiful brown orbs pull themselves away to trace the wordings on the hot cup in her hands. Irina reaches out to drag her fingers on top of Bella's, as if she's painting on an already smeared canvas. Bella doesn't even flinch as her fingers absent-mindedly see the smooth cold pale skin on top of hers. We all think it stemmed from his bloodlust, she answered politically. What's your honest opinion then? Bella challenged. Irina did promise to be as truthful as she can with her mate. And she wouldn't want it any other way. At some point he must have did. Because you're so easy to love, Isabella. That last bit of information took her by surprise. For brutal honesty, she could always rely on Rosalie when she knows others would have opted for the least hurtful option. But she much prefers Rosalie's way because even when Rosalie's words had often stung her in the past, she'd always come back to soothe the burn. They had to learn the ropes around each other, but they had found a middle ground, a compromise. In corners where there's no watchful eyes, Rosalie would hold her dearly and Bella would be healed. But Irina had been very gentle with her, it's so endearing. There's a softness in her that's almost similar to Esme, although Esme's is more of maternal instinct, whereby Irina's kindness and gentle ways have touched her heart warmly. It floats her to clouds of happiness. Every time Irina compliments her, it does not cringe her as when Mike did it. It does not suffocate her like Edward's stiff words. She finds her walls silently disappearing. A wave of serene and happiness coats her heart. Maybe, just maybe, she can start to trust Irina a little bit more. Bella's attention flickers to Irina's inviting lips and she leans into the vampire as much as her heart craves for. There's a small fire in her soul that desires a kiss again. But her mind whispers back soon. Blank. Rosalie flips through the magazine the 5th time. By now, it looks torn like it's been read over 1,000 times. This is ridiculous. Of course she trusts Irina to keep Bella safe. Out of all Denali's, she's most relieved fate had chosen Irina. She thinks Kate would have been a tad too lewd for dear old Bella, while Tanya's street with Edward would have made it all the more awkward. Irina's the most affectionate out of the 3. And so she finds Irina's love to suit Bella's needs. But this anxiety is getting to her. It's Saint 8 already and she just needs to see the human tonight, before sleep overtakes Bella. This need transpired after what happened in PE earlier. Against Emmett's advice, she had went and destroyed the girl's Chevrolet. If her nosy siblings weren't in the way, she would have done more damage to the girl who had hurt Bella. They'll be here soon. Alice plopped right next to her on the couch. Rose. Allie wonders if Irina remembers to feed their human. She seemed to have forgotten about Bella's hunger last night. The Denali's may have impressive control on their bloodlust, but they have chosen to remain isolated from the humans in so long, they might have forgotten about what humans need from time to time. She feels strong hand on her shoulder and being agitated as she is, she bites Emmett, not feeling the slightest guilty for hurting her husband. He should have known better. And he does know better since he's laughing his ass off to their room to leave his wife alone. You're such a vampire, Rosie. She needs Bella and she needs her now. The moment she hears their car approaching, Rosalie almost jumped up the couch, but Alice's hand blocked her. Wait till they're inside. Irina wouldn't like that. It was a low whisper. She is sure Irina couldn't have heard Alice's warning over the engine car and the infectious laughter of Bella. Ah, Bella. Quickly Rosalie grabs the magazine she tossed away earlier and pretends to read about Tesla's car again. She would never drive a Tesla. It has to be manual. Automated vehicles like these take away all the fun from an engineered mechanic. The moment Bella enters their home, she stiffens, trying to fight her impulse of just flitting to the human and grab her away. Alice notices this and sneakily places herself on Rosalie's lap and cuts off her sister's growl with a question. "Have you eaten, Bella?" "Yeah. Irina took me to a Japanese restaurant," she grinned. It is clear that the day turned out as accurately as Alice's vision. It has been a good day for Bella and Irina. Nothing raw, I presume. Humans need their food cooked. Otherwise, parasites and all, Rosalie questioned. Irina's too in bliss by the milestones she achieved wit. Bella today fails to notice the accusatory tone in her cousin's question. Alice, being the peacemaker, spaces out for a second, and assures them that Bella won't get food poisoning tomorrow. It puts Rosalie on edge when she notices her cousin's eyes are turning dark. "Irina, when was the last time that you hunted?" She feels her protectiveness arises. The ugly memory of Bella's birthday makes Rosalie wary. "Oh my God. All these time I've only been thinking about me. I'm sorry, should have paid attention. Rose, you should take her hunting. Please." Bella begged. "I hunted yesterday with Kate." Rosalie didn't want to pass up the opportunity to be alone with the human. "Oh, I'll go. I'm almost hungry anyway. Wouldn't want to accidentally bite our precious Bella, won't we?" Alice joked. Bella sticks her tongue out but is stunned when she hears the two blondes growl at Alice. "Geez, women, I was only joking. I was only teasing, right, Bella?" Alice went to hide behind Bella, but both blondes can see the gleam in her golden eyes. Yeah, go eat your disgusting food," Bella waved her off. "Oh please, Bella. Your food tastes like dirt." Bella ignores the pixie and turns to Irina. "So, today was really a good day, huh?" Irina automatically grabs her hands in hers, glowing at the fact that Bella had given her permission to do so few times today. "It was. I'll see you tomorrow." Bella nods and Irina gushes at how cute she is and leaves a soft kiss on her cheek. Before Irina could ask Rosalie to help send Bella off, Rosalie's already flashing her car key at her and drags the human to her car. The way home is silent. Bella is still on cloud 9 from the amazing day spent with Irina. Meanwhile, Rosalie's getting impatient. She drives over the speed, faster than her usual so they could arrive there faster. "Can't wait to get rid of me." Bella raised her eyebrow at Rosalie's need to rush. Rosalie's grip on the steering wheel tightens and Bella decides to stay quiet, not wanting to unleash a monster. It's bad enough she feels slightly carsick from the speed. Rosalie would kill her if she were to vomit in her precious car. The blonde never really responds even until they arrived, and so Bella takes it as her cue to leave and she thanks the silent vampire and makes her way inside. The car speeds off as soon as she closes the door. After making small talk with Charlie, she heads to her room to get ready for her sleep. And she almost had a heart attack when she notices the silent vampire sitting on her bed, her arms crossed. "Rose," she whispered, not expecting blonde to be here after the silent treatment. Rosalie is drawn out of her stupor, gently closes the bedroom door and pulls Bella into her embrace. Finally, she feels she could breathe again, well, figuratively. Oh. Bella finally realized Rosalie's antics. She gets this way during her protective mode. So she returns the hug and allows herself to be held by the vampire. Rosalie instinctively dives onto brown hair and takes a deep breath. After a while, she pulls away to examine Bella's injury at the back of her neck, hidden from plain sight. "Is it still sore?" "A little. Irina helped to put an ice pack on me earlier." Rosalie could see the bruise has turned a lighter shade of purple. She is relieved, but a part of her still feels sad to see it there. It should not have happened in the first place. She grabs the first aid kit and starts taking care of Bella. "So, what did you do?" Bella asked curiously. Rosalie finishes off covering Bella's swollen neck and narrows her eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Did you threaten her?" No response. "Did you use your super glare of intimidation?" Rosalie gives her an incredulous look but still doesn't say anything. "You destroyed her car, didn't you?" Rosalie almost smirked, and that's when Bella got her answer. She huffs at Bella's chuckle and puts her tools away and ushering Bella to go change into her pajamas, the one Rosalie got her for her birthday. It's made out of silk. It's soft and gold in color. She'd never reveal to Bella how expensive it is, not wanting to risk the silly human from either rejecting the gift or returning it upon discovery. It would have hurt her deeply. When Bella is ready in her pajamas, Rosalie wordlessly pulls Bella to bed and wraps her arm around her. Rosalie, what are you doing? Sleeping. Yeah, but you don't sleep. Just shut up and sleep, Swan, she said through gritted teeth. Bella blinks. They've always been close and affectionate, but they've never spooned before. Alice. Yeah, sometimes. But her only reasoning is that Bella is like her own personalized human teddy bear. Are you okay? No answer, but she feels herself being pulled tighter against the cold body. How co? Old Bella sleep, not understanding what's happening. Let me just hold you tonight. I need to shake off this feeling. What feeling? That I was too late to protect you. Oh, it all makes sense to Bella. She's dealing with protective Rosalie now. Protective Rosalie comes together with a vulnerable Rosalie. She usually tries very hard to suppress her emotions, but they're so intense, Bella could read them anyway. After Port Angeles, Rosalie made a vow to always protect her from harm's way. Bella figures since the almighty vampire couldn't protect her from a teenage girl, it must have made Rosalie mad at herself. Feeling all that powerless. It's just a bruise. It means everything to me. She buries herself deeper into Bella's hair, enjoying the calmness it brings her. Good night, Rose. Bella falls asleep and Rosalie starts purring. Do you think it could be possible? Kate and Tanya are on their way to collect their cars. Eliezer and Carmen wanted to come too, but Tanya had told them to give the new pair quite some time to adjust. She knows how Eliezer is dying to read Bella's gift. It has been a long time since we met one, let alone within a human. Kate has been waiting to get alone time with her sister to discuss this over. It had to be done somewhere the Cullens couldn't hear them, but not conspicuous enough to raise suspicions. Kate thought she was the only one who knew, but when she saw Tanya picked up Rosalie's scent on Bella that night, she knew it was time. What do you see? Her sister glanced at her. That neither of them sees it. Let's face it, Rosalie's in denial. Irina's too much in love with her mate to see anything, and Bella is too wrapped up in her heartache and confusion over everything. I think it would take them a long time before they realize it. Yeah, no shit. The question is, would things have to blow up before they come to the realization? I'm not sure the human can take it. She's much too fragile now. Having Edward away does help with Bella's recovery. It seems that she too is trying hard to bury her pain by not acknowledging it. Irina proves to be a good distraction also. But as they've learned in life, vampire and humans, there is a need for closure before everyone can truly move on. Are we going to interfere then? Kate raised her eyebrows. She definitely already made up her mind, but Tanya is the leader and she has too much respect for her eldest sister to go rogue. They're not the Cullens. This is another way that the Denalis are different. It would be best for everyone to never learn about this just yet. We will meddle when necessary. As of now, let things run its course. What about Alice? Tanya smirks. The wolves might be still blocking this part of her vision. But even if she sees this, she would know better than to bet against fate. Blank. Modern and classical insults fill his head. Too much of them makes his head spin, and so he stays away from her mind. Rosalie smirks and blocks his path. He's not going anywhere near Bella, she wouldn't let him. Are you her guard dog now? He sneered. Seems to me you're the only one who keeps coming back. You can't keep me from her. I know she wants to see me. She has too. Aren't you tired of making choices that aren't yours? Really, Rosalie's getting exhausted having to deal with this male chauvinism. It isn't the 30s anymore. When will ever he gets this through her head? I want what's best for Bella, he justified. No, Edward, you want what's best for you, which is usually at everyone's expense, she snarled. The word pretentious goes through her mind, and Rosalie takes pride in her mind's ability of offending him. It's not particularly easy to get under his skin. Charlie's cruiser comes into view and a smirk appears on his face. Bella still hasn't told him about our breakup. She's too caught up trying to make sense of his vague words when Edward uses his gift to run past her and appears in front of Charlie at a human pace of brisk walking. He uses some lame excuse to try and go in to see Bella. Rosalie bristled, now understanding his intention. She tries to interrupt them, but his whispers reach her ears. And what will you say to Charlie seeing that you didn't drive here? He had it planned, that bastard. Rosalie's eyes turned to his Volvo parked not far from the Swan's house as the perfect T excuse of coming over here at early morning. What excuse does Rosalie have seeing she just spent the entire night cuddling the human? She takes her phone and shoots Kate a quick text. If there's any one devious enough to beat Edward at his own game, it would definitely be the second in command Denali. Blank, underscore, blank. By the time Kate reached them, it had been a tad too late. The damage is done. Even Alice's vision couldn't prevent it. Her gift has been somewhat subpar recently and it's been driving her nuts. Edward had managed to convince Charlie to give them Uniteru. PTED private time where there was no escape for poor Bella. No one knows what went down but it's apparently really bad. The alarming text she sent Alice puts the Denalis on a nerve wreck. I need some alone time to think. Please give me some space. And the fact that it was sent to Alice rather than Irina makes it worse. Torn between trying to respect her mate's wishes and trying to remember the pain Bella went through when they were apart, Irina isn't sure what to do. No, she knows exactly what she wants to do. She wants to kill that asshole. She should have the first day she met Bella. He was already in her grasp. And so terrible thoughts plague her mind. None of the possibilities seem good. Suddenly she feels like a human again, at a loss of choices, even more so pathetic because they're all supposed to be the all-knowing vampires when none of the knowledge could help her with this trouble. Bella often runs away to La Push, as a mean to escape the vampires where they could not cross the land and also to seek some solace of the newfound information. She is conflicted. She had learned of Irina's connection to Laurent, the vampire who wanted to kill her and of the Denalis who had refused to help them when Victoria and her newborn army was attacking Forks. Laurent and Irina were mates. Her gift aside, how else did you think Victoria had the upper hand during the battle? Oh, nay, of the Denalis must have told him about our coven. She knew our territory from the inside out. The thought of Laurent and Irina together in that way makes Bella sick. She feels a sense of betrayal seeping through her cracks of insecurities. She pushes it away when she feels the bile in her throat. Carlise sought out the Denalis before the battle. They had refused to help us knowing a human Lee Faye was in danger and our coven could possibly be annihilated. All because Carlyle disagreed to Irina's request to wipe out the shifters. Do you remember what Carlyle told you about vampire mates, Bella? She fell silent as she tries to recollect back her memories. When vampires lose their one true mate, they either kill themselves or become vengeful like Victoria. Irina wanted to avenge Laurent's death. It was the wolves who had killed her mate. But she told me I'm her mate. Bella tried to defend Irina one last time. Edward looked at her solemnly. Each vampire only has one true mate, Bella. Irina had found hers in Laurent. She fell to the ground at that statement. Once again she had become a fool at the hands of a vampire. Fool me twice, shame on you. But fool Bella twice, shame on the human. At this sorrow sight, Edward knelt down and held her face in his cold hand. It had felt wrong to Bella, but everything felt wrong now. She couldn't tell right from left anymore. Have I not told you about Denalis and their succubus ways? Had you forgotten Emmett's jokes about them? The Denalis invented the succubus concept. They would have sexual intercourse with men and then murder them out of bloodlust. But it didn't make any sense because Bella knew they were no longer human drinkers. But they have golden eyes like yours. Our diet had helped them to be more in control of their bloodlust. That way they could keep the body count low. Bella, I may not be your mate, but I care deeply about you. If it's not me that you end up with, I wouldn't want to see you fall victim to the Denalis. Don't you see it now? Irina had wanted to hurt our coven. Taking you away from us is the easiest way. Bella was crying. You're lying. Alice would have told me. She wasn't sure if she was denying it because her intuition is telling her it's all wrong, or if it was because she didn't want any of it to be true. She would definitely be destroyed beyond repair if it were true. That couldn't happen. She had lost herself once. She couldn't lose herself again. She owed that much to Charlie, to Renee, and to herself. After all that has happened, my coven wanted to spare you from more grief. They think they're giving you a choice. The plate of steak is pushed gently to her space, which breaks her from her memory. Bella smiles gratefully at Emily. She wonders how terrible it would have been if Carlyle had given in to Irina's request to eliminate them. She winces at the thought and imagines the guilt she would have to carry for the rest of her life. She may not even have survived it. If Only she wasn't stupid enough to fall for Edward's vampiric charms. Everyone would have not been put in this risk. The young ones may not have shifted. So many innocent lives would not have been lost to Victoria's vengeful plotting. And to think she had been so willing to be turned into one of them, which means to kill of her human life to give a sense of peace to Charlie and Renee. She scoffs at her own selfishness. Do you want something else, Bella? I can cook something up for you, and I know one of the boys wouldn't mind finishing that off, Emily offered. The boys and Leah went to surround the perimeter, leaving only Emily and her around for the time being. Charlie was ecstatic when Bella told him she wanted to take some days off from school and spend it at La Push. Honestly, Bella Sue, LD have asked to take a break from school and Charlie would have not batted an eyelash. He is just grateful Bella seems alive again, after her zombie state. Bella takes Emily's offer and keeps the steak in the container. She dives into the plate of steamed vegetables and soup Emily offered. Very vegetarian-like, huh? Much like some vampires she knows. Trouble in paradise. She isn't sure how much Emily knows about the vampires and what's been going on. But being the Alpha's fiancé, Bella guessed she must know to a certain extent. No one else knows about the vampires except for the pack, and no one in the pack could talk about it without getting angry. But Emily seems so kind and so trustworthy. She decides to be as vague as possible for everyone's best interests. No. Just thinking. You know you can talk to me, Bella. My mind isn't linked to the pack, so they won't know of this conversation. She sighs and takes a deep breath. That's good enough, she thinks. Have you ever felt like one different decision could have changed so many things in the past? She finally confessed out loud. Oh wow, that's heavy, she chuckled, not expecting such a serious question from Charlie's daughter. She thinks about everything she went through with her family and the pack. How she would not have met Sam if her parents hadn't decided to move here few years ago. She couldn't imagine her life in that way. Now that I think about it, yes. It maybe could have been different. But we're not God, Bella. Maybe, if my parents hadn't moved here, I wouldn't have met Sam or even gotten this scar. But I think fate is funny that way. I believe no matter what, my roads would always lead me back to Sam and him to me. I was meant to be here, now. Just like how it's only the two of us here and we're put in the position where you needed to vent peacefully, and I'm all ears. Don't you think? So Bella was always destined to go through all of these challenges. Granted, everyone's else predicament is more normal, like making college decisions, marriage and career path, while hers revolve around supernatural beings. It helps to put things in perspective, but she is still reeling from the hurt and pain. She wonders if one day she wouldn't be hurt anymore, where she can give all her trust to someone. Between you and me, I think you should lead the council or even be the Alpha, Bella joked. She leans down to whisper, I mean, who do you think sent the Alpha and his pack on a sudden patrol so we could have this girl talk? She threw Bella a wink, and Bella immediately understands why Sam is so smitten with her. Emily is kind, understanding, but most of all brilliant. Blank. The Cullens leave Bella alone at school, just as she wanted. But they become increasingly worried when they notice she's not even hanging out with her human friend. Even Angela is ignored. Bella gets her way too by asking Charlie to drop her off at school, seeing as his recent work schedule coincides with her school time. The pain in her chest increases by the day, but she somehow manages to pull through. A resolution was made after her talk with Emily that day. Bella refuses to be weak and pathetic anymore. She shall fight this tooth and nail. Vulnerability is her own worst enemy now. Tanya and Kate drag their sister away from Forks for a few days to try and take her mind off things. But it isn't working. Not even Lawrence's death had put their sister in such miserable and broken state. They knew for sure Edward had told Bella something big, something painful. It would explain the human mate's sudden withdrawal. Time passes by slowly for the vampires, and one afternoon, Alice got a vision of Bella being warded in the hospital. Patience has never been her virtue. Which is why Rosalie finds herself approaching the Swan's house anyways. Irina is still somewhere sulking and worrying herself to death. A gentlewoman who respects her mate's wishes. But Rosalie couldn't give a flying fuck. It had been far too long since Bella's anonymous text. She felt herself wilting in this mostly unbearable existence. No human would ever escape her. After all, Bella Swan is. What is Bella Swan to her? The question puts a halt on her strides, coming up short from knocking on the door. Would any vampire risk wrath of Denali's coven just for a human? Fucking yes. And this isn't just some random human. It's Bella. Knowing her brother's twisted skills at words, there's only one thing that could explain Bella's Mia status. He had hurt her. It doesn't stop there, doesn't it? The fact remains Belle cuts off all communication from all of them and instead more often than not fled to La Push could only mean one thing. Some way, somehow, they had all hurt her. This logic only made her resolve unshakable. She knows she needs to shake Bella off this stupor and face the music. She knocks as how any human would and waits a few seconds before the door is opened. But it never did. Charlie's cruiser is parked at its usual spot and yet there's no sound. Sniffing the air, she knows Bella is home. Deciding to be her usual self, she picks the lock, a skill she had learned in the 50s, and gently opens the door. Charlie's scent seems old and as she approaches, she notices his messy handwritten note on the kitchen counter. Bella, I got called to Seattle for an investigation. We'll be back tomorrow. I left the cruiser just in case of emergency. It annoys her how much Bella is left to her own devices by her parents. Other teenagers might have loved the opportunity to throw a wild party but not her Bella. Bella Swan enjoys the simple things in life. She knows Bella wished her parents were a bit more involved, as parents instead of as children. She hears small movement upstairs and heads to Bella's room in an instant. The door is locked. Bella never locks her door. If she had wanted she could easily kick it down. But what good would it do having to explain it to the chief later on? She takes out the hairpin again but stops as she heard Bella's whimpers of pain. Irina. She picks up on the human's weakened and slow heartbeat. Her instinct kicks in and she pushes down the door with her leg. Bella's lack of response at the sudden noise only confirms her worry. All wrapped up in her thick blanket, she finds Bella curled up in her bed in a fetal position. Her face, red. Bella's in pain. She checks her temperature and confirms her suspicion. Her forehead and neck seem much warmer than the usual. She grabs the thermometer and gently places it under Bella's tongue. Rose. I just need to check your temperature, Bella. She obliges and Rosalie becomes more worried as it reads 104 Fahrenheit. Quickly she grabs a clean face towel and boils the water. Dipping it the warm water, she presses it against Bella's face and her breath seemed to relax slightly. Her temperature is still hot but not as before. Mom, she called. Quickly, she gathers Bella in the thick blankets and carries her to her M3. She puts on the seatbelts for the both of them and quickly drift away. But she hears Bella mutters, nobody ever stays. Rosalie has never sped in forks in her entire vampiric life before. Blank. Her mate's hand feels warm in hers. Irina sits gingerly by Bella's side on the hospital bed. Ever since she had arrived, Bella refused to let go of Irina's hand, even when she's dead asleep. Much to Rosalie's dismay, the once medical student insisted Bella stays warm entirely until her fever's gone and Irina had listened. But the sobs came out of human broke their undead hearts and they relented. So far it had seemed to work. Bella's condition is stable now as Carlyle had briefed them. The pain seems to have subsided looking at Bella's calm face. A different feature than 12 hours ago. Thank God Charlie wasn't there when Bella was trashing the bed. The fever made her delirious and with it came her PTSD. She had dreamt of James and Victoria. And especially Laurent. Irina feared this. It took many persuasion and embrace for her to come to her senses and then fall back asleep due to her exhaustion. She hadn't even had anything to eat. Tea in the drip is compensating her need for water. If Irina could cry she would endlessly. But she pushes aside her irrational fears and puts on a strong face for Bella. Her mate needs her strength. It's hard to have faith when every now and then her condition worsens and the group of nurses and doctors push their hard bodies out of the room. At those times, it was hard to decide if their airing ability had been a curse or a blessing. Hearing Bella in that state made them wished Bella was a vampire already. Bella jerks upwards and gasps as if she had come back alive from drowning. Irina moves forward to assure her that she's safe and breathing, just like many times before. After a while, she listens and calms down. Bella groans realizing this is her third time at a hospital. Why am I here? Her voice croaked. And she suddenly feels so thirsty. Irina gently helps her with it. High-grade fever. Rosalie found you and brought you here. It's been about 56 hours since you're here. Feeling her slightly warm skin, she can't help but wonder, Charlie. We convinced him to go home and change while we stay here with you. Instead of her usual grateful smile, Bella looks wary of the companions. What's wrong, Isabella? Irina held her face, but at the last minute Bella turned her cheeks as she missed. Hurts flash on the vampire, but she pushes the pain aside, prioritizing her mate's well-being. Jasper whispers from the outside and everyone left except for the three Denali's. He had told them they were suffocating her and that he detected dreadfulness filled their human friend. Surprised by those who stayed, Bella looks even more anxious being left there with them. She nervously rubs her elbow and tries to distract herself. What about Edward? Two vampires snarled at his name and Bella recoils back into her bed. Irina raises her hand to get her sisters to control themselves. Kate scoffs and mumbles unintelligently under her breath. No one has seen him. Rosalie's still out there searching for him. That's not the real question you have, isn't it, Bella? Tanya gently prodded. If our presence here disturbs you, we will gladly leave. But as the coven leader, I have ordered Irina to stay. Because holding her near you helps with your recovery somehow. Bella's eyes widen, wondering why she had not realized both of them were holding hands from when she woke up. Thank you. She continues to stare at their linked hands, asking herself if it was out of pity or part of an act. She knew Edward's claims were at least a little dramatic, but could there be truth in there? He had already hurt her, but when he told her those things, he didn't seem to even want to get back together. She wanted him here so she could see all of them face her and tell her the truth. Do you need us to leave, Bella? Surprised at the choice they're allowing her to make, she shakes her head no. The three sisters smile in relief. Kate and Tanya had already thought of Bella as one of their own when Irina claimed her as her mate. They would have left, if it truly what was she wanted, but they had hoped it wouldn't come to it. I was just wondering, why do you care so much about someone you barely know? She bit her lips. And please don't try to spare my feelings. It makes me furious to be treated with a kid's glove. Tanya checks with Bella before she and Kate approach the bed. Even a man can tell that Bella is apprehensive of the situation. There is fear in her eyes, but not the kind of fear one would normally have when they learn about vampires. Tanya recognizes it as something else. Like it or not, you're part of the coven now, kid, Kate replied with a big smile. You're one of us now, Bella Bear. She tried so hard to push down all these bitter thoughts and memories. Sweeping them all under the carpet isn't doing her any good. That's what they said the last time too, she whispered brokenly. The three Denali's look at each other, understanding her sentiment. Rosalie had mentioned Bella's last words before she collapsed, and she had also filled them on Bella's family history. Sure, the parents love Bella, but there's a touchy subject on abandonment. Renee isn't even here. We mean it, Isabella. You're my mate, and that automatically means they're your family now as well. I'm sorry to tell you that you can't get rid of them easily. I tried. Irina stuck her tongue out at Kate. Remembering her dramatic ass few hundred years ago. Kate wanted to smack her sister back in the head, but stops herself in fear accidentally hurting her human sister. What about Laurent? Bella pulls her hand away. Feeling a little lightheaded from the lack of contact and knowing she'd need much more strength and bravery to approach the subject. Irina looks paler than a normal vampire. He thinks she knows what Edward had told her mate. That douchebag. He will be headless by the time she finds him, and find him she will. Isabella, please, can we focus on your recovery first before we cross that bridge? She pleaded. She squeezes Bella's hand, not giving her a chance to run away from her when her mate needs it. Bella takes a deep breath to just pause. They need a pause. Now's not the time yet. But soon she'll be ready to talk. Okay. But it's a conversation we need to have. And soon. I promise. Don't. I've heard enough of promises. They hear Charlie's voice alongside Carlisle approaching the hall. They get up, readying themselves to leave. Irina stays, tightening her grip. I'm not letting you go until it's time. Her words are heavy with a double meaning. But Bella falls silent and nods. I'm going to pretend to sleep when your father's here, okay? She sees her golden eyes laced with fire. One's a determination, most probably concerning Edward. The other's meant for Bella. To stay when her mate needs her. No way in hell she'll leave Bella to recuperate alone, not when she can do something about it. Blank, underscore, blank. Edward's room looks like it had been hit by a nuclear bomb thanks to Rosalie and Irina's wrath. Bella was discharged earlier today and the two blondes are on a warpath. Rosalie wanted to do it earlier but Irina had asked her to wait for her. Seeing as the asshole is nowhere to be found and neither of them wanted to leave Forks with Bella in that condition, Edward's beloved properties and items are their safest and best bet. Esme left, heeding Alice's advice. Do you think the pups would be interested to grace this room with their urine? Irina asked. Rosalie's humorless laughter fills the room. Shit, she wished she had thought of that. Esme wouldn't have any of that. Too bad. But maybe. Rosalie gives Irina a look and they both smirk in agreement. I believe you've taken care of Edward's precious Volvo. Of course. And I've also made sure the spare parts aren't available. Not for the next 1 year or so. They have more monies than they ever need. So pulling strings as this wouldn't dent their assets and wealth. Even if she wanted to buy the whole company itself, it would be so easy. Something had changed in Irina. It isn't anything good. There's hardness there, Rosalie noticed. At times like this, they're very similar. It scared her, for Bella's sake. She hopes her cousin won't turn as cold-hearted as her. Bella needs her warmth. I miss her. That steely look is gone. On her face now is the same kind of vulnerability that makes Irina. Well, Irina after meeting her Isabella. It must be difficult, being mated to a human. Only last week things had been good for the new mates. T's shitstorm turned their world upside down. How terrifying is it at the possibility of being rejected? Rosalie shuts her eyes to fight that feeling away and she shivered. When did she want to talk? Irina looks at her watch. A sigh escapes her lips. In 3 hours or so. Did they find him yet? As if on cue, Rosalie receives a text from Jasper saying they're on their way back. Do you think she'll let me go there earlier to help care for her? Irina pouted. The distance and the coldness are killing her cousin. She's over 1,000 years old but at this sight, anyone could mistake her cousin as a broken teenage girl. Alice comes up to the room, stopping to examine their damage and hums, I saw it to be worse. Not as worst as it's gonna be when I get my hands on him, Irina fumed, her anger returning. Oh, Charlie would need you. Work came up and he needs to leave soon. Better get out there. And bring food while you're at it. And when Irina arrives on time as Charlie's about to leave, she can hear some rustling in the kitchen, probably him struggling to get Bella some food. Charlie, I can always order takeouts. It piques the vampire's interest to observe Bella addressing her father by his first name. She had heard Bella switch between Charlie and Dad, sometimes, depending on her mood, while describing him. She knows her mate loves him and is grateful for everything he's done for her, but she notices there's this longing, an absence that may never be fulfilled. Charlie's a good man but he sometimes sucks at being a father. It's no wonder Bella had grown attached to Carlisle. He may be mostly professional at times due to the nature of his work but he expresses his love and affection for Bella often. He also actually spends time with her even though they have nothing in common. She wonders how Bella will be around Elazar. He's much more approachable and less formal than the doctor. So she wonders if this is still an adjustment period for Bella, transitioning from leaving with a childlike mother to an almost absent and lonely father, or if it's simply an act of disassociation. The more distance, the lower the risk of being hurt, she figured. It pains her to have learned of her mate's turmoils. Having to grow up much earlier than expected. At being manipulated and controlled by a chauvinistic vampire. At feeling being in the way of her mother's love for a younger man. At having to fend for herself as the chief's daughter. At being hunted and almost killed by James. It had all been too messy. That's a Pandora box for another day. Tonight's the time to venture through the storm. She may not come alive out of this, but damn it if she wouldn't try to reverse the damage inflicted by Edward. She knocks and Bella's heart rate picks up incredibly fast. No one was more stunned when Bella lied to her father about how they had met. Kate bellowed in laughter while waiting out on the hall. She is your pen pal. Charlie's eyebrows scrunched. He didn't know Bella was into that type of thing. But then again they don't talk a lot, so he knows next to nothing about his only daughter. Guilt punched through his gut. After coming to live with him, Bella had been admitted to the hospital 3 times. He wondered if she would have been safer or happier not being here. After all, her mother had suffered too. Was the town suffocating as it did her mother? Or was it purely him? Yes. We've been talking for a few years now. Turned out she's Drive Carlisle's niece, Bella added. Makes sense, they're all blonde. Are you by any chance related to Rosalie too? He absent-mindedly asked. Irina stuttered as Tanya and Kate snickered at the remark. Thankfully Bella had come in to save her. Just because they're blondes does not mean they're related, Dad, Bella said exasperatedly. Embarrassed by her father's lack of manner. I'm sorry. Well, as long as you're nothing like that Edward boy, you're all good in my book. Irina had to thank Rosalie for that. A pair. NTLY her cousin had told Charlie how her brother broke Bella's heart once again and that Irina was the one to help Bella come through. So the two bonded over their dislike and disapproval of Edward. Irina. Charlie was taken aback by her sudden appearance. He didn't even notice the sound of her engine coming in earlier. Bella chuckles seeing how Charlie seems to have good memory of the Denali's name. Because recently he had picked up the habit of purposely mispronouncing Edward's name. Hi, I brought dinner. Irina pretended to not know about Charlie's leaving. That's very nice of you but I actually have to head out. Do you mind making sure Bells actually eats then play with her food? He requested and Bella groaned at his shade. She gives him her most charming smile and promises him to do so. And he lets her in and bids Bella goodbye. You're early, she pointed. You need me, she said and held out her hand. She's much better now, this Irina knows, so the vampire wants Bella to mock. The choice herself if she wants to seek comfort from the vampire. Bella hesitates but takes her hand anyway. She wonders if the vampire realizes she has the gift of healing. The moment their skin touch, it gives Bella a soothing feeling and she basks in the comfort. Are you strong enough to set it up or do you need help? Irina understood Bella's persistence of doing things herself. She doesn't want to be a damsel in distress. So it's important for her to always give her the options, even if she's wrong. She'd never utter I told you so. She'd help however her mate needs her to. Bella stubbornly chose to set up the food herself. Which means she had to let Irina's hand go. 2 minutes in the kitchen and her hands start tremble and she almost drops the container. But Irina is prepared and he silently assists Bella without taking over fully. For that Bella is grateful. They eat in silence and Irina turns the TV on to break the silence. She lets her eyes focus on the screen but her other senses are heightened. Her mate is not that strong yet and she wants her to reserve some of her energy for what's about to be emotionally draining night. So she's prepared to assist her mate in any way. She had thought about it. A rejection would possibly kill her but she will fight tooth and nail to still be in Isabella's life. If the human request for space, she'd be somewhere nearby, silent and observing. To make sure her human's always safe. Even without Alice's visions, she knew tonight would be the most difficult thing she'd have to go through. And that Edward might come up on top as the winner. On Carlisle's order, Irina helps Bella up the stairs for a shower as Irina helps to clean the kitchen, much to her protest. Really Bella, it will give me something to kill the time. That huts Bella up and the human promised not to take too long in the shower. And she swoons just a little bit more at that. About 1 hour later, when Bella's ready, Irina shoots everyone a text. They're there in less than a few minutes. With Edward in tow, she couldn't help the growl in her throat as she saw the dickward. Thanks to Irina's temporary redecorating of the Swan's living room, it could fit everyone in. Rosalie did suggest their house but given Irina's well-justified reasons, they all agreed it would be best to do it in Bella's territory, where she'd feel safer and more in control. Also, Bella's not fit to travel to their isolated house, due to her limited energy now. To not overwhelm the human, everyone else sans Irina sit the most further away from her. Carlisle had advised them to prior leaving the house. Jasper and Kate surround Edward, his hand on Edward's neck. Kate opens up her palm, her statics glowing brightly, a dangerous but obvious warning. Everyone knows how much she was dying to shock Edward. Meanwhile, Rosalie hated being so far away from Bella but she grimly understands that this is necessary, for Bella's sake. After all is done with the pleasantries and Carlisle checking on Bella. Shit goes down when Bella opens her mouth. So besides Irina being mated to Laurent previously, what else aren't you telling me? She stares out the window, letting her mind steers the wheels on its own. The sky is torn into 2 colors, shades of dark blue and spikes of orange hues. Bella's never been a complicated person. She often lets the day take its natural course with no plans. It had been that way since her childhood days with Renee too. When she was tall enough to tower slightly over the stove, she became the chef at home. Like Charlie, her mother preferred takeouts, much to her grandmother's distaste. Her eyes dart back to the screen. Mom, traveling had kept her busy, Bella knows this. But she had wished her mother is more present in her life. She's genuinely happy for her. She really is. But sometimes she wishes for something a little more from her mother. Bella thinks of the way Esme raises her adopted children, of how loving and present she is with the others. Bella envies them a little for it. A home with 2 parents and many siblings. She wonders if she would feel less lonely if she had a sister or a brother. She stares again at the screen, sighing as her third attempt to reach her mother only ended up in hearing her voicemail. At frustrating times like this she couldn't help but admit that it bothers her. She isn't a child whereas he needs her mother for the most of the day. She's already entering adulthood and she's proud of her independent ways. But the thought that she could have been an unwanted child who once stood in the way of her mother's way of happiness just sends her spiraling. How does one process that thought and come out unscathed? She wonders if there's any counseling books out there that covers this specific topic. But then again, maybe there is. But no book isn't going to fix what's going on here. The strain in their relationship had become much more apparent after Bella got involved with Edward. She guesses maybe it was because Renee had seen how the Cullens could be there for her when she couldn't. Or wouldn't. I'm so sorry that I have to leave early, sweetheart. I need to catch up to Phil in New York and the only available flight is today, Renee apologized. She helped Bella get on her feet, cast on one, "It's all right, Mom. I'll be okay." Edward had explained James's attack was that Bella ripped down 2 flights of stairs and went barreling through the window. Renee set her bag down, a heavy thought on her mind. She looked again at the stale living room she had lived so many years ago. The feeling of being trapped traumatized her, but she shook it off to try and change her daughter's mind one last time. "Honey, are you really sure you don't want to come back to Jacksonville with me? We could be a family together." Bella smiled bitterly and shook her head. A small part of her was tempted, but she remembered all those times she had seen the sullen face on her mom. And the way Phil made her smile so big. Had to cut her some break. She came from a broken family with a mother who didn't properly love her. She knew all her mother wanted was to go on a big wild adventure. Renee was a free spirit after all. Ever since she was 7, she knew she took up more after Charlie. She loved her mom. Renee was the epitome of life. She taught her the many secrets of life, even if some of them were way too early for young Bella. But her heart was already set on forks. It was the right thing to do, for Charlie and Renee. Perhaps even for herself. "I'm sure, Mom. Bella's like one of our own, Renee. We'll take good care of her," Esme interjected from the doorway. Renee looked like she was struggling, but after seeing Esme in action, she felt relieved. She knew how absent and stiff Charlie could be. And somewhere deep inside she felt elated. She felt like she could let go of Bella now. And now she could relive her youth, which she had missed for most of her life, and she had Phil to thank for that. Little that Renee knew, observant Bella saw it. If the human could, Bella was pretty sure Esme did too, especially after that how Esme quietly held Bella in the car after Renee's plane took off. On that fateful day when she is turned, she thinks she will miss Charlie more than she does Renee. With him, at least he's there for the big events. As awkward as he is, he tries, and that meant a lot to her. Sometimes, it was as if he was trying to make up for lost time. "Is there anything else you need, Bella? What about some cash for your redecoration plans for your room?" Charlie had reached into his wallet onto a few $50 bills. Bella, knowing her father, decided to check their pantry. He could be as bad as Renee. Seeing the empty fridge and kitchen cabinets, she only asked him enough money to stock them all up. Charlie ended giving her a few more extra bills. "In case you want to go out or something. Or keep it for gas money." He was trying so hard Bella couldn't say no to him. And when she took the money, she saw it was the right thing to do, seeing Charlie's proud face. She'll just use the extra for their essential items, but Charlie doesn't need to know that part. She's sure if she says the word, Charlie would gladly use his authority to put Edward in place. Maybe he couldn't ever physically hurt her ex-boyfriend, but for the sake of keeping up appearance, Edward would have to give in somehow. Because she knows there's one thing she would love to do more when she turns, sucker punch one Edward Cullen. She's not stupid. Not only would her wrist hurt if she attempted it while she's human. Her pride would too. Emmett has offered her quite few times to do it for her, but vengeance won't quite taste the same. I'm serious, Belle. See. His face, his groin, his vinyl or his Volvo, your pick. I've been waiting so long for this, he grinned while cracking his knuckles loudly. She wanted to, oh she badly wanted to. She wanted to do it herself if she could. And Emmett's offer was the second best option. But she empathized Esme. She knew Rosalie had been right, Edward was the golden boy in the family. So if her children were found to be killing one another, it would break her heart. She had seen how horrified and torn Esme was when Rosalie ripped Edward's arms off. So she didn't want to break Esme's heart or get Emmett in trouble as well. She had felt so guilty for straining Rosalie and Esme's relationship. Their yelling in the house was proof of that. He's not human, Esme. It's just his limbs. In this family we don't turn to violence when there's Audie's agreement. You know better, Rosalie. Quote, for your information, he started it. He came after me first, but of course you had to jump to conclusions when it came to me. I'm always the problematic one, aren't I? Rosalie. And she took off for a few days, only telling Bella and Emmett of her departure. Edward. He's proof that age doesn't equate maturity or wisdom. What goes through his mind, she wonders. Now that she has had some more time to process what he had told her, she feels ashamed for once again letting him get the best of her. She should have known better. What she knew now, it feels wrong for it to come from him. But it irritates her to have to guess how long the Denali's wolves have kept it from her. Or would they not tell her at all? On one hand, there isn't a need to, not when he remembers she meant nothing to the Denali's. Who is she except this fragile human who got lured into a world of vampires? Okay, that wasn't fair. But she's still hurting. And it pains her as she realized she misses the blonde vampire. Bella's desperate, so she texts the only one other person she can tolerate with at this time before the painkiller kicks up its effect. Blank. The cold woke her. She feels something hard pressed against her chest. Opening one eye, she finds a familiar face staring down at her and her arms wrapped around a vampire's torso. Hi, Rosalie whispered and ran her fingers through Bella's hair. The act didn't help with Bella's sleepiness. You know I'm never getting out of bed if you keep doing that. Bella shut her eyelids again. Rosalie chuckles but doesn't stop what she's doing. Normally she'd stop it to get the human to wake up, but it has been a hell of a week. She missed the human. Questions, she has them all, but as of now she just wants to appreciate this. Those can come later. Have you had dinner yet? At the perfect time, her stomach grumbles and Rosalie rolls her eyes. I figured. Which is why I got Esme to cook you up something. Thanks. But can we just stay here for a while? She requested. Rosalie was ready to get up, but she heard the sadness in the human's voice, so she relented. And they stay in the same position for at least the next half an hour before Bella's stomach growled again and they head downstairs. How's Irina? Bella asked after she's done with her dinner. Not great. Wow, geez, TMI much. Rosalie snorted, relieved that Bella's spirit seems up again. Do you want to see her? Is the mating pull hurting you again? Bella shrugs, it doesn't hurt so much. I have questions for her. Then why text me instead? Bella grows quiet and looks away. There is a purpose for the invitation. She needs to talk Rosalie first before she could face the music with Irina. Is there? She stopped. No, that's not a question for Rosalie. Do you think? No, she knew Rosalie would chew her head off with that. Since it's clear you cannot form a proper sentence, I'm going to ask you a question. What did Edward say to you? Bella's head whipped so fast Rosalie fears she could have sprained her neck. Looking to see she's fine, Rosalie proceeded, you said some things before you passed out on me. Which was scary, by the way. You should know better to call me when you need help. The vampire's glare actually has its effect as Bella mutters an apology. How you figured it was Edward? He's the dickwad, master of manipulation. Only he could do this kind of damage. Bella nods understandingly. You can't trust Edward, Bella. He has a history of hurting you. What do you know about Irina and Laurent? Rosalie's eyes turned guilty and she looked away. This expression alone told Bella a lot. Her silence was deafening, so you knew. To be clear, I'm not entirely sure which part you are referring to, but I'll know that not everything is as Edward painted it to be. It was vague, and didn't help sat Bella's need for answers. Even if he made some really good points. Rosalie scrunched her eyebrows at that. She mulled over the possible worrying lies Edward had planted in her mind. It definitely had a lot to do with the Denali's. But if that were the case, how come the Cullens also caught I am the crossfire? You obviously have doubts and concerns, Bella. But I'm not the one with the whole answers, am I? Ask me questions that I am able to answer, Swan, Rosalie hissed, frustrated with the human. You said you trusted the Denali's. I do. More than I trust Carlisle and Esme combined. That is shocking to hear, but not that much. The whole Edward debacle might have caused the distrust. Is it really safe then for me to do the same with them? Tears pooled in her eyes and the heartache started to build inside her chest. All these doubts, worries, fears are surfacing with her questions. She needed answers, damn it, but could she handle the truth if it's not what she wanted to hear? Could she take it? Rosalie's cool hands grabbed her face, stopping her train of thoughts. I believe Irina is incapable of hurting you. She couldn't if she tried. But, having said that, if after talking to them and you want an out, Emmett and I will give it to you. An out? Run away. Move. Disappear. Anything you need. You would leave. Leave your family behind. Leave the comfort of Forks. Bella asked skeptically. The vampire rolled her eyes at Bella's last question. Forks isn't the only safe haven for us, Bella. It's a big world. And besides, it's starting to feel like Edward's family more than mine with how Carlisle and Esme obliged to his every whim. Bella's heart breaks at the thought of another ruined family. Would being a coward lead to a happy life? Does that not mean she'd have to leave Charlie behind? Her friends in La Push? What about Irina? Heck, what about the Volturi and their laws? Is that what you want, Rosé? Quote. Her eyes turned glossy. She stared into those brown orbs and felt her breath hitched. Damn Bella's observant nature. She was busying herself in the garage, thinking she was safe in here. The human had been curious, but she knew not to enter the lion's den. But if she did, well, Rosalie will figure out what to do then. It was when she popped the hood when she smelled her. Her body tensed and she froze. It couldn't be. Her mind had decided and she stood her ground. She allowed the human's footsteps to approach her and she automatically crossed her arms in act of defiance. Stupid Edward. She had told him she will not be held responsible for the girl's reaction towards her viciousness. What do you want? As you can see, your precious boyfriend isn't here. If I was looking for him, which I obviously wasn't, this is the last place I'd look for, she shrugged nonchalantly. Taken aback by her sudden courage, Rosalie held her tongue from proceeding. Why are you hiding from me? The human questioned. Hiding? Please, I know you're not as self-absorbed as my annoying brother to have assumed that. The human had the audacity to chuckle at that. Bella had agreed. Edward could be a little too much sometimes. All Rosalie wanted was for her to leave and she wished she could just ignore this child, but she knew this child was persistent, so no amount of silent treatment could deter her away. She had tried before. It failed miserably. For unknown reasons, silence suffocated her more than the human. Well, every time I enter the room you were in, you suddenly vanish, like magic. She stared at her unamusedly. Seriously. Learning the Cullens were a coven of vampires didn't stop her from making such absurd claims as magic. Where did Edward find her anyway? Oh yeah, biology. Stupid biology class. And stupid Edward. Should it not be obvious? Unlike my delusional family, to me, your company is unwarranted and definitely not welcomed, she hissed. See, any other day I might have believed you. You're much too fast, much too confident and definitely much too capable to kick me out, and yet here we are, conversing properly for the first time ever. Rosalie almost choked because what the human said was true. She never had the qualms to kick anybody out, even Carlisle, out of her room when she didn't want them around. And yet she allowed Bella to enter her most sacred place. She had the time to even lock all entrances, but she didn't. And she couldn't figure out why. It angered her. Who did she think she was, prancing around the vampires and calling them out on their bullshit? What do you want? Hang out. And you'd think I'd like that. I think you'd tolerate it. I hate talking. It's all right. I can just watch you work. Normally, GLA. Ring and cursing were enough to warn humans to stay away from her. However, it had never worked with the chief's daughter. And so Rosalie begrudgingly let her make herself comfortable while her eyes focused on Rosalie's hands working on the rusty engine. 10 minutes into it, her anger greatly subsided and irritation at the human never came. For the first time since a long time, she felt at peace. If anyone had asked her, Rosalie would say that was the beginning of their friendship. Bella's visits to the garage had become more frequent and Rose only had one rule: no Edward. The first time had been in a total silence except the noises from Rosalie's handiwork. The second time it happened, Bella only asked one question that opened the portal. She had asked if she could help. Rosalie figured it was better than the brunette staring at her while she worked, and so she had agreed, only speaking when needed. She noticed there was a small bubble of happiness at the thought that Bella cared enough to learn Rosalie's interests. She couldn't even get annoyed at the fact that the mechanical knowledge she imparted to the human never actually got processed by her brain. Bella was no damsel in distress. She had truly wanted to learn, and Rosalie was more than eager to become a teacher. Perhaps that was why she built up a level of patience so suddenly. The third time they spent time at the garage, something had shifted. Bella didn't have to announce her arrival and the human didn't have to do much to get Rosalie to talk. Engineering and cars were subjects that came easily for her. The words flowed like the river current. Strong but gentle. It sounds appealing during this whole thing. Not appealing enough to counter the guilt. Bella shot and Rosalie knew she had her there. Fine, so when's your next move gonna be? I swear if you don't face them soon I'll tie you to the bed and carry you in it if I have to. For the first time today Bella gave a sincere laugh at that image. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Rose. So besides Irina being mated to Laurent previously, what else aren't you telling me? All heads except Bella's whipped to Edward, who dares to look unapologetic. He kept his eyes on Irina. Definitely enjoying the look of pain on Irina's face. The moment Bella said his name, a force sank down on her and she released her hand off Bella's. A feeling of betrayal strikes her. She glares at Edward, having a silent conversation with him. How dare you? That was a conversation meant between me and her. You had no right. Does she not have the right to know? Edward questioned her. Bella's eyes never stray from Irina, waiting to see her answer. Irina wishes the earth could swallow her whole. She knew this question would come. Bella had asked of it in the hospital. Not matter how much she tries to phrase it, the answer could never not hurt her. Isabella. Were you ever going to tell me about him? Bella asked in a soft whisper, her eyes casted down in sadness. Automatically Irina reaches forward once again and gently holds Bella's face in her hands, pained golden eyes looking into broken brown ones. One day, yes, Isabella. I didn't want it to be out too soon. I wanted our bond to be stronger first. But Edward had taken that chance away from me. Irina nods slightly at Kate and her sister proceeded to shock the prick at his head and she laughed hysterically at the suffering Edward. Tanya had warned her to control her anger while they are having the discussion. Kate promises nothing, and so she agreed to behave, but upon Irina's request, she will gladly torture the righteous vampire. Seeing as Tanya merely raises her eyebrow instead of chastising her, Kate smirks knowing she has gotten their leader's approval for this. But of course Carlyle steps in and requests they do not harm his son until everything is resolved. Wow, she thought. She realizes her cousin Rosalie wasn't being her melodramatic self when she said her parents often turn a blind eye over Edward's wrongdoings. A tear falls down Bella's eye and Irina quickly wipes it away. She sniffs and pushes the lump out of her throat. So Edward was right about one thing then. That your claim on me as your mate was false. That I am yet another virgin conquest of the Denali. Irina, Kate and Tanya growled at Edward. Esme gasps in shock and turns to her son. Edward. Why did you spew such lies? I'm very disappointed in you. Wide-eyed, Edward feels the disappointment coursing through him and he realizes it's Jasper's doing and he almost buckled at the weight of it. He shakes it off and looks back at them. Vampires only have one true mate. Irina and Laurent had claimed one another. Look at the bite mark at the tip of her shoulder. Wordlessly Rosalie flitted to her brother and steals a punch at his face. The cracks appear on his left side of the face and it stings. The force was strong and being held down by two of the strongest vampires here made it worse. Bella has her eyes closed. Her nightmare is coming alive. But the need to know kills her and she asks Irina to show it to her, right now. Crestfallen Irina looks like a trapped prey. Isabella, please, it does not change how I feel about you. How I know you are my mate. Show me. She stopped crying but demanded nonetheless. The coldness in her voice gives Irina shivers, the worst kind. Even in his death, Laurent was still breaking her heart. Irina thought. Abiding to her mate's wish, she pulls down the shirt and shows it to Bella. Knowing about it is one thing, but to see it with her own eyes, Bella's heart breaks further. It looks similar to one that she has from James's attack. Unconsciously Bella rubs the still obvious scar on her wrist left by her hunter, James. Why do you do this? Give me hope and then break my heart. I'm not even sure which is the worst part, you lying about our mating bond or the fact that the Denalis in a way aided Victoria through Laurent. Tanya winced at what Bella insinuated. Suddenly her adoration for the young Cullen dries out. Rage fills her. But no matter how hard she wants to blame him, the Denalis are equally to blame. It was not their best decision yet. She had PTHISED with her youngest sister then because she knew how cruel fate had been to them. They lived over 1,000 years mateless, and then to have someone like Laurent join them, a vampire whom Irina loved, taken away by mutts. So she blindly sided with her sister, disregarding the human's life at stake. It doesn't matter if they didn't know Bella back then. They opted this diet to stop taking lives. Walking away from the Cullens' cry for help was almost similar to killing Bella. She had regretted it so much, especially after getting to know the human. It made her feel like they're somewhat the same as the Volturi. With no regards to life. But she needs to correct this matter fast. Bella, Irina's not lying about you being her mate. Jasper. She turned to him for help. Emmett quickly talks his place next to Edward, and Jasper approaches and kneels down in front of Bella. Before tonight, she had worked on some strategies on how best to approach this subject matter. Tanya enrolled the help of the seer and the empath. If you allow us to, Jasper will project onto you Irina's feelings. One was what she felt for Laurent and the other is what she feels for you. Jasper had been present for both times and therefore able to capture them. Will you let him? Bella hesitates, thinking it would only crush her further to know that Laurent was her real mate instead of her. But one pleading look from Rosalie from across the room and she agrees. Before we begin, prepare yourself, Bella. Vampires' emotions are multiplied by those experienced by humans. So if it gets too strong, just squeeze my hand, Jasper warned. The first one is her feelings for Laurent. Bella places her hand onto Jasper's and he carefully projects it onto her. Worry, desperation, loneliness, one-sided love, she feels all that. She nods to inform Jasper that she's unhurt. This is what she feels for you now. Jasper reached Irina's hand with his other hand so Bella knows the projection comes directly from the source. It feels like a storm, heavy. It also feels like the ocean, deep and mysterious. It feels like flying, untouchable. It feels like a peaceful day after a storm. And that it multiplies in Bella. Whimpers in pain and Jasper quickly stops while Irina brings Bella to her chest. Fuck. Irina chuckles, fuck indeed. That's how strong it is, Isabella. Tanya sits down on the couch and leans into Bella. The Cullens are not aware of this, but it is possible for vampires to have more than one mate at one time. Rare but possible. We had met quite a few pairs. The Cullens are all shocked while Rosalie is frozen as a statue. Bella. Even humans sometimes practice polygamy. Why would it only be limited to vampires? Kate interjected, which gave Bella all the more wrong impression. So if Laurent was still alive, that's how it would have been between us. To split Irina between him and I. Tanya rolls her eyes at Kate. This is why she told Kate to shut it mostly during meetings. Her lack of RDS often lead to misunderstandings, which often leads to vampire battles. Isabella. Even though he and I were mated, it hadn't felt that way. I promise you, if he were alive today, I would choose you and only you. Because I feel so strongly that you are my true mate. And I'm so grateful I found you. They're at a crossroad now. This is when Bella has choose. Her eyes flick to Irina and Rosalie. But of course the moment is interrupted when Edward interrupted them. It still didn't change the fact that it was your coven that had put Bella in harm's way. You told Victoria's former coven mate out our gifts and even supplied him the knowledge of the pact we have with the shifters. You turned away when we pleaded for your help with Victoria's newborn army. You even demanded to have the shifters killed. Bella recoils at this reminder and scoots further away from Irina. She whimpers at the loss of contact. I may not be good for her, but at least I always try to keep Bella safe. My family. And I protected her when your coven puts her in harm's way, twice at least. Is that what you're trying to do now, Edward? And all of this heartache you're putting everyone through is because you want to protect her? Kate barked, having enough of his poisonous words. If it were up to her, she would beheaded him the very first chance she gets. Because every fucking time he opens his mouth, either Bella or Irina gets hurt. Yes, I'll protect her soul from you, succubus. Really? Or did you just want her all to yourself so you can finally sink your teeth into your singer's neck and bleed her dry? To prove her point, Kate shows him images of Bella drenched in her own blood, her neck exposed. The reminder of the night when James bit her floods onto his memory. He flashes back to when he had a taste of Bella's blood. It was wonderful. She tasted sweet. He had lost control and almost sucked further if it wasn't for Carlisle's intervention. His eyes turn black once again and all he sees is red. Everyone else seems blurry in his sight except for one, Bella. Blood. He wants it, her blood. The instinct of a vampire takes a hold of him and he jumps and forcefully knocks Emmett's unready head with his, effectively releasing him from his brother's hold. But Kate is a very experienced warrior and she had anticipated this, so she quickly jumps onto his back and locks his head with her strong arms. She would have gone for the kill if Tanya had let her, but she's very much in control and respects her leader's order. Instead of ripping off his head and be done with it, she turns her power full. Blast and shocks him until he grows limp and drops to the floor. Jasper immediately jumps on top of Edward to pin him down and Emmett stomps on his right leg and rips it apart so he couldn't move. Kate lets him go, feeling disgusted to be near the asshole, and allows the boys to take over. Meanwhile, Irina has taken Bella into her arms and speeds outside the house, with Rosalie on their tail with a thick blanket. What was that? Proof that it was only a matter of time until his true intention showed itself. Rosalie sighed and draped the warm blanket around the human in Irina's arms. It's okay. You're safe, Isabella, Irina whispered after hearing Bella's frantic heartbeats. There's more commotion inside and she hears some noise before Carlisle and Tanya approach them. Sensing two other vampires, Irina snarled at them. They both put their hands up and slowly bring Irina out of her protectiveness. Irina, calm down. It's just Carlisle and Tanya. They mean you and Bella no harm, Rosalie assured the black-eyed vampire. It's about 10 minutes later when Kate shows up. In my 1,000-year lifetime, I never thought I'd hear she snarl at you, Tanya. How our baby sister has grown. By this time Irina's head has cleared, but her protective instinct is still on, so Bella is still wrapped in her arms. Irina, the human doesn't share our tolerance for the cold weather. Do you want her to get sick again? It is with this Irina's senses returned and she carries Bella at human speed inside the house to continue their conversation. Bella wanted to complain and resist, but being so close to Irina calms her anxieties. So she fully embraces the feeling instead of denying it. Tanya approaches the couple. We still need to finish our discussion. Bella nods and they pick up where they left off. Carlisle, Esme, Jasper and Emmett left earlier to escort Edward back to their house. Only Alice and Rosalie remain as representatives. Bella Swan, as the coven leader, I am most responsible. For those decisions Edward talked about. We were mistaken to underestimate Lauren's bonds with Victoria, we were naive to trust him, and we were so terribly wrong for turning our backs on you and the Cullens. But we acknowledge that the past is the past, there's no changing it. So we'd like to offer you something in return, an amnesty. Tanya looks at Irina and nods for her to continue. Irina takes an unnecessary breath and kneels on the floor, right in front of her Isabella, her mate. She had discussed this over and over again with her sisters. There were yelling, there were fights, and there were long-distance calls with Eleazar and Carmen too. But they all had reached an agreement. She pushes the memory aside and let the bond wash over her, pulling her in and soothing her soul. What she feels for Bella couldn't even compare to what she and Laurent had. Laurent hadn't been dedicated to their short-lived relationship, while Bella, the broken-hearted mate of hers, gives so much to her without even realizing it. Her kindness, her tenderness, it's beginning to heal the pain scarred by Laurent. There's no doubt in her mind that when Bella is turned, she will not have much trouble with her bloodlust. Her compassion for others makes her so human, so beautiful and so pure. To her, Bella's like the summer sun in Alaska. She wonders how Bella would fare there, if she'd thrive there or hate it. One thing Edward did get right is I don't deserve you. Especially not after the unforgivable crimes we've committed against you and your loved ones, Irina began. The tears dried up. Her nose is still slightly red and her eyes remain glossy. Isabella, I am forever yours, whether you accept it or not. Which means, from the day we met until whenever, I will keep you safe, wherever your road will take you. What do you mean? The words are almost stuck but she tries her hardest to get them out. This needs to be said. Bella needs to learn of this. You had told us you wanted to be turned. Is that still true? Bella bites her lips and the clear is answer to all of them. Irina knows this and has resigned to it for quite a while. You have 3 choices, Isabella. After all is said and done. You may choose to continue with your human life, grow old and die as a human, with whoever by your side. The second is we could leave or you could too. Wherever you want, away from here, away from vampires and supernatural beings. And lastly, you could accept the bond, marry me, get turned and move to Denali indefinitely. She looks warily at the 3 sisters like they've grown a second head. The first 2 choices would put them in a difficult situation, with the Volturi and also with the mating bond hurting Irina. We want this for you, Isabel, so please, for the first time in your life. Make a choice that will make you the happiest. The time has come for you to look after yourself, she concluded. Even if it means death to your whole coven at the hands of the Volturi. Tanya nodded, even that. As a coven, our priority would be to protect your life. I wanted another sister but what Irina said is right. We all want you to be happy, Bella. It is your choice, Kate confirmed. Her heart swelled at the choices she was provided with. No one had given it to her before. Edward was hesitant to turn her due to his reason of not wanting to ruin her soul. Rosalie has always expressed her want for Bella to remain human because the choice had been taken away from her. Alice kept insisting they'll be sisters forever, indicating her turn. She has to admit, her hesitance about Chong-ing recently is due to her fear of not being Irina's mate. Even though it is yet to be decided, she still knows that if she were to be rejected as a vampire, she'd never live the day. All her life, every decision leads to consequences. She had always to select what is best for everyone. She gave up Phoenix for her mother's happiness. She continues to be under Charlie's roof so he won't be that much lonely anymore. So these choices bring a foreign feeling, almost liberating like. The Denalis are giving her the chance to be selfish, consequences be damned. Irina will always be nearby but she had implied that Bella doesn't necessarily have to choose her. Not choose her. She thinks the blonde must be fucking crazy. It's the other way around, isn't it? Why would you ever want me to be your mate? I'm a mess. I'm clumsy and I'm a burden. Wouldn't it be easier to be mated to a vampire? Bella, no one can choose their mate, Rosalie interjected, which was the wrong thing to say as Irina threw her a dirty look. She pulls Bella's hands away from her face, wipes her streams of tears and holds her lovingly. There are vampires who had done that. We've seen them choose someone else over their mates. But Isabella, I still choose you. And I will keep choosing you. Human or vampire, all I want is you and everything that comes with, the good and the bad. I know it's too much to ask but I just want you to let me love you. Even if it's from afar. Carlyle said being rejected by a mate could potentially kill a vampire. You just let us worry about that, Isabella. All I hope is that you make the right choice for yourself this time. It's snowing heavily and off to the distance, she can only see the color white everywhere. The cold starts to bug her and she shivers. What is she doing here? She doesn't remember driving or even walking in this weather. Hi, pet, a husked and eerie voice startled her. She turns around and sees her worst nightmare sitting on top of a snow-covered rock. His eyes are as red as she remembers them. His voice alone makes her shiver. Everything in her shrinks. Her eyes scrambled to her left and right to find any familiar golden eyes around but all she sees is surfaces of white. We're all alone here. But you're supposed to be dead. Bella's voice trembled, giving away her fear. He flashes her that dark grin, which shows his sharp teeth. I am. In the blink of an eye. He appears in front of Bella, close but not touching. He tries to and as Bella closes her eyes, trying to minimize the pain she's about to feel, nothing happens. Peeking one eye, she sees the devil staring down at her. It looks like your shield is protecting you, once again. I am unable to physically touch you, he made notes. She lets out a shaky breath and thank whatever divinity at work here. It might be beyond her understanding, but she knows enough. This shield the vampires speak of has saved her countless of times. Where am I? You conjured me. You should know better. He circles her, as if plotting ways he could reach her. Bella remains unmoved for fear the shield would lose its effect. No one knows yet how it works. It may have indefinitely kept Edward D away from reading her thoughts, but there's no telling where James is concerned. Conjured. So this is a dream. Maybe. But curious, isn't it? You summoned me instead of your beloved. That is true. What could have spurred this? Does she have any control of this? That means she can end this horrible nightmare, right? Perhaps that is why. It's my words you fear, he continued. Bella tries to ignore him and proceeds to close her eyes to wake herself up from this dream. This has happened before and she manages to reach out to her conscious mind. She just needs to focus. She tells herself to wake up, but it remains futile. James is still here with her. Her failed attempts only bring humor to the hunter. We'll let you go now, but we'll see you again. Until then, pet. He blows his breath against her face, and that's when she's awake. All drenched in sweat. It's still dark out and she finds herself safe in her room. The creepy feeling only got stronger and she has this nagging feeling at the back of her mind. So she shoots a text to Irina and she arrives not a moment too soon. From afar, Irina sees Bella pacing around in her room with a metal baseball bat in her hand. Irina figures I didn't pick up the Cullen's favorite game, especially after what the game got her into. She approaches the window, but not silently as to alert the human. Once those brown orbs see her, relief fills her and she opens the window to let her in. Isabella, are you all right? What's wrong? The moment she steps into the room, Bella jumps into her arms and takes a deep breath. It's James. I dreamt about James. Hearing that, Irina quickly holds her tight in her embrace while her eyes scan the room and the compound. There's no unknown vampires sent here. While holding her mate, she shuts the window tight, but not before scanning the compound for any threat. If anything, she could only smell the bad stench of wet dogs and Charlie. She is safe. She pulls Bella back to bed, seeing the clock pointed to th. And positions that Bella is on top of her. The human is shaken. She had heard Carlisle and Rosalie mention about this. It's her PTSD. The first time Irina witnessed her episode was when Belle was in the hospital. At that time, to prevent the nurses from coming in and raise suspicions of their covens, Rosalie had approached Bella calmly and held her close while whispering some words into her ears. I'm here. And Kate is out there too, searching the area. Tanya's hunting now, but once she's back she will patrol around the town. You're safe now, Isabella. We won't let anything hurt you. Shaken, Bella is surprised by the Denali's action. She was so used to Edward's way of keeping everything a secret from her or brushing off her worries, she's not sure how to respond to being listened to. She didn't think they'd put the effort to survey the area, let alone the town, for any potential danger. A surge of emotions pass by her and the yet again feeling of safety warms her at Irina's arrival, makes her want to kiss Irina so badly. And she does, thank you. Irina is definitely not expecting that. What for, my love? For listening. For believing. I know it's just a dream, but it felt so real. My skin literally had goosebumps when I awoke from the nightmare. And I could feel his breath on my face, I swear. Feel his breath? No, it couldn't be. If what she is true, then there is plenty to be worried about. But instead of adding more worry to the already pale human of hers, Irina decides to distract her instead. So the vampire just smiles down at her mate in assurance. Do you want to try and go back to sleep? Will you please stay with me? At least just for tonight. Wherever you want me, Isabella, there I'll be. It's about 30 minutes later until the human falls asleep. Once Cat shoots them a text saying there's no human or animals or vampires nearby. Rosalie had said she usually dreamt about that painful night, so the fact that Bella said she dreamt about him could be a new occurrence. If it's as what she suspected, then Bella's not truly safe then. And she needs to discuss this with her mate and her sisters before it escalates. They had learned their lesson. Now's the time to prove they're different than their cousins. Blank. Thanks to Irina, Bella sleeps wonderfully last night. No more trace of bad dreams. But now's the awkward part. Yesterday. She had given the Denali's an answer. If it isn't obvious enough, I do care about you, Irina, since the day we met. But you have to understand, given my troubled past, how overwhelming and difficult it is for me. Weirdly enough, I do want to be with you, but my heart cannot simply trust so easily anymore. The room fell silent. Alice had tugged Rosalie out to give the two some privacy. Tanya and Kate followed them out. Irina was frozen at hearing Bella's admission. She could always feel the emotions from Bella, but it was strange to hear it in words. That's why it hurt so much to learn about Laurent. Irina couldn't bear the pain dripping out of her mate, and she held her by the chin, giving Bella ample time to stop or flee. But Bella didn't. Her eyes were still crystal, a hint of redness still lingered. There was hope. Irina saw it and she leaned forward to show her. It was time. Bella wanted the truth and Irina was more than willing to give her. Cold lips pressed onto warm ones, and electricity much like Kate's power sparked inside their chest. It had felt right this time. To Bella, Irina was gentle and soft and oh so wonderful. When Bella released a moan she didn't know was there, it drove Irina crazy, and she assaulted her lips with much more fervor, passion and love. It conveyed so much what Irina had been saying. I love you, and I will always love you. If the vampire could cry, she would have. Joy and happiness overtook her for the first time since she was turned. Bella's confession had done it for her, ignited hope. She understood now more than ever of Bella's fears. The things that were holding her back. She knew now that Bella was ready to love her, and she had pushed away previously because she was terrified. Renee had broken her. Charlie had, in some ways, disappointed her. Edward left her. Carlise had wanted to leave her, and Esme chose her son over her. She had lost almost everyone she loved. Being able to identify this now made this a whole lot easier. She knew now how to navigate through Bella's ocean of fear, and understood how Rosalie became her best friend. Bella no longer trusted words, it was actions she needed. With this epiphany, Irina scooted forward and slid her arms around Bella's waist and pulled her onto her lap. Her kisses trailed down Bella's jaws and neck before fully stopping on her chest. She just held Bella and let her cry for hours. Irina's taking her to school, and after the 2 kisses they shared yesterday, Bella's nervous at the prospect of their farewell. Should she kiss her on the lips? Or a peck on the cheek? Give her a hug? A handshake? But would Irina even come down from the vehicle to send her off, or would she remain in the car? With Edward it had been easy because he did most of the decisions, and also because they actually go to the same school. Kate did suggest for Irina to suddenly enroll there, but it would seem too odd and suspicious considering Irina hadn't been in high school since early of the year. But they had agreed to spend more time together, and it was decided Irina would drive her to and fro, especially since her truck is still not fixed yet. She has a feeling Rosalie's delaying the repair work on purpose. Sending to Jacob is not an option, seeing how he could smell the many vampires sent around her. She is not ready to have that conversation again with him. As if sensing her worries, Irina speaks first. Isabel, I know this could prove to be a difficult transition for you. So let's just keep it at a level you're comfortable with, is that okay? Her worries are all gone, and she gives Irina a small smile. Yes, that would be nice. Care to share what got you so worried earlier? I'm just not sure how to bid you farewell. That kind of stuff. Would it help if I stay in the car? And in terms of bidding farewell, just go with what you're feeling. Even a smile from you would make me happy, Isabella. She smiles gratefully. This is easy. She thinks she could do this. Edward was always so demanding and controlling. Rosalie was slightly pushy and can be very grumpy. With Irina she feels like her own person, every decision is hers to make, just like the Denali's promised. Maliki. Quote. There is something we as a family need to discuss after school. Something pertinent to your dream. Bella's heart drops. You're not gonna make me take those sleeping pills again, right? Those are horrible and I sleep good when you're around, Bella stuttered in the end. They both know what she wanted to say, but Irina doesn't tease her. No, love, I would never. But I have some theories, and although most of them aren't exactly good news, we still need to discuss all possibilities with my sisters. Oh, she's definitely curious and more worried. But at the same time her heart is warm at Irina's honesty. So she nods and decides to postpone thinking about it later when the discussion begins. When they arrive at school and she sees Angela with her history textbook, she immediately remembers her homework and absent-mindedly kissed Irina's cheeks goodbye and ran out of the car to chase her friend. Boy, if Kate could see Irina now, she'd get teased terribly. So much for Bella's hesitation. Blank. The Denali's rented a temporary house not too far away from the Swans. Kate had insisted they get their own space as it grew tense at the Cullens' residence. The place wasn't really up for rental during this time of year, so of course, the Denali's gave an offer they couldn't refuse. Was there an NDA involved? You bet your ass it did. What is it with you vampires and big houses? Not enough space to run in. Bella teased. After being stuck with one Edward Cullen, one can never crave too much space and freedom. Kate retorted and flopped herself down at the long couch, all within human speed. Irina is worried at the mention of Edward, but since Bella didn't even flinch means she doesn't need to go over with Kate again on the dos and don'ts with her mate. You guys really don't have to slow down around me. It must be exhausting. Just do as you please. Kate, taking this as an invitation, in vampire speed, quickly jumps from the couch. Runs past Irina and shocks Bella a bit by her fingertips before returning to her couch. Irina, who's busy in the kitchen, hears the ouch from her mate, quickly appears and checking her mate before glaring at her sister. Real funny, Kate. Do that again and I'd throw a stinky wet dog your way, Irina threatened. Oh relax, she hardly feels a thing thanks to her gift. Mine managed to slip through hers because she let her guards down. Right, Bella. She misses this. Being treated not like a fragile item. Kate's magic only has little effect on her and it didn't even hurt. It was more of a shock than anything. Is it true I will be strong as a newborn? Then I can't wait to kick your ass right after I'm done with big old Emmett. Both of them naturally fall into a rhythm. Like two children fighting over who's stronger. Irina smiles, analyzing Bella's words. She used will instead of if. Tanya returns many hours later when Kate is showing Bella some defensive moves she could use against human attackers. Kate insisted it will help Bella gain more balance and trip less. Truth is, she's just preparing Bella for the crazy weekend plan she had planned for all of them. It has burned quite a wonderful plot for her after she learned Bella at one point turned into an adrenaline junkie. And well, yeah, she can't wait to teach her new sister all the warrior ways. Kate knows Bella's gonna love it. Unlike her sisters, Tanya was the most experiences and therefore preferred strategic moves, while Irina prefers quiet but deadly approaches. Both were amazing in their own ways, but Tanya grew tired of fighting and Irina was simply not interested. So now is Kate's chance to impart her knowledge and skills onto a willing student. Remember, humans have many weaknesses. So you must target their most vulnerable spots to gain maximum effect with minimum effort. It's their eyes, nose, throat and obviously groin. Irina finds it so endearing that Bella pays close attention to Kate's lessons. She knows once Bella is turned, her sister would take her mate under her wing, training her to be a warrior. They call this the hammer strike, where you use an object, preferably your card key or something sharp, to attack. Hold your key ring in a tight fist, picture holding a hammer. Your fist should be of your eye level with your left arm up like a shield and you attack. Your arm should be at par with your shoulder to deliver the blow from your momentum. After Bella manages to learn the move, Irina quickly holds her hand to redirect her attention to what they're supposed to be discussing. Tanya lights up the fireplace as they all notice the way Bella's starting to shiver. Irina tries to make space so Bella won't be frozen by her cold body temperature, but the human's body reacts automatically and seeks the comfort from her mate. Tell us about the dream, Bella, Tanya started. She takes a deep breath and recaps all she could remember about it. After she's done, all three vampires wait for her next words. It had felt so real. I could even feel his breath on my face before I woke up. I'm sorry if it's just false alarms though, she said sadly. Bella hates being a burden to others the most. When Tanya and Kate told her that they didn't find anything suspicious when they did their rounds that night, she feels her heart sink in. Would they think she's being a melodramatic queen? Don't be. We protect our family, Bella. This you must understand. We may not understand anything yet, but my instinct is saying there is something there. Do you mind if we ask you a few more questions? The Denali's take turn trying to make Bella focus on clues she might have missed out earlier. The background of the dream, James's clothes, the way he spoke, etc. It might be all from my trauma, Bella smiled solemnly. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll find out. Since the dream did not occur whenever Irina is nearby, I think we should explore that theory. Have one of us alternate to accompany you while you sleep and figure out if it's the presence of a familiar vampire holds the dream at bay or if it's the mate bonding protecting you, Kate chimed in. Irina wants to protest but then he understand if she does do that then they'll never figure out this situation. That sounds good to me. But, do you really not think it's just my psychological condition? Bella bit her lips. Irina looks at Tanya. They all agreed that they would only divulge Bella of this information if she asked about it. Now that she's pushing towards the direction, they'd have to tell her. Bella, very long time ago, we met a vampire who had the gift to control the sight of others. It was a very powerful gift and of course the Volturi recruited him. But he was far too dangerous, even for them. Because of that, the Volturi executed him. For he had become out of their control. Bella listens tentatively, not understanding yet the relation between this story and her situation. Irina reaches out to hold her mate's hand to help ease the news. It means we can never underestimate any vampires out there and these gifts that some vampires have are something beyond our understanding. That night at the hospital, when you were thrashing about in your hospital bed, you said the word requiem, Kate continued. Rosalie confirmed that it was the first time she heard you say it. And she told us all these while. Your constant nightmare was you reliving through the night when James attacked you. So, we thought nothing of it. But now, we're not so sure. Irina rubs her mate's back soothingly, providing comfort and anchoring Bella. What's your theory then? We understand nothing about your gift. So it could either be your gift that triggered the dream or someone else's. Blank, blank. Hey, Rose. I miss fixing cars with you. Rosalie sighs as she rereads the text for the nth time. Here they are in Paris, escaping the ever-so-tense Forks. Ever since the Denali's revealed their knowledge about vampires mating, it shook Rosalie to the core and made her rethink everything she thought she knew about the mating bond. So she took the chance. Once she knew Bella was starting to EPT Irina and had cleared all doubts planted by that manipulative a-hole, she took off with Emmett. She has never felt so guilty. Paris is one of her favorite cities, minus the stench of humans' urine. And it's supposed to be a romantic getaway. Of course for that purposes only, they couldn't do it at a hotel seeing their habit of breaking the bed, would only raise suspicions. Emmett wanted to try it out just to provoke the humans and hear the hotel staff gossiping and guessing which one of them did it. He had wanted to make the bet because this is Paris and Rosalie looks like Rosalie that humans would think Rosalie's the one with the kinky side. She is. But Rosalie seemed too distraught to even participate or entertain him. So, in one of those isolated spaces, they did it as many times as they could. Emmett was even excited at Rosalie's proposal at experimenting. But of course, she was up for anything except being the submissive one. Emmett had his fair share of being thrown through the walls for merely suggesting it. Rosalie was insatiable and he was more than willing. Although, he does know that something is off with his wife. Evan thought her spirit and enthusiasm was there, her eyes just weren't. It was like she was in a different place as she often spaced out. There was a glimmer he had seen recently ever since the weird but endearing human made peace with his wife. He knew he'd have to work harder to get his wife to talk about it but all attempts went down the drain as she blatantly ignored his words and dragged him to the fashion shows he has zero interests in. He thought having Bella there would have been fun for him and for his wife. He knew he'd end up sitting side by side with his human sister and trash talk about all the ugly and absurd pieces of clothing they call fashion. He also knew Rosalie would splurge on the human Evan thought the human would resist. But he had seen Bella donning a Montclair just a few weeks ago. Rosalie is still confused with everything that is Bella. They truly bonded over their almost similar trauma with bed men but anyone can see it had grown so much stronger than their share of horrible experiences with men. The only on she's ever been affectionate with is Alice and that's because of Alice's natural loving ways. No one can resist her. It had taken her time for her to be comfortable around Emmett too and that's because he's her mate. So why and how then did she become affectionate with Bella? Perhaps like Emmett, Bella could see through her icy mask. She likes the way Bella's eyes twinkle when the human blushes. As she stares at the vampire in her greasy overall, speaking jargons the human couldn't begin to comprehend. So how did it come so naturally for them? The hand-holding, the cuddling, the spooning and lingering kisses. She doesn't know the reason, but she feels joyous that Bella trusts her the most. When the human sought her first before calling everyone for the confrontation, she grinned at being the person receiving the text, annoying Alice endlessly. Irina, her cousin, treats her human so gently and so kindly. She envied her gentleness and warmth that seemed to draw Bella in. Deep down, she wants that too. She wants to be not harsh or sarcastic or cold towards her human. Kate's questions never left her mind. Her very own answer had puzzled. Her soul knew something even before her mind did. Alice's vision from 17 years ago was starting to make sense now. I see your future changing, Rose. It's both terrifying and amazing. She gives in to her desire and pulls out her phone. I'll be back soon. There's no more delaying. She could feel Bella would need her soon. Even Emmett misses home. And now being apart from the girl, there's an uneasiness feeling inside and her days feel empty. Like Emmett had told her, it would have been more enjoyable with Bella here. Blank. Bella's in her one-piece swimming suit Alice bought her and the strong ocean breeze aches her teeth jitter against each other. She couldn't say no when Kate had told her about their weekend activity. Bella, what is this I hear about you and cliff jumping? She winced at the explanation she would have to give. She had to admit it was stupid, selfish and blamed it on stupidly in love with Edward. She thought there's gonna be another round of lecture coming from the vampires. She had heard enough scolding from Esme. It was a one-time thing and I wasn't thinking clearly. Kate went around the table and put her arm around Bella's shoulders. Now that we can agree on. Seriously. If you're an adrenaline junkie you shouldn't be learning this from the mutts. I'm the expert and I'll teach you. That truly wasn't the reaction she had expected. Looking at Irina, she only shrugged. Eden said she'd go along with whatever Bella chose. Oh please. I know for a fact that my sister's dying to see her precious mate in a swimming suit, Kate joked and fled the scene. Kate was right, Irina did appreciate the view. The suit hugging her mate's body tightly makes her eyes turn black and Irina pulls Bella near her. The Denalis of course chose a much more conspicuous two-piece which conceal nothing. Bella's relieved they chose this hidden spot cause she isn't in the mood to see boys and men leer at the Denalis. Irina meanwhile chose a somewhat matching suit to Bella. She definitely knows the pixie planned this. Not that she minds one bit. She doesn't think her heart could handle seeing Irina's skin. It's not something she is ready for just yet and Irina seems to understand it. Rule number 1. Don't take off your shoes, Tanya begun. But Bella looks confused when all three sisters do the opposite. Fortunately Irina explained that they can do it because they're vampires and won't get hurt. Bella smirks to see them so well versed on the subject and immediately it dawned on her. Did a lot of skinning dipping with the humans, Kate. You bet your ass I did. But don't be fooled. Tanya's the expert here seeing her seniority reigning the succubus title, she winked. Tanya just raises her eyebrows and owns the title like the queen she is. Contrary to what boys like, don't go in head first. Kate wiggled her eyebrows and continued, and keep your hands and legs to your body. Don't flail around. Irina holds Bella from behind as the two sisters gracefully somersaulted down the cliff. Remember to breathe through your nose. I'll be right behind you, love. The water splashes and they approach the cliff to watch the Denalis dance around and swim to their heart's content. Both Kate and Tanya yelled loud enough for Bella to hear, them asking her to join them down there. Instead of feeling wary and pressured like she did last time, she feels excited, a little bit nervous but also relaxed. But that could be from how Irina is holding her. She agreed to this. Bella craves the adrenaline rush she had with the wolves. She squeezes Irina's hand and takes a few steps behind. See you down there. Bella runs as fast she can while trying to remember all the Denalis taught her. Legs first. Jump like a log. And to breathe through her nose. The first and second rules are the hardest to do. Her legs feel like flailing around as if her body's trying to stop itself from falling. She feels herself trembling trying to keep her hands and legs straight but as fast as 2 seconds. Her feet dive in through the water easily and she feels no pain than when she jumped the last time. Breathing through her nose, it makes breathing a lot easier as she swims to the surface but not before witnessing a pool of white splashes underneath and blonde hair. Irina swims close to her and Bella uses her hands to keep herself down. Once Irina's nearby, she grabs onto Bella by the waist and winks at her mate. It was planned. Bella wanted to prank Kate, revenge for her shocking the human few days ago. It feels forever and she could still see two pair of legs swimming up there. Bella thought she couldn't keep it in anymore and signals to Irina that she's almost out of breath. Irina leans in and puts her lips onto her mate's and supplies her with a bit more oxygen. What started out as an innocent act pivoted to a full-blown makeout. Let's just say the couple didn't get to fool Kate and Tanya as they climbed to the surface, lips still locked on each other. Kate rolls her eyes and comes in to steal Bella away from her sister. She runs to the cliff again with Bella in her arms and she challenges the human to do another jump. Sneakily, she tries to once again flow her electricity through Bella in an attempt to try and jolt her when the human has her back turned. Unprepared for her sneaky two sisters, Kate lets out a yelp as she's being picked up and thrown into the water by her sisters. "You devil," she cursed. They all cackle in laughter. "That's what you get for trying to electrocute my mate." Tanya continues to laugh and Irina winks at her mate. Bella then proceeds to fake a cramp and have Tanya look at her leg. And when Tanya knelt down, Irina uses the opportunity to tackle and shove her eldest sister off the cliff. Tanya flips them off as she falls down not so gracefully. With an amused smile on her face. Feeling satisfied by their teamwork, Bella holds out her hand to her mate, "Wanna jump together?" Irina smiles, takes a hold of her mate's hand and follows her into the ocean. She'd jump off any cliff with her Isabella. Her dead heart soars as they take their first leap together. Blank. Rosalie is annoyed to find that the Denali sisters had taken Bella away on a weekend trip to who knows where. Alice knows but refuses to divulge their location. "You won't like what they're doing," the pixie reasoned. "And relax, Bella's having fun. She is not having the best day today and she just needs her human." The big talk with Emmett had gone as awry as she anticipated it to be, especially since it was one she didn't plan on having so soon. "Let's get a divorce." Rose M threw her a tired smile. Her eyes hardened and she turned into a statue. Out of all the things he would say, she never foresee divorce would come out of his mouth. She knew he loves her deeply. It made things a whole lot more complicated. "What?" He patted at the log next to him, urging his soon-to-be ex-wife to take a breather. Something in the way his body hunched made Rosalie obey. She knew whatever M's about to tell her is of grave importance. "I know, Rose. I know about you and her. I've seen the way you two interact with each other. And although it hurts, I realize what you and I have is nothing compared to your bond with her." She said nothing. She thought she had been so careful. How did he know? Who else knew? Was it even right to do this? He reached out and held her hand softly, squeezing a little. "I want to know why aren't you going after her?" Again, that's the third time today Emmett had turned the table and shook Rosalie to the core. Emmett, the funny Emmett, the lovable vampire, was punching through her icy walls. She stuttered incoherently, her ability to speak was suddenly robbed of her. "You knew," she whispered and the venom pooled in her eyes. Unable to ever shed. "I've always known, Rose. We aren't like Alice and Jasper or like Bella and Irina. Our bond is strong because we built it from the ground. And that took us decades. But you and Bella, it seemed so natural." Rosalie crumbled under the weight of it all, knowing Emmett had felt it too. Their bond slowly dissipating to a neutral. It was slow but they felt the difference. Sorry after sorry came out of her mouth and it was as genuine as she could be. She didn't want to hurt Emmett. Understanding Emmett. Respectful Emmett. Playful Emmett. The Dina Lee's admission at Bella's house had put them both on edge, though Emmett was surprisingly better at hiding it. Rosalie didn't see him flinch on that day. But of course she was rather distraught between wanting to kill Edward and wanting to protect Bella. She focused more on the former since her cousin was doing a fine job at the latter. And so, in the middle of the forest ground, they both held each other close. Feeling heartbroken from the inside, Rosalie had asked for more time as she figured it all out. Emmett smiled and nodded, knowing that the two are unofficially separated. He didn't want to come in between someone's happiness. He wasn't Edward. He cared a lot about making both of them happy. So one day he could too. "I wasn't trying to kill myself," Bella whispered as Irina draped hot towel around her shivering mate. The Denalis, Bella included, because now whether she says it or not, She is a part of them, swam around playfully seeing the nice sun was out and as expected, there's no other humans around. Bella was thinking how much she enjoyed herself this afternoon with all of them and how foolish she had been to have acted the way she did when Edward left her. Kate and Tanya, although worried, never pressed Bella to talk about those incidents, but it had been on the humans' mind for a while. Desperate times called for desperate measures. It was the only way I could see him. They were illusions, I know. But it was something, she explained. Irina reflects on her own experience with Laurent. It was different, but it was still ugly. All the anger she felt was destroying her from the inside. Even Tanya couldn't do much to stop it. When Edward had come to them and asked for their help, she immediately volunteered as a distraction, despite how she loathed him. But she knew there would be small opportunities to undermine and unleash her anger on him during the training, and she was sure she could blame it on how rigorous vampire trainings can get. And she did. Edward whined here and there until Kate joined them and told him to suck it or else risk being shocked by her power. What she didn't realize was that her sister would actually order her to escort Edward back and oversee his control training. And she's forever grateful to Tanya and the universe for that fateful day. How her life had changed for the better since that day. Irina realizes there isn't a word she could say to soothe her mate's painful memory, so she does the second best thing she knows. She pulls the human into her arms and inhales her scent. She is glad Bella didn't end up taking her own life. She knew how tempting it would have been. She had felt the same when she heard of Laurent's death. But somehow if the same tragedy were to happen to Bella, she would immediately get herself killed. Rampage wouldn't even be worth it. Life without Bella wouldn't be worth it. Bella relaxes in her arms, and even more so at Irina's assurance, "I believe you, Isabella." She allows herself to enjoy tea. He comforts and leans on Irina's strong chest. "Sometimes you feel warm to me instead of cold," Bella said after a moment of comfortable silence. Irina's fingers threads her hair in affection. She refuses to hold back on expressing her love when Bella is so willing and accepting of her love language. She releases the human and begins to pack their stuff, but links one hand around Bella's. "You always feel warm to me, I love it," she said back and kissed Bella's nose. It is an affection which makes Bella blush and melt her heart. "Would you like to go on a date with me?" It caught her by surprise. So she accidentally dropped the items on the ground. It has always been Irina to initiate anything, and this was Bella's first. Irina had wanted to, she definitely was dying inside to ask her mate that. A date? Of course she wants to. I mean, seeing as we've kissed a few times, not that I'm complaining, but I feel it's proper to go on a date. Bella rambled, seeing Irina silence. Yes, 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 absolutely fucking yes. She replied enthusiastically, not bothering to feel shameless about it. This spurred Kate's teasing, "Sorry Bella. I'll be sure to teach our young sister to be a little more smooth sometimes." Irina ignores her while Bella laughs and blushes. The question has been on her mind since not too long ago. She does want to get to know Irina, and what other way than going on a date? She did say she needs time, but Bella's honest with herself, seeing how they're approaching second base any day now. Well, she wants them to. After all, she is a normal teenager with such hormones. She hopes Irina won't be against second and third base like Edward did. One of these days her fingers alone won't be enough. "We meet again, pet," James greeted her. Instead of snowy white ground. The ground is colored in black and gray, and the sky is painted in hues of orange and red. Bella holds up her palm and the black and gray material falls on it delicately. Touching it with her finger, it turns into dust, leaving marks of ashes on her white palm. In the face of danger and adversity, fear will not do you well. Tanya was circling Bella as if at any given moment she will zero in an attack of prey. While Kate and Irina had gone hunting, Tanya and Bella took the opportunity to train. They both had agreed that it was counterproductive for Irina to be present during the train. As she proved to be a distraction for Bella and far much too protective. "I'm not scared of you." Tanya stopped and stood still. "If this training is to be effective, you shall fear me more than your worst nightmare. Are you able to do it, or do you need some motivation?" The question sounded dangerous and it seemed like a bad idea. But her instincts were designed in such way for her to distinguish the friendly vampires from the murderous ones. It was why she was not terrified of the Cullens upon learning their true nature. And it was also why she trusted the Denalis so easily. But she hadn't much choice. For she would always see Tanya, the coven leader, as someone wise and compassionate. She nodded. Fair warning, I will not hold back. I don't expect you to. Tanya had shown her best, or rather, her worst side. And it terrified the shit out of her. But after those grueling hours, Bella had finally learned the lesson. In the face of danger and adversity, fear will not do you well. She opens her eyes and stares directly into the predator's red ones. She remembers her training and manages to keep her heart rate under control. When red-eyed vampires pick up the sound of your quickened heartbeats, they've got you cornered. Control of her breathing is the key. She is scared but she can't let him know that. James. The sight almost caused her to shiver. Red liquid oozes off his chin, his meal remains unmoved. Dead. Even in dreams you still murder. James stops sucking the blood out of the lifeless body and smirks. You summoned me in this form. Who's the actual monster? There it is again, the claim. He keeps saying she's the reason for this. The word, in this form, catches her attention. It means he's not the same vampire who hunted her down and almost killed her. He looks eerily similar to him and even sounds the same too. But it's not him. What are you? Isn't it obvious? Hadn't the human-loving vampires told you nothing of me? You look like the vampire who hunted me but you're not him. His soul was destroyed, his body turned to ashes. Ashes. She looks up the sky at the gray ashes raining down on her. The sun is still out but the debris blocks its light, turning the sky dark and horrifying. She feels like she's in a thriller, horror movie. His evil laughter roars and he easily throws away the body to the side. He zooms in on her, his sharp teeth roaring at her but Bella stands her ground. It's important she understands this so she could have a chance to control it. Never underestimate your enemy. To always be one step ahead, you need to get into his head, understand his intention. Only then you may try to foresee how he plans to achieve it. Tanya went again. And right now it's clear he intends to plant fear in her. So she has to overcome it, or at least to fake her courage. And that means no flinching, even at his sudden movements. Thankfully Kate and her had done this dance before where the playful Denali, more often than not, would try to sneak attack the human in an attempt to shock her again. She's sure she has an unnormal amount static charges coursing through her body as a human but at least Kate's playful attempts put her on high alert. The fact remains that I am the predator and you the gullible prey, he hissed, angrily because he once again was unable to touch her. Your shield won't protect you forever. One day why? I'd let your guard down and I'd take full advantage of that. Bella stares at him warily. Even though the trainings are helping her to navigate through these nightmares, she is still unable to understand or control her supposed shield. How does she know it won't let her down someday? You don't have much of a chance, not with the Cullens around. She decided to turn the table and provoke him. He deemed to have been a great hunter. But even the oldest vampire have their weaknesses, especially males. You'd be surprised at how similar they are to humans. Their ego mostly blinds them. Remembering Tanya's advice, Bella decides to go another route. She just hopes he will take the bait. He licks the hot fresh blood off his fingers, enjoying how sweet and hot it feels against his hard tongue. It is as if he is overcompensating. But why? He scoffs at Bella's insinuation. Those spineless animal-drinking vampires. You think so little of me, pet. I have fooled them once and it didn't take much to outsmart them. Not when Lawrence so helpful and loyal. Her heart drops. The mention of his name brings a sudden pain to her chest. It reminds her of what had transpired between the Cullens, the Denalis and her. She thinks one day she could fully forgive and forget it but at the moment, she's not there yet. It's fresh wound, one that James knows so well. Her face tenses and he easily picks up on it, hoping for her anger to arise. Yeah, and look how that ended for him. Bella smirked, taunting at the fact she now managed to turn it around. So she decided to push a bit further. All three of you tried and successfully failed. She has done it. His smirk all gone and his eyes turn black. He seems to be mulling over something in his head when all the darkness in his eyes faded back to red. Did we? First they killed you. And then the wolves tore Laurent apart. Finally, Edward and Jacob murdered Victoria and her newborn army. I'd say we won it all. Then explain this, James snapped. His fingers and all her worst nightmare came to life. They're standing right behind him as Laurent, Victoria, Riley and all the newborn army. feeling overwhelmed and trapped by the sight of every vampire who had wanted to kill her. Bella closes her eyes, focuses on her breathing and tries to wake up from the dream. All vampires move from behind James, forming a big circle after her. Their eyes are red and it's obvious they are thirsty from being in front of the unprotected, delicious-smelling human. They close in on her and whisper her name, Bella. She has never hated her name so much than in that precise moment. As they approach Bella, their voices become loud and clear. In her mind, she commands herself to wake up at the very instant. After a few moments of struggling, Bella jolts upright in her bed, trembling. Tanya calls out her name and it almost sounds like the way they chanted her name. She flinches and jumps out of bed. Tanya tries to reassure her that she is now safe again, but Bella won't listen. Caught up with the sight and the sound that last greeted her, her mind is still mostly back there with James and all the red-eyed vampires. The only words she heard in the midst of all chaos is Irina's name. It is when she feels a familiar and cold grip on her shoulder that Bella has truly escaped the nightmare. Irina stands before her, her blonde hair tousled from running so fast from her hunting ground to Bella's side. She sags as she sighs in relief being in Irina's safe arms. Irina then guides her to control her breathing and repeats the mantra she and Bella agreed upon. You are here. You are safe, Bella. I am here with you. It takes her a while before she could repeat it, I am here. I am safe and you are here with me. After the sisters placate the humans' fears and Bella is anchored back to reality. Tanya insists on finding out what happened, much to Irina's dismay. Irina is about to chew her sister's head off when Bella squeezes her hand and tells her she is okay. She wants to get the whole image out of her head before she forgets the tiniest details. What did you learn, Bella? Tanya prompted. She swallows, trying hard not to tremble. It wasn't just him this time. Laurent, Victoria and the newborn army was there too. Blank. Irina isn't happy that they had to cut the trip short. She received a call from Alice asking them to come back earlier than planned as a restless Rosalie is bound to come and crash them if they refused. I was thinking, Bella voice snapped her school of thoughts. Yes, Isabella. Where should we go for the date? All anger forgotten, Irina dons a huge smile on her face hearing her mate's question. There are so many places she wanted to take her, places and activities she knows Bella might enjoy. About that, I was wondering if you'd allow me to take charge of the planning. Irina asked with hopeful eyes. Bella looks hesitant so she quickly adds, I am grateful you took the initiative but I was hoping you would allow me to take lead on this. Bella narrows her eyes, but it isn't fair. Knowing she's about to lose to her mate's wounded look, Irina sweeps in and captures her mate's lips with hers, effectively stopping Bella's puppy eyes. When she pulls back, Bella looks dazed and her eyes seem unfocused. It isn't. But I want this so badly. I've been dreaming of this, been planning for it. Would you kindly do me this favor and make me the happiest vampire on earth? Irina threw her most dazzling smile, her lips hovering over her mate's. Bella could only blink and nod, slowly giving into the seduction. Is this one of your succubus skills? She asked earnestly, curious. She doesn't resent her for it, this was Irina's history. It's all seem amusing to her. Isabella, if I were to use my seduction skills, you wouldn't even know it, Irina claimed before pressing her lips fully against Bella's. Her arousal shot through the roof and all vampires picked up on it. Gross. Irina, keep it in your pants. And Bella, I can't believe you fell for that. She didn't even do much but bat her eyelashes at you to melt you into a puddle, Kate cackled. I wonder if you'd get a heart attack from seeing Irina naked. To that, Tanya smacks Kate in the back of the head and Irina gives her a smug look. You do not need to put that mental image in Irina's head. Now we both have to endure our sister's arousal, Tanya complained. Bella pulls away, blushing at Kate's teasing. Irina's eyes turn a darker shade of gold as she leans in to whisper, I cannot wait to have you all to myself, my Isabella. At least these two hags won't be cockblocking us. Call me old again and you'll find yourself walking home, Kate retorted after obviously hearing what Irina said. Irina scoffs, unaffected by the threat. She had walked much further before. Alone and without your mate, Kate finished in a smirk and Irina kept her mouth shut. She pulls Bella almost onto her lap and holds the human tighter to her. There's no way she would waste precious cuddling time with her mate. The car ride to Forks remains that way, Irina trying to seduce her mate while Kate chimes in every now and then just to piss her sister off and throw her off her game, while Tanya focuses on the road, warning Kate not to take the teasing too far. It's a long journey, and after they stop to feed the human, Bella spends the rest of the time sleeping against Irina's very comfortable body. The vampire purrs slightly at the body contact. She's a very happy vampire when she learns that Bella loves to cuddle in her sleep. Irina wonders if she could one day convince Bella to use her instead as a bolster. Kate and Tanya watch the pair from the rearview mirror and smile. "You look very happy, sister," Tanya noticed. Never taking her eyes off the human sleeping soundly in her arms, she sighs happily and smiles. "Yes, and she's the reason for it." Eliezer and Carmen's running out of patience. "I cannot hold them off much longer." Irina runs her nose across Bella's hair and breathes in her mate's scent. She still smells like her favorite son. Soon, once Bella agrees. Blank. No one is more relieved that Bella and Irina managed to spend somewhat intimate moments before their return to the Forks. Impatient Rosalie blocked their pathway with her red M3 and D. Wanted to have private moment with Bella. Normally vampires like Irina wouldn't be able to control her possessiveness, but Bella's similar reluctance in saying goodbye to her gives her the confidence and assurance that Bella's beginning to accept their mating bond. They linger for a moment in an intimate embrace, and Irina kisses her mate once again before is rudely interrupted by her selfish cousin. Rosalie gently but firmly pulls Bella away from her cousin, grumbling about the lovesick idiots taking too long of a time to bid farewell, and gentlewomanly opens the door for Bella. She gives Irina a subtle nod, promising no harm to come to her mate whilst she is around. Bella gives her one last wave as Irina looks smaller and smaller through the mirror. "Relax, you'll see her again tonight, won't you?" Rosalie grumbled. Bella feels her heart do a little tug, and she suddenly feels a little guilty towards Rosalie. To make up for lost time, Bella immediately takes off her seatbelt and jumps at Rosalie in the driver's seat to give her a tight hug. Not expecting it, the car swerves momentarily before Rosalie regains control and they're all safe. She wants to be mad at Bella's recklessness, but how could she when Bella's holding her so tightly as if she's afraid Rosalie would run away? "No need to jump my bones, Swan," she said with a hint of smile. Her right hand rubs Bella's back affectionately. Bella snorts. "No one would hail seeing as Emmett's marks are littered all over your neck." She lets Rosalie go and returns to her seat while Rosalie feels guilty for forgetting about the love bites. It felt like she was some way cheating on Bella. But seeing Bella's relaxed posture, she pushes the thoughts away. "Come on, your spare part just arrived today. Let's try to savor whatever's left of your junk car." "Hey, it's not a junk. It got characters and experience." Rosalie feels something in her heart settles having Bella's presence near her. The car enhanced her smell. She smells lick, the woods, but with a hint of salty ocean and a lot like Irina. "Did you have fun?" she asked as they entered her garage, and Bella broke into a big smile. "Oh, definitely. Cliff jumping with the Denel is much more exciting than with the wolves." "Cliff jumping?" Rosalie's teeth gritted. But Bella's happiness never wavers. "It makes me feel good." "How so?" "When I'm up in the air, for just that one tiny second, I felt free and fearless. I haven't felt that way in a long time." When she puts it like that, how could Rosalie get mad? Alice was right. She would definitely have opposed to the idea, and Bella wouldn't have had fun. Although, Emmett would definitely invite himself to the next Denali's adrenaline rush trips. She could see it, but perhaps that day will not come too soon. As of now, she understands that there's a lot for Bella to process, and she does it so much better around the Denali's. And she hopes they would extend the invitation to her too. Rosalie kind of wishes she could see Bella so carefree like the teenager she's supposed to be. It makes her sad to remember how it felt like when they all thought Bella was committing suicide by jumping off the cliff. She knows without a doubt that the sight of Bella jumping would tear her heart into two. "You're so messy," Rosalie complained, seeing how everything she touched, Bella managed to get some grease or oil on her. "You're my teacher, so is that wise? Insulting the only mechanic who can help fix your monstrous truck." Rosalie smirked and stopped working as a threat. Bella's eyes widen and she throws herself around the vampire. No. I was just joking. Please don't stop." Rosalie puts her tools away. That doesn't sound much like an apology. Okay. What do you want? An elk? Me to do your homework? Rosalie looks unamused. Last time Emmett and Bella pranked her, they purposely did her homework all wrong and drew love on Mr. Erickson's name. She had to sit through an awkward after-class session with him, enduring an even more awkward lecture of how it's forbidden for teachers and students to be in a relationship, while the two clowns waited outside laughing. She glares at the human but Bella only chuckles and presses her body closer to the vampire, resting her head against Rosalie's neck. "I'm sorry, Rose," she said while trying to stifle her laugh against Rosalie's skin. Her warm breath tickles the vampire and she almost shudders. "You are not. You know what? I think I'll make dinner for you. How do you feel about having soup?" Bella freezes and realizes she's in trouble. There's no way he would eat another one of Rosalie's horrible cooking. Engines she could do, but when it comes to food, Rosalie's a natural disaster with it. Last time she attempted to make a soup it turned blue. "But I'm not hungry. Irina fed me already." Quote. Her stomach miraculously grumbles and Rosalie decides to take the joke further. "Nonsense. Now come, I'm making you dinner." She cleans herself up in the rage and pulls a pale Bella to the kitchen. With the help of Alice, Rosalie fakes cooking in the kitchen and keeps Bella occupied in the hall with Jasper. Really, she just took Esme's containers from the fridge and reheat it. "Go on. You're hungry. Eat." Bella tried to delay herself, but then Rosalie got impatient and forces the human to sit on her lap as she tries to feed her. Bella nearly choked when she realized it was good. "Oh my God. It's so good. So you wouldn't oppose to me cooking for you again?" "Well, duh. Good. Because I didn't cook that. It was Esme. But I'd be happy to cook for you next time," she smirked. "I think I'll try making pasta next." Bella narrows her eyes and realizes she just got played. She stops eating and kisses Rosalie numerous times on her face and apologizes. Rosalie's about to tell her she forgives her when both of them unintentionally move their head at the same time and accidentally brush their lips together. Bella freezes while Rosalie feels something snaps in her. It was such a tiny kiss, but she realizes there's a hunger building right inside of her. Curious and desperate to feel more, she leans in further and moves her lips slightly, which caused Bella to shiver on her lap. Entranced by this new and excited feeling, both of them turn their heads just a little bit more and Rosalie takes the opportunity to softly press her lips against Bella more. Her hands automatically go to Bella's waist, keeping her there, and she pulls Bella that much closer to her. And when Bella releases a long breath through her nose as if the kiss is something she has been waiting for all this time, Rosalie growls and lets her instincts kick in. She swiftly raises Bella up on the table and continues to kiss the human from above. The position excites her, more so by Bella's positive response. Deciding to test how far Bella is willing to go, she darts her tongue out and invades Bella's mouth. For Bella it feels so good that a moan escapes her lips. Surprised and embarrassed, she quickly pulls back, and that's when she realized what they had done. Feeling guilty and confused, Bella decides to do the best thing she knows how. She flees. She is done thinking. Bella stands up from against the tree and starts to make her way to the planned destination. It's getting cold out since spring has arrived. Bella quickly stops by her room and layers her body with thick clothes. She sees the sweater Rosalie got her and decides against it, even though she knows it's her best option. She opts for her old one instead. It may not keep her warm as the other one, but at least she won't feel dirty in it. Her heart already feels heavy as it is. At this moment she could almost hear Rosalie's voice nagging and insulting her truck. What use of a vehicle if it keeps falling apart? But her family isn't made out of money and it was a gift from her father. It's precious to her. It still sucks that she has to walk, but thankfully the Denali's temporary resident is just 10 minutes away. Her phone remained in her room, on silent mode. She needed the peace and quiet. She needed the room to think and to decide. She couldn't if she had interruptions. Guilt is a terrible feeling. Her eyes pool with tears once again at what she had done. She doesn't understand it, couldn't when she tried. What the fuck happened? How could she have let it happen? Feeling angry at herself, she takes faster strides there. All these feelings are going to make her combust and she couldn't take it. But the one feeling that stands the most is deep sorrow for what's about to happen. There's no way Irina could forgive her. What she did is unforgivable. The probability of her losing Irina is very high. Her soul aches for the blonde. If it were up to the small girl inside her, he'd just lock herself up in the room and never come out. But she's not a small girl. She's reaching womanhood, and being an adult means facing the music, even if it ends up killing her soul in the process. So no, she doesn't want to run away anymore. The more she thinks about it, the more broken she feels. The tears picked up again and she has no way to control them now. Thank God it's early morning, so she doesn't have to see passers-by weirded out by the sight of her. She sees the cabin in sight and her heart sinks further, her steps heavy. Her hands start to tremble. She just hopes by the time she reaches Irina, she could pull herself together at least and make a somewhat coherent speech before breaking down like a desperate and underserving cheater she is. So she waits, just a few steps short from the front door. Knowing they could smell and hear her frantic heartbeats. She isn't lazy or reluctant to move, but she knows if she were to take more steps further, she'd use much more of her limited energy, and she's barely standing now. The door flings open and the sight of the blonde breaks her heart further. Irina sees her mate distraught and quickly zooms in to reach her. Bella. What's wrong, dear? I've been trying to call you for hours. Bella tries to savor the last few minutes she has left with the caring blonde before she opens her mouth and ruin it all. That's right, it's her damn mouth that got her into this mess. Irina tries to pull her in, and that's when Bella stops her. She couldn't let Irina comfort her, not when she has betrayed the blonde's trust like that. Irina grows more worried by the second but allows the space that her mate obviously needs. The lump in her throat got bigger and heavier, turning her tongue almost numb. But she finds the courage anyways and pulls the last bit of her strength. I'm so sorry. When the words left her mouth, she feels a huge force crumbles down on her and her legs give out. Irina manages to grab her and Bella instead falls on her lap instead. Bella, you're scaring me. What happened? Why are you crying? The two other Denalis appear at the door, no doubt due to Bella's crying and Irina's panicking. Bella takes many deep breaths, understanding that she has to get this out or she'll chicken out like any other cheater out there. God, is this how cheaters feel like? She'd honestly rather be cheated on than to endure this guilt and torture. I kissed Rosalie back. I'm so sorry, Irina. I'm sorry. She cried and cried and cried. She could feel Irina's body goes rigid at her admission and she doesn't dare to look into those beautiful golden eyes at all. Bella, Irina, let's take this inside before nosy neighbors catch on, Tanya gently chimed. Seeing Irina unmoved, Kate takes the initiative to pull Bella up and guide her inside while Tanya grabs Irina. Bella's crying goes worse looking at the silent Irina. You don't deserve this, I know. I'm so sorry. It happened and I reacted poorly. God, should I leave? Bella rambled and stood up to leave. She feels so unwelcomed as the voices in her head whisper. You never deserved her. She was better off with Laurent. You're a fucking cheater. A cold hand grasps hers and pulls her into a warm embrace. She realizes it's Irina and the voices sounded so true and right that she struggles to escape. She doesn't deserve Irina's love. She never did and she never will earn it. Please don't. You deserve better, she whimpered. You deserve so much better than me. No. Don't fucking leave. You deserve me. And you. Irina yelled and pulled Bella tighter to her. I'm sorry my reaction gave you the wrong idea, but Bella, I'm not hurt and I'm not mad. At least not at you. I could never fault you for this. Those words are so unexpected, but her conscience gets the better of her. No, cheaters aren't supposed to be forgiven so easily. She deserved yellings, insults and hurtful words from Irina. From any of the Denalis, really. But Irina's too kind and she realizes she could only get the backlash from the other two sisters. From Irina's shoulders, she looks at them and pleads. I hurt your sister. I'm hurting your family. Please, say something. They give her a crestfallen look before joining in the hug. Bella's confusion grows and it makes her angrier at herself. But the hug is too comforting and she needs it to calm down. She needs it to be alive again. She tried to leave but their hold is strong on her. So she sags against their embrace and lets herself be held. Blank. It's almost an hour later that Bella feels herself waking up and she finds herself being wrapped in Irina's gentle but strong arms. An euphoric feeling coursed through her. She thinks she can get used to waking up like this. Irina's adoring eyes on her and a small smile appears on her lips. "Hi, sunshine. How do you feel?" she asked. Honestly, she feels well rested. Her body feels refreshed. How could she not when last night she couldn't sleep a wink? She freezes as memories flood in. Bella tries to get up and distance herself but Irina doesn't allow it. "No, love. Please stay." At Irina's pleasing eyes, she relents, though something doesn't sit right in her heart. But the last thing she wants to so is hurt Irina more than she did. She averts her eyes as the monstrous feelings revisit her. "I promise you, I'm not mad. And I'm not hurt. I actually should have seen it coming. And I need to apologize," Irina said. "No, fuck no. You have nothing to be sorry for," Bella argued. Irina's so precious. How could she ever blame Bella's wrongdoing onto herself? Now Bella believes more than ever that she doesn't deserve the blonde vampire. "We thought it wasn't possible but I had felt it the first time you and I met. I had sensed there was a unique bond between you and Rosalie." Bella winces. She always felt comfortable around Rosalie but never once did she think Rosalie in that way. "Remember when Tanya said it was possible for vampires to have more than one mate?" Bella nods but feels horrified at the upcoming revelation. "No. No. God. No. Please don't say it. Please, no." Irina holds her face gently in her hands, stilling the now frantic human. She lands her cool forehead against her mate's and stares deeply onto brown eyes. "Breathe, Isabella. Breathe with me." She guides Bella and manages to calm her down. "We don't have to talk about this right now. I'm only mentioning it to you now so you understand that I'm not mad, either at you or Rosalie. I need you to know that I understand this isn't what you want or planned. I know this can be scary but you need to know I love you. You deserve all the love I have to give and I hope you will still allow me to win your love. Nothing changes between us. I still want you." Irina smiled earnestly. Bella's sight turned blurry from the tears flooding her eyes. "But I cheated on you. I kissed someone else." Irina smiles and presses a long kiss onto Bella's lips. "There, I erased it and took back your lips." Bella chuckles and shoves Irina's chest playfully. Irina laughs and allows her before grabbing her mate's hand and kissing it. "Isabella, that kiss was driven not by lust but by your instinct. The same goes for Rosalie. But I hope you won't get angry at her because knowing my cousin, she would be halfway across the world right now, feeling angry at herself and feeling so confused. Most of all, I think she hates herself for hurting you." Her heart drops at the image of Rosalie feeling heartbroken as well. She feels guilty for not thinking it that way because her mind was too concerned over Irina. "How are you so calm about this? I don't think anyone else would be so nice." Bella reaches out to caress Irina's face. Her guilt has subsided greatly looking at Irina's sincere feeling. There's a lot she doesn't understand about vampire mating but she trusts Irina now. Dwelling on it won't do her any good, she just opened the Pandora box that she's not ready for just yet. "Because I waited so long for you, Isabella Swan. I love you and I know every day spent with you is a victory for me. I'm not going to be foolish and allow doubts to win when I could be happy with you." "You're so cheesy. Do you hate it?" "No, I love it," she shyly confessed and blushed. Irina coos and swoops in to get another kiss, which Bella is much too obliged. "But I do have one condition I would like to impose." "What is it?" Bella asked nervously. "That you reserve your lips only for me at least until Rosalie has accepted and embraced the truth." "The truth? That you're my mate and hers?" Her heart skips a beat at Irina's statement. She feels ashamed that there's a small joy in what Irina just said. One mate is more than enough for her. She's always wonders how PLE and polyamorous relationship navigate it but she doesn't mind as long as everyone knows what they're doing and they're happy with it. But the idea of being in one actually horrifies her. She doesn't think her heart can split into two. Bella would definitely break. So she nods even though she doesn't see it happening anytime soon, at least on her part. Do Kate and Tanya know? Are they mad? She bit her lips. Bella truly adores them both and looks up to them. But it is nerve-wracking to be at the receiving end of their displeasure. She shudders remembering how Kate tortured Edward during the big confrontation. Kate looked murderous and lethal. Why don't you ask them yourself? Irina pointed to the door. Sure enough, the two sisters are standing at the door. We told you, Bella, whatever makes you happy, go for it. I mean, Tanya had screwed more men than the number of residents in this town, sometimes more than 10 at one time. So, who cares? Kate joked. Tanya elbowed her in the ribs for the playful insult. As long as all three of you are happy, I have no qualm. We fully support you, however you want to decide this, Bella. But there is one pressing matter which requires our decision. Who wants to go and get Rosalie? Emmett was there when it happened. And he was still there too when he heard Bella leave in a hurry, away from Rose. He definitely was there the moment Rose unfroze and made one hell of a run from there. With no hesitation, he abandoned the brand new console and picked up right behind Rose. Schiff. He cursed as Rose stepped up, almost leaving him behind on purpose. There were some things that they never spoke of during their entire marriage, and this was one of them. Whenever their cousins were over here, Rose would always prefer to hunt with them over him. He often brushed it as her wanting some women time, but he always suspected it was more. Every time they parted ways with their cousins, Rose seemed more agile and sharp. Her movements became more controlled, calculated even, and she became a far more effective and elegant hunter. He tried to bring it up, but he was often met with silence. But he did have an advantage. In some ways, he knew her better than anyone. After almost 2 decades together, he figured out her likes and dislikes, and he had to learn it the hard way. One wrong move or one wrong word, he'd get the doghouse and back to square one. So he knew she would try to get away as far as possible from Forks. Somewhere it felt safe and far enough from the very trouble she was trying to get away from, Bella. He wasn't entirely sure what happened, but he knew it was something that could possibly damage what Rose and Bella had, what could have been. So once Rose realized she would never be able to shake him off, she gave up to try and throw him off her tracks. She allowed him to trail behind. She figured it was safer that way, someone would be there to stop her from doing something stupid. 1 week passed and they are still living like a nomad. Rose prefers to avoid humans at all cost because anyone with a beating heart reminds her of Bella Swan. She does not need that reminder. It kills her. She hurt the one person she cares about the most. Bella's an honest girl, so she knows the kind of damage she inflicted upon her. First and foremost, she betrayed Bella's trust. After Port Angeles, they developed this rapport which then led to trust, and this Rose became her safety net. That kiss shattered the crystal bubble which had kept Bella safe, which had kept Bella near her. She was always a shoulder to lean on for Bella, but now she knows Bella would think twice before reaching out to her. 2. She made Bella a cheater. It discredits Bella's integrity, and this puts a heavy toll on Bella's earnest heart. Guilt is such a corrosive bitch, and the cheating act speeds up the effects. She made Bella taint her good nature. No doubt she would put a strain on Bella and Irina's fragile bond. Their relationship started out rocky and this erases all the milestones the new mates have achieved together. 3. She ruined Bella's happiness. She has to admit, a small and evil part of her wanted this. The green monster is ruthless, selfish, and it craved to set fire on Bella and Irina. These are the reasons why she banishes herself deep in the woods, away from Bella Swan and Irina Denali. She has resigned herself to this nomadic life, vowing to stop herself from hurting those around her. That is until a certain blonde finds her. Blank. What are you doing here? Rosalie asked, ready to once again flee. She looks to Emmett, trying to see any hint of clue if he had tipped them off. He looks surprised as she is. To bring you back, she stated the obvious. Rosalie turns away. No. And save your breath. I can't go back, especially after what happened, as I'm sure you know by now. Not even for Isabella? She inquired, knowing Rosalie won't be able to resist. She tries so hard, her face almost gives her away. Her chest becomes pressured at all the most gruesome thoughts of Bella. But she knows it could be a trap. Her body's growing weaker. She's developed the fever again. It makes Rosalie mad. Then what the hell are you doing here? She needs you. Irina shakes her head. She needs us both, and you know it. Belsie's sick again. Rose, we have to go back. Emmett yelled at her, pleading to her senses. God damn it. If you refuse, I don't care, I will manhandle you and drag you back to Forks. Finally, he cracked. Rosalie's too damn stubborn, and he doesn't know how to handle it anymore, especially not when Bella's life is on the line. She's much too fragile, he thought. The least he could do is bring Rosalie back. Emmett, allow us a moment, please, Irina politely asked. He is hesitant, fearing Rosalie would use the opportunity to flee once again. You should head back first. Bella misses her big brother too, why no? He smiles and obliges. It's been few days and he's tried. He thinks Irina's got a much better chance at this. So he takes off to Forks. Once he's out of earshot, Rosalie calls her on her BS. Emmett may be gullible but I know Bella. And I know you when Bella's in danger. You look nothing like it. Irina laughs and relaxes her posture. With Emmett gone, she now has the privacy they both needed. This has been long overdue. She told me you'd say that. Irina smiled and handed Rosalie an envelope. She looks at it warily. This isn't a bribe, right? You maybe make more money than us but I don't need money. She told me you'd say something like that too. Damn it. Now that's the second bet I lost to her. Rosalie's still cautious. Just open it. And when you finish reading it and you want me to leave, I will, Irina assured. Rosalie takes a deep breath and opens it to find a long letter. Dear Rosalie Hale. Charlie has finally come to his senses and will not allow me to skip school. Due to this unfortunate circumstance, this letter represents me instead. Yes, you're right. I'm not sick. And no, I don't have enough money to bribe you and I'm most certainly not going to allow Irina to use her money as well. Irina did briefly tell me why he kiss happened and I'm not ready for that conversation just yet. And I know you are too. So, I propose a truce between the four of us. Let's hold this conversation and cross the bridge when we get there. I hold no grudge over you for what happened. Irina and I are good even. For now, I miss my best friend. I just wish she would be back, on her own terms, of course. I am still unsure how to do this without being awkward around you. But then again, you've always told me I'm the most awkward human you have ever met. So that's that. Well, Grandma, I'm not sure how you people do it back then but I'm running out of words. I love you and I care about you and I most certainly do not hate you. I could never. Know that the spot in our mini library is still reserved for you and only you. P.S. You still hold the spot in my heart as my best friend. P.S. Don't tell Alice I told you that. In fact, get rid of this evidence. I'd hate it if she blackmails me using this letter to force me to go on another trip to the mall with her without you. Yours truly. Your clumsy best friend. She couldn't help the grin forming remembering the time Bella literally cried after Alice forced her to go shopping for 7 hours straight. The sight of Rosalie at the mall was pure heaven to Bella. She dropped all bags and ran to Rosalie and hugged her tight, not caring the watchful eyes. Since then, she made Rosalie promise that Alice will never get the opportunity again to torture her. All the heaviness in her chest is automatically lifted. She feels okay again. In that one letter, Bella managed to address all of her concerns. She has more than one reason now to head back. She gives Irina a meaningful look and they begin their journey back. How did you find us? Was it Emmett? Irina smirks, feeling Boa. Stful that for once she seems to be the superior one in their knowledge of Bella. As suspected, Bella knew where Rosalie would go. In fact she knew it from day one. It had taken her a long time due to the attempts to persuade Charlie and the difficult time she faced to try and write the letter. Kate almost shocked her for being fickle-minded as they threw away her 12th letter last night. Somewhere beautiful, peaceful and quiet. Someplace warm and far away from humans. A place like Rochester but without Royce. Go north, I think, Irina reiterated Bella's exact words. Rosalie feels giddy discovering Bella knows her so well. If there was ever any doubt, it now has lessened. My Isabella is amazing, isn't she? Rosalie glares at the possessive noun used but relaxes as she remembers it as Irina. Who have made the mate claim on the human. I'm sorry. I need time to adjust. It's all right. I cannot be mad at the person who took care of and loved my Isabella when I was not able to. However, I must warn you. During your period of adjustment, you shall not kiss my mate on the lips. At least not until you're ready to accept it and make your claim on her. They stop midway running. That's fair. But I will not hold back on my affections. Rosalie held out her hand to Irina. Irina grins and shakes it. Sure. Take all the time you need though. You may still get to hold and embrace her but I'll be the first and the only one to touch her intimately. At places even Edward had never touched before. As Irina speeds off forward, Rosalie now remembers why she finds her cousin irritating. She knew all the right buttons to push. Rosalie's eyes turn black in possessiveness she never knew was there before. It's the thought of missing out on taking Bella's virginity that spurs her to chase her cousin and attack her. Blank. It wasn't pretty. Rosalie's anger doubled the blows she manages to land on Irina, but it also made her reckless. Irina dodged most of her attacks, but 1 or 2 punches collided with her face and shoulder. It was intense, but Rosalie looked worse than Irina at the end of it. Irina took no offense at Rosalie's attack because she had wanted her cousin to lash out. She thought Rosalie had too much bottled inside. Of course, Irina was much more superior in her skills and she was much more level-headed. Naturally, she pinned Rosalie down and got her to calm down. Bella and I are headed that way. She had expressed in wanting to lose her virginity before she is turned. And I intend to give it to her if she asks me. So you better catch up to us fast if you'd like to be a part of it. Now get yourself together before she sees you. Rosalie needs more time to cool down and she allows Irina to go on first so Bella can catch up to her mate first. It's been way too long, and when she finally sees Bella, she wants to hog the human all to herself, with no interruptions. When she arrives, she is surprised to see her family sans Edward all waiting for her at the front porch. Alice is the first to jump on her before Esme joins in to hold both her daughters close. She lets a laughter she didn't know was inside of her. It was Bella that had done this. And she could feel the emotions getting stronger now that she realized she's been forgiven and that Bella doesn't hate her. Welcome back, Rosalie. We missed you. Carlisle kissed the top of her head. They all go inside and Rosalie gives Emmett a tight hug. So, you figured it out yet? She asked him. Can't believe they lied. I was really worried, Emmett frowned. But he couldn't be disappointed. After all, Bella is safe and healthy. But she's gotten sly, hasn't she? Where do you think she got it from? He gave her a knowing look. Rosalie has her hands on her waist. You already forgave her for lying, haven't you? He smiles proudly. How can't I when she promised me 12 hours uninterrupted game time? Rosalie shakes her head, wondering just how the human managed to get them all wrapped around her fingers. Emmett is beyond relief to see her happy again. She looked lifeless the last week without Bella. He knew whatever happened between Rosalie and Irina, Bella was the one who helped them both to heal. Rosalie lets her guards down and lets Emmett in on what transpired. After hunting in a warm bath, Rosalie is surprised to see Bella making herself comfortable in her bed. The sight warms her dead heart more than the stupid warm bath ever did. Bella is too engrossed in her book to notice Rosalie staring down at her from the door. Minutes pass by when Bella notices the vampire and puts down her book and props up on her elbow. Bella's here late at night, which means they're having a sleepover. And with no Irina inside or her range of smell. Hi. Hope you don't mind. Emmett basically tucked me in. She was afraid things would change for the worst. But somehow seeing Bella so relaxed in her bed makes her rethink. Maybe some things won't change after all. Emmett's too nosy. Bella takes in the surrounding again. Did Emmett burn all of his stuff? She pointed out to the lack of Emmett's personal items in the room. Emmett had cleared out the day they got back from Paris. But so much has happened and she hasn't had the chance to tell Bella. But the human's not ready yet, so she wonders if she should tell her the truth. Emmett moved to another room. Bella looks like she wanted to inquire, but she isn't the pushy type. She knows if Rosalie wants to tell her, she will. So she gets the hint. Do we need to talk about my letter? Bella asked as Rosalie settled down in the bed next to her. I believe you said what you wanted to say. And I heard you. What are you reading on? Bella humors the vampire with 20/20 eyesight and flashes the book cover, for extra credit. For college. It's the first time Bella approaches the subject and Rosalie's all ears, especially since the atmosphere isn't as awkward as they thought it would be. You've thought about college? Yeah. It gives me a bit of normalcy around here, she teased. That Newton boy would be the perfect one to offer you anything normal. Normal hormones for a teenage boy. Normal size of an ape brain. And normal kind of dick, Rosalie joked back. Bella smacks her shoulder with the book and Rosalie just laughs as she takes away Bella's book, slides in the bookmark she got the Who man at the page Bella last read and puts the book away. She then proceeds to switch off the light, pull Bella down into the covers and makes her face the other way so she could cuddle her. All whilst Bella looks at her unamused. Did you not hear the part about me needing the extra credit? Bella grumbled in the dark but complied with Rosalie's wish anyways. I'll help you tomorrow. Now, sleep. Bella sighs and relaxes herself. 10 minutes pass but she still is unable to sleep. What's wrong? Rosalie asked. She is worried Bella might be regretting coming here tonight, that maybe Bella wished she was with Irina instead. Bella turns around in her arms. I've got something to tell you. Sleeping away from Irina may leave me unprotected from the nightmares. So, if you me struggling to wake up, please do wake me. Rosalie realized she is being selfish. She wanted Bella all to herself tonight but not at the expense of Bella's peace. We can call Irina here if you want. I'll call her now. Shish. He reaches for her phone but Bella stops her. There's no need. I discussed it over with the Denali. We're testing this theory and we agreed to try and see how well I sleep with you tonight. Irina thin. KS your presence might have the same effect as she does. Are you okay with that? Now, she doesn't understand much but she feels honored that Irina is trusting her with her mate. If it were up to her, she wouldn't be so generous. She actually prefers to share the big bed with Irina too if it meant Bella would have a peaceful slumber but Bella looks so determined she didn't have the heart to say no. What else do you need? Bella smiles and resumes to her earlier position. She raises her hand, please. Rosalie rolls her eyes and gives the human what she requested. She is surprised to find Bella letting her hold her so intimately when she realized Bella intertwined their fingers and rested them on top of her chest. Yes, they have spooned and cuddled before but not like this. Tanya thinks the skin contact might help. Rosalie doesn't say anything as Bella's heartbeat turns slow and steady. She inhales everything that is Bella and closes her eyes. Whatever's waiting for Bella in her dream. Rosalie is determined to do whatever it takes to help her. Good night, Bella. Bella sits by the kitchen counter, her head still dazed from last night. Rosalie busies herself helping Esme on tasks she could never screw up. Last time she tried to make tea for Bella it was too salty. And Irina's coming any minute now. Can't risk Bella choking while she's under Rosalie's care. The last thing she needs is getting into another brawl with her cousin, at least not when Bella's feeling so horrible at the moment. Esme is patient enough to teach Rosalie again the difference between sugar and sal. Tea and the maximum amount of sweetness Bella can take before she gives her diabetes. It's been frustrating, learning about humans' food and beverage but she finds herself very determined. She wants to learn to care for Bella instead of depending on Esme every time. Not that she knows Esme and just dotting on the human, but she just wants to be independent and reliable whenever Bella needs her. Bella presses her forehead against the cool marble counter and finds relief. Her sleep was not as peaceful as she wanted it to be. It was dreadful and confusing. Her dreams were a mix of peace and turmoil. And she knows Rosalie tried really hard to calm her. When Bella was beginning to whimper a lot of no's, that's when Rosalie knew it was clear as day that she was better off awake than asleep. So Rosalie went to call Irina while Esme ushered Bella to the kitchen. She is too distraught in trying to remember what she dreamt about that she blinks rapidly when Rosalie places down a cup of hot tea and a small teapot right in front of her. Looking nervous, Esme smiles assuringly at her and Bella wastes no time to try the drink. When the warm liquid hits her tongue, she hums appreciatively. It's good, Rose. Thank you. Rosalie lets out a breath and throws Esme a grateful smile. Both of them sit opposite side of the counter of Bella and Esme engages with the human on topics of interior design to keep her distracted. And it seems to work. A knock is heard from the kitchenway and there stands Irina looking concerned and worried. At a human pace, she walks to Bella and wraps her in a tight embrace. She releases a breath of relief as a feeling of peace engulfs her. Irina releases her and remains standing by Bella's side, not letting her mate go. Rosalie watches in awe, learning in silence at the way Irina handles her. Irina catches on but doesn't say a thing while Bella sips her tea and continues conversing with Esme. She wants to say something to Rosalie but decides against whispering out of respect for her mate being in the room. Isabelle had confided in her how it made her feel hurt sometimes that she's being left out on Vampire's conversation and it made her feel insecure. So shish. He doesn't and continues to rub Isabella's back in an attempt to make her mate sleepy again. Once Bella started dozing off, Rosalie tried to lead the human back upstairs, which is something out of H. Abbott, but Irina gives her a stern look and she backs off. Rosalie thought Irina is going to whisk Bella away from the Cullens' residence, so she is surprised to see Irina dragging her mate to her room. Before they enter the room, Irina turns to her, "Aren't you coming?" Esme squeezes her hand and urges her to go, so she too follows them on human pace, careful not to surprise the human. She watches Fr. Own the door as Bella drapes half of her body against Irina, a content feeling on her face. She thought she should leave the mate be, regardless of how painful it is, that is until Bella calls out her name with her eyes closed, "Rose." She threads carefully and looks at Irina for permission, to which her cousin chuckles, "If I didn't want you here, you wouldn't be here, Rosalie." So Rosalie takes TQ and settles on the bed on the other side of Bella, who's falling asleep now. A few minutes later and Bella's heartbeat slows down. It is now safe for them to converse. "It started since she had the fever, am I right?" Rosalie asked softly. Their super hearing meant they could whisper and still hear each other correctly. "Yes. We are still trying to determine the cause. It's more than her PTSD, isn't it?" "We believe so. So far she hasn't had any nightmares when I'm around." "How did she fare tonight with you?" "At first she slept okay, but then she started to toss and turn and whimper. I held her tighter and she stopped for a while. But then it happened again. I woke her up when she kept pleading no." Irina looks at her mate and kisses her forehead. She loves being the one to calm her mate, but she wished she didn't have to. She wants her mate to be able to sleep peacefully. After everything that occurred to her, Isabella deserves the peace. "I have to admit I'm jealous," Rosalie spoke again. "Don't be. With you here with us, it took her less time to fall asleep. I usually have to hum her to sleep or rub her back to soothe her." The newfound info makes Rosalie extremely happy. Shish. He's happy to know she has an effect on Bella. Irina notices Bella's book on the nightstand. "So she spoke to you about college yet?" "I'm not sure if it's an actual plan or a backup plan. It worries me," Rosalie admitted. "More on the latter. Because she knows Bella, and after the whole debacle with Edward, if Bella has made a backup plan, it means she doesn't feel 100% sure on her original plan. She is glad her best friend is thinking about her future again. It bothers her to know Bella might be overthinking again." "Aren't you?" she asked Irina. "She's been through so much, Rosalie. And I'm on my way to earn her trust. My Coven's offer to her still stands. Whatever she chooses, we will respect it. Until she makes a decision, I plan on proving my love for her every single day that she allows me to." Now Rosalie's even more envious of Irina. That's the huge difference between the two. Irina oozes with solid confidence and she is selfless, which makes her the perfect pair for one Bella Swan. Doubts flood in and she feels anxious and underserving. "You have doubts?" Irina noticed Rosalie tried to make a move. "Like Isabella, much of this is your choice too." Rosalie ponders on her cousin's words. "But before you decide, won't you at least give it a chance too? Even when I know it will end in a disaster. Especially then. Because the end result is worth it." She glanced at the sleeping human cuddling into her. Irina pities her cousin and decides she could use a little nudge, for her Isabella's sake. So she leans down and whispers into Isabella's ear, and her mate shifts in her sleep to turn to her other side. She lets out a sigh and cuddles into Rosalie instead. Rosalie automatically breaks into a wide grin and welcomes Bella into her arms. She helps the human get comfortable and notices Irina spooning Bella from the other side. So she pushes all dark thoughts away and decides to enjoy this rare moment. "She's worth it," Irina said with finality. Blank. Rosalie glares at the relentless boy who's talking Bella's ears off and wouldn't take the hint. She wants nothing more than to throw him off a wall, but as of now, or even claim Bella as hers by kissing her in front of the entire school senselessly. But, the school still thinks she and Emmett are together and that Bella has been single for a while. Plus, there's Irina in the equation and she has all the rights that Rosalie doesn't have just yet. "She's a big girl, she can take care of herself, Rosie," Emmett said. Not a moment too soon, the devil arrives in her red Audi A5 and parks right in front of the school. Bella is relieved to see her, so they can now set their plan in motion. Irina exits the car and leans against the hood, ignoring envy stares from the girls and drooling boys. her eyes focused on the most beautiful brunette there is. So, now that Edward's gone, would you like to go out with me? Mike asked, still following Bella like a puppy. She knows Irina. I can clearly hear him and her face hardened at him. So Bella throws her a bone and gives her a beaming smile. Not interested, Mike. I'm with someone else now. Bella brushed him off and sped off to Irina. Irina takes her hard eyes off the shameless boy and opens her arms to welcome Bella instead. Bella, frustrated at having to reject Mike Newton for the nth time, decides to do something to make him understand. She whispers her request onto Irina's ear and Irina smirks before grabbing her by her jacket, spins her around and pushes her down gently to sit on the hood. Bella grins and reaches up to kiss Irina gently on the lips. All heads turn to stare at the shocking sight and the whispers begin. Rosalie smirks watching Bella's newfound confidence soaring. She notices the human has changed drastically ever since she started dating Irina. Long gone the insecure Bella who dated Edward. My dear Isabella, anytime you want to kiss me, I'm all lips, she heard Irina whisper teasingly. Bella laughs and playfully shoves Irina away. Let's go. Thank God it's Friday. I don't wanna have to deal with the questioning. Angela looks happy, Jessica looks shocked and Lauren looks disgusted but jealous at the same time. Bella throws Rosalie a smile before climbing into the car. And I can't wait to take you out on that date. Irina is damn too happy about the progress. Bella asking her out on a date meant that technically they are dating, sort of. But this display of affection seals the deal on their label. For Bella to pull such stunt, knowing it would cause a stir among the people of Forks, meant that she is comfortable and open to take the relationship to another level. It also means Irina can take her on that date on not worry about showing off her affections for her mate. Blank. Is this a date or a road trip? Bella inquired after seeing they officially left Forks. Irina smiles and squeezes her mate's hand, the same hand that had reached out to hold hers when they began their journey. A little bit of both, my love. I have no doubt you will love the place, she kissed her hand's mate, earning her a crimson red Isabella. I hope you know that I would be happy to go anywhere with you in Forks. The gossips don't bother me as much. Irina momentarily takes her eyes off the road to see a concerned Bella. No, Isabella. That is not the reason why, I assure you. I love you and Forks kind of grew on me but there's not much place there where I can sweep you off your feet. And I want to make this really special, for the both of us. Bella thinks over it and agrees. Forks is quite boring and there are limited places and activities to do here. All her adventures and misadventures with Edward, the Cullens and the pack sort of covered the whole area already. Port Angeles is still a black area for her. There's not much place to create new and happy memories with Irina back there. She turns to the back and notices Irina came well prepared, for her sake rather than her own. So that's why you have the pillows and blankets ready. We're going for a long ride, Bella stated. It truly makes sense seeing how Irina picked her up at 4 in the morning. Yes, I helped to pack you hot tea too. In order for the surprise to work, I need you to be asleep for most of the ride. Planning to drug me? Wow, this is worst date material right there, Bella joked. I don't need substances to make you intoxicated with me, Isabella. I do rather well just on my own. To prove it, she releases Bella's warm hand and rests her hand on Bella's thigh, much too high up. Which instantly freezes Bella. She sucks in a breath to control herself. Not like Irina couldn't tell by how her heartbeat skyrocketed. But she needs to save face, damn it. Ever since the episode with Rosalie, Irina and Bella have somehow made progress, emotionally and physically. Bella was more thankful and in awe of the blonde after she voluntarily helped bring Rosalie back in one piece. Before she went to the Cullens' residence that night to welcome Rosalie home, Bella had shown Irina how grateful she was for her kindness and empathy. They made it to second base all on their own accord. Suffice to say, Irina had been amazing and Bella allows the mate bond to wash over her without any resistance. Every day she craves more of the blonde. During their first date, Bella has planned to make them official. Once Alice saw it in her vision, she excitedly left the house and dragged Bella to go shopping. Thank God Rosalie caught on to Alice's look of mischief and tagged along. Sally was sure Bella would have tried to strangle Alice for pushing her to go into the lingerie boutique that displayed rather provocative items on their front window. I'll have you know I don't kiss on first dates. Bella said and redirected Irina's teasing hand to the console and intertwined their fingers. Oh, trust me Isabella. You'll want to do more than kiss me once we're finished with our first date. It gives Bella's chills. The pleasure kind, and she's sure Irina can smell her getting excited at the prospect. After all, they did have that talk. Irina was pressing Bella against the wall, her hands cupping her mate's waist gently, as she kissed Bella passionately. Before we go any further we need to talk, she said in between the kisses. Hearing the seriousness in her mate's voice, Irina immediately reined her lust and stopped to listen. I need to know where you stand on having sex. She looked away, blushing. Irina stood still, confused and wary. Before marriage, Bella clarified. Thinking her mate wasn't ready, Irina pecked her lips and pulled away her hands, much to Bella's dismay. I'm sorry if I pressured you, Isabella. Tonight, well, I clearly misread your signals, Irina apologized genuinely. Bella shook her head and put Irina's hands right where it was. No, it's just that the only other person I ever dated couldn't be physically intimate with me and he said he wanted to wait until marriage. So, I need to know where you stand so I don't cross a line. Irina knew Edward never got to touch her mate in that way because he was always such a prude, but to be reminded that Bella was still a virgin made her excited and possessive. The vampire inside her wanted to be the first to claim her mate. And she was also touched by her mate's concern for her when really Isabella should be more concerned about herself. Isabella, I'm yours. Whatever you want from me, whenever you want it, it's yours to take. She took one of Bella's hands and placed it on top of her breast. I'm more than happy to oblige. She felt her mate's hands trembled at the privilege, but she could also feel it itching to touch more. So she swiftly took off her bra and led the same and to her now free breast and taught Bella to squeeze it. And Bella did it again, causing Irina to shut her eyes in pleasure and moan. Driven mad by the lust, Bella reached forward and captured Irina's lips, all the while her hands explored Irina's gorgeous body. So, we can do it even while I'm human. You won't get uncomfortable or lose control. Irina hissed as she felt Bella's hands squeezing her ass over the jeans. Bella's fast heartbeat was driving her wild and horny. The only control I could ever lose when I'm doing it with you is my orgasm. She picked Bella up and had her mate wrap her legs around her waist. Is it your wish then for us to make love before you are turned? Bella blushed hard but nodded and bit her lips. Then I'll make sure it's the night we'll remember for eternity. The long ride is definitely worth it, as Irina promised her. After sipping her tea and just enjoying the view of her soon-to-be girlfriend, Bella finally dozes off. Irina makes a quick stop to UCK her mate with the pillows and blanket to keep her warm. They're not of the same temperature yet, but her warmth is one of Irina's favorite things. When the sun is a little higher and the view changed to more yellows, oranges and all the bright colors, Irina squeezes Bella's thigh to wake her. She knows her Isabella wouldn't want to miss the beautiful sight. Bella notices the blanket that wasn't there previously and places a chaste kiss on Irina's cheek as a thank you. How do you feel about pancakes for breakfast? Irina offered. Bella's eyes gleam in excitement. So Irina makes their first stop for their first date. She turns off the engine but holds Bella's hand before she reaches for the door handle. I hope you know that this is the beginning of our date. Bella blinks, unsure what Irina is trying to tell her. Okay. Irina chuckles, so, I hope you will allow me to pull all the stops here. Like opening your door. I would run there in vampire speed to beat you, but there are people here. Bella lets out an oh, and nods. Excited, Irina then proceeds to exit their vehicle and opens the door for her mate. Upon locking the car, she holds out her hand for Bella to grab and she is beyond happy. Bella understood her request. So the owner of this diner used to be a chef at Clinton Street Baking Company, one of the best pancake establishments in the country, Irina explained as they proceed to enter the diner. The diner was built strategically right next to a gas station and it's big enough to seat up to 60 guests at one time. But something about it makes it feel warm, cozy and home-like. As if you're walking into your grandma's house. It isn't fancy but still remains vintage with a touch of modern furniture and trendy decorations. The place is buzzing with families, frying DS and couples, and Bella's eyes widen seeing its full house. She wonders if they could even get a table. The waitress donning blue and white casual uniform greets them and throws Irina a familiar smile. "Ah, Ms. Denali. Right on time. We have your booth ready, if you could just follow me." The waitress named Cindy guides them to a corner, on a private booth, away from the crowd and the buzz. She passes them a quaint menu and tells them to press the button when they're ready to order. "So I'm guessing this where you went to when you disappeared the other day," Bella noted. Irina leans forward, "A lady never kiss and tell." Bella smirks, "Since you obviously did your recon here, perhaps you could recommend on what I should order." Picking up Bella's teasing tone, Irina exits the booth and mocks her way to sit right next to her mate, draping her arm around Bella. "Well, the chef told me that the special tower pancake would be best to impress my date. It is said the variety of flavors will simply dance on your palate and leave your tongue dry. You know what's the best cure for a dry tongue?" Bella shakes her head, feeling elated at being flirted like this. French kiss. Irina kisses Bella's ear for more effect and Bella feels herself melting into a puddle. She remains incoherent when Cindy reappears to take their orders. Still in a daze, Irina takes over and orders just enough for Bella to eat and for her to fake eat it. Once Cindy sends their order to the kitchen, Bella shakes off the trance worriedly. "You don't have to eat with me. I don't want you getting sick." "I won't, Isabella. I will just chuck it out much later. Besides, I look forward to sharing that milkshake with you," she winked. She loves making her mate blush. When they dig in, Bella moans and gushes about the pancakes, which makes Irina's eyes turn dark for a while. She is sure Bella did that on purpose, so she vows to get her mate back. While Bella is sipping on her milkshake, she takes off one shoe and starts to run her leg against Bella's thighs. Bella almost chokes on her drink and she decides to tease her someplace else. Their brunch ends up in a mess, one trying to outflirt the other. Irina suddenly feels like she's a teenager again, a hormonal and very much in love teenage girl. As they leave the diner, Irina uses the opportunity to flaunt off her beautiful mate by holding her Isabella by the waist. Their afternoon is filled with them conversing about their past life. Irina speaks about her memories as a human and Bella in turn tells her about her life in Phoenix. "Have you ever slept with a woman before?" Bella suddenly asked whilst on the topic of the Denalis and their succubus ways. "Yes. And I'm much experienced in that area," Irina flirted again, knowing that her sexual past does not cause her mate any sadness. She is quite relieved to have a mate who is both empathetic and not judgmental. Bella just rolls her eyes but still manages to blush at the sexual innuendo. "Was there ever a boy or a girl in Phoenix?" Irina asked. "Not really. But I guess I did kind of have a girl crush on my classmate, Serena. She's beautiful and hot." Irina raises an eyebrow at that, edging her mate to make her jealous and Bella accepts it daringly. She continues, "She had this badass vibe around her. She also rode a motorcycle to school. She was the school rebel." Jealousy starts to take over. Bella tries to stifle her laugh as she sees the blonde trying to control her jealousy. "I see. Is she hotter than me?" Badly, Bella wants to keep teasing her, just to see the green-eyed monster. She is a little turned on by the sight, which is weird because she hated it on Edward. But she remembers all the time Irina had been understanding, kind and gentle towards her, and she wants nothing more than to return them. She places her hand on top of Irina and kisses her shoulder. "You're the most gorgeous person I've ever met, Irina. And you're fucking hot." Something strikes Irina in her chest and she swerves to the right and makes a sudden stop, almost giving Bella a heart attack. Suddenly Irina is on top of her mate and kissing her senselessly. After she recovers from the shock, Bella kisses Irina back, enjoying how the vampire is dominating her like this. Unconsciously, her hands slide under Irina's blouse and travels to her chest. Irina growls and drags her lips down Bella's neck and earlobes, sucking on each of them. When she feels Bella's hips started to grind against her jeans, that's when she regains control and pulls back reluctantly. She lands her forehead against her mate and chuckles. "Fuck Isabella. If you keep saying things like that I truly will lose control and take you here and now." Bella's imagination runs wild and she closes her eyes to calm down. Would that be so bad?" Irina laughs and proceeds to stare at her beautiful and amazing mate. She gently massages Bella's cheeks to get her to open her eyes. She wants to see herself reflected on those hazelnut eyes. Bella does as she wanted and her eyes are glazed over, but Irina notices the adoration there. My dear Isabella, at this rate, you're going to ruin all of my plans. Huh. Bella's still in a trance state. The mate bond has been overwhelming recently, but she welcomes it as it soothes her over and nestles in her chest. Isabella Swan, would you like to be my official girlfriend? Irina asked and popped up a small box from her back. Bella's eyes widen as Irina opens it to reveal a beautiful golden rose bracelet. I wanted to wait until we get to the cottage, but I feel like this moment calls for it. She further explained. Irina sees her mate's eyes pool with unshed tears and is surprised when Bella groans. Ugh, and you ruined my plan. I wanted to ask you the same question at the end of our date. She leans forward and kisses her mate gently this time, enjoying their first kiss as a couple. It almost feels like her undead heart is beating again, and if it were true, it would be pounding so hard right now. They spend a few more minutes like that, Irina straddling her, Bella's blushing here and there, and they kiss each other hungrily. Alice had to interfere with a phone call to get the new lovebirds to stop making out by the roadside, informing her cousin that they should get going if she wants to execute all of her plans for the date. Clearly that is icy and motivation as Irina climbs back onto the driver's seat, but not without a huge grin on her face. Bella can feel herself drooling. Irina struts out in her black bikini, paired up with black heels and black long cardigan. Her perfect blonde hair is let loose on her right shoulder, and Bella's eyes trained on her as she saunters her way right next to her. Irina winks her way and takes off the cardigan painfully slowly and drapes it on the chair before she sits gracefully next to Bella. Her skin starts to sparkle under the hot sun, and Bella could feel herself falling head over heels for the beauty. Missed me? Irina leaned forward and whispered against Bella's lips, teasing her mate. Bella could barely nod at Irina's question, waiting for those red lips to touch hers. But the kiss never came, and Bella huffs in frustration. She tries so hard not to stare, but Irina is putting her chest out on display as she grabs 12th Night and gets immersed in the play. She realizes how her girlfriend could be cruel in such a big tease. But then again, the label excites her. They're dating now. They haven't discussed the vampire mating as of yet, but Bella relaxes seeing how Irina doesn't even mention it. She tries to hide her broad smile underneath her book, but perfect Irina with her super perfect eyesight catches it. Having fun there. Bella glances at the stunning and perfectly fit bracelet Irina got her. The engraving on the inside wrote Semper Ama. It means love forever in Latin, Irina explained. Yes, I am. Bella flashed her a heartfelt smile, and it was Irina's turn to get dazed by the sight. How could Bella not have fun? Irina rented the perfect cottage on the countryside. It wasn't lavish or extraordinary. It's homey, quaint and quite small. The best part is Bella still hear the river flowing just outside their walls, and the backyard is amazing. It has a small pool and 2 comfy lawn chairs. Bella gets to just be in the moment, and so does Irina. Forks give vampires just enough shade from the clouds to not give away their true nature, but still bright enough for them to enjoy the daylight. But still, they had to be really careful with their clothes and the weather. Being here in the countryside allows Irina to wear whatever she wants while she enjoys the hot sun trying to burn her marble skin. The sunlight accentuates Irina's pale blonde hair and her golden eyes. She looks absolutely radiant under the sun, and Bella is mesmerized. She sits up, abandoning the book in her hand, and rests her chin on her palm. You look even more amazing under the sun, Bella said earnestly. This caused Irina to sit up as well, and she gently guides Bella to sit on her lap. I want to see you up close too. She could do that from where she is, so it's just an excuse to get her mate nearer. She finds her Isabella very addictive. Something she didn't feel with Laurent. And it's a nice feeling to have her emotions reciprocated finally. Irina once again thanks the universe for pairing her with Isabella Swan. She feels like the luckiest vampire to walk the earth. Bella settles in between her legs, and she takes the time to admire the human. She finds Bella's observation to be correct. The sun makes her mate looks 10 times better. Her brown hair looks auburn, almost red, and the way the heat sticks itself to Bella's cheeks, making her blush more prominent, is adorable. To Irina, she looks like life itself. Feeling overwhelmed, Irina reaches forward and brushes her nose against the human's, earning her a chuckle. And you look heavenly. Bella looks away, her insecurities suddenly rising. "No. I'm not." Irina is saddened to hear it and she pulls Bella by her chin to make her mate look at her. "Isabella, mate bond or not, you're the most attractive being I've ever laid my eyes on. You're the only one I'll ever want and you will always be the most beautiful to me." The way Irina said it is so sincere that Bella believes her. Irina is glad to see the blush forming. "Now why don't we go for a swim?" Irina glanced at the pool. Bella dramatically facepalms herself. "No no. I barely survived seeing you in a bikini. I think I'd die if I ever see you in a wet bikini." "Well, I've got a solution for that. Will you still join me?" Irina pleaded. Of course Bella wants to, she just doesn't trust her hands. With all the skin exposed, it's only a matter of time before lusts take over and her hands wander around her girlfriend's body. But then again, there's nobody around to tease her, especially not Kate or Emmett or Alice. This will be a private memory just for the two of them. "Okay." Irina grinned and ushered Bella to go in first so she doesn't change her mind and leave her girlfriend swimming alone. So she takes off her shorts and shirt and quickly jumps into the pool. Once she surfaces, she finds Irina's eyes darkens, most certainly from the bikini Alice bought for her. "Well, are you coming?" Bella asked. Irina smirks and advised her to turn around. "But why? I told you I got a solution for your problem. Now be a good girlfriend and turn around." Bella blushes still at what Irina called her and she obediently turns around. The sneak. Why vampire girlfriend is so fast and slick, Bella doesn't even know she's already in the pool until Irina stands behind her, close. She turns around to greet her girlfriend with a kiss but Irina beats her to it. Her eyes are shut once Irina's lips capture hers and she finds herself being pulled closer to her girlfriend. Bella freezes when she realized what is Irina's solution. True enough, she looks to the side of the pool and Irina's sexy black bikini are placed neatly on the chair. She almost bends down to take a look but stops herself. Irina notices her girlfriend's battle between her lust and wanting to respect Irina's privacy. She smirks. "Oh my god. Irina, this is worse than you in wet bikini. How is this a solution?" Bella complained. Her heart picks up its speed and Irina can hear it pounding so strongly against her chest. She loves the effect she has on Bella. Ever since Bella asked her out, she has been planning to seduce her mate and make her fall in love with her before it's too late. It's a win-win. You don't have to see me in wet bikini and I get to go full commando. There's one thing you ought to know about me. Bella closes her eyes when she finds herself almost peeping through the water. Irina whispers into her red ear, "I actually like to be naked whenever I can. Nudity feels liberating." Bella has had enough of the teasing and decides to quickly exit the pool. Before her girlfriend makes her do something completely embarrassing like getting an orgasm just from looking at her naked girlfriend. But Irina realized Bella's intention and pushes Bella against the pool wall and attacks her mouth while her hands wander everywhere. "Please don't run from me, my love. I know the mating lust is affecting you. I realize we may not be ready yet to make love but allow me to give you some release. I know you've been masturbating a lot recently. I could smell it. And now that you have a girlfriend, allow me to do my job to please you." Bella turns redder like the tomato. Feeling so embarrassed at being caught. She thought she had been sneaky enough but apparently not. She so badly wants to take up Irina's offer but she's just too shy. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It's been driving me crazy," Bella confessed. "Do you trust me?" Irina asked, cutting off her mate's rambling. Bella nods. "Then trust me when I say I want this too. I want to touch you. And I want to please you so badly. Please don't punish yourself. What you feel is perfectly normal, especially for vampires. I know 'cause I feel it too." Bella bites her lips and stares into Irina's eyes. As usual, her golden orbs give her a sense of tranquility and a safety net. She feels herself withdrawn once again. Irina takes it as a cue to kiss her mate. Knowing Bella may still feel shy, she leads Bella's hands to her chest and she places her thigh in between Bella's legs. "Ride me," Irina offered with a husky voice. Blank. Irina finds it cute that her girlfriend becomes increasingly shy around her after what happened in the pool. She can still smell Bella on her, the musky and warm scent on her thigh. She can still hear Bella's moans and whimpers. And she loves it. After helping Bella cook dinner, they lounge lazily in bed, watching TV. Bella's half engrossed in the movie and half engrossed in what transpired earlier. Irina, having none of it, mutes the TV and hovers above her mate. Do you want to talk about what happened, my love? Bella once again turns pink. Irina allows herself to be pulled lower and Bella hides her face in the crook of her neck. I feel it isn't fair that I got to why no but you didn't. It makes me feel selfish. I want to return the favor. Irina's chuckles cause the bed to vibrate, alongside with Bella. Isabella, my dear, I came right after you. Oh, do you want to do it again? Bella gasps, now. I meant in the future, sweetheart. Oh, yes, Bella whispered, but Irina heard it anyways. I won't be able to stop kissing you if you continue to be this cute and shy, Irina warned and scooped down to steal a kiss. Bella's learning to love and hate this side of Irina. She loves the thrill and giddings she feels from Irina's seduction and flirtations. Hate it because her girlfriend can be such a big tease and can make her more embarrassed than Kate does. Are you okay? All trace of playfulness are gone. Instead, concern is written on Irina's face. Was I out of line? Did I push you too much? For the first time, Bella's witnessing how unsure Irina can be. Irina treasures Bella's virginity and is terrified if screwing this up. I am really okay, babe. Truly. Then it hits her. That's the first time Bella used term of endearment. Babe. I like the sound of that, Irina grinned. Promise me you will tell me when I go too far. My love. I promise. Irina once again steals a kiss. Bella sighs and smiles. This is amazing. You are amazing, Bella complimented her girlfriend. The term feels right to her. Thank you. You're welcome, my love. I actually have a request to make, if you don't mind. It intrigues Bella so she listens. Alice told me that dancing isn't your thing, but I was hoping to at least get one dance. If you're up for it. Irina looks extremely nervous. It is true Bella didn't enjoy dancing at her high school prom with Edward. But that was different. She felt pressured and her leg was injured, which made it more awkward to move and not trip. Bella remembers how her parents used to dance in the kitchen, way before the divorce, when they were happy and in love. She had wanted that moment. And her heart flutters at the thought of dancing with Irina. Not surprisingly, she welcomes the idea. And seeing Irina so vulnerable and unsure makes her more eager to try it. Well, if you don't mind. I'm not a really good dancer though. Irina gives Bella a meaningful stare before she stands by the bedside and offers her hand to her mate. Bella accepts it with no hesitation. There aren't watchful eyes and whispers around. So she can focus and perhaps even enjoy it. She's a little scared of embarrassing herself, but Irina looks at her reassuringly. Once they're in the middle of the room, Irina plays the music and Bella hears Ella Fitzgerald's melodious voice bouncing off the room. The way you wear your hat. The way you sip your tea. The memory of all that. No, they can't take that away from me. She's glad Alice and Edward had given her some practice previously. At least Bella knows where to place her hands and what to expect. Irina's hands are firm on her waist. As she sways both of them to the gentle music, Irina takes it slower than the rhythm to allow Bella to feel comfortable and doesn't rush her like Edward did. You're doing good, Isabella. Bella ducks her head and blushes. I try. Irina pulls Bella's body to hers and holds her intimately, loving every second of it. We may never meet again. On this bumpy road to love. Still I'll always keep the memory of. She inhales the very scent of her mate and soaks in their closeness. Bella appreciates Irina allowing her to try this and not just assume she couldn't dance and decide for her to just dance on top of Irina's feet. Bella rests her cheek against Irina's shoulder, feeling so loved and cared for. Something warm settles in her heart. She wonders if it's the mating bond. Na really did pull all the stops because the whole day today, Bella finds herself swept off the feet. She concludes that this truly is the best date ever. During their first few days of meeting, Irina had quickly learned that Bella is a simple girl who prefers simple things in life. Jewelries aren't her best friend, gossips aren't her thing, and that she treasures memories much more than she does gifts. And so Irina had planned the perfect date for them, with all the things Bella likes and away from things that she didn't. The little cottage offers the perfect avenue for Irina to execute her plan and make Bella fall for her. Something had shifted in Bella and Irina's relationship. They seemed to glow recently around each other. Their small touches linger longer than usual. There's a bit of shyness in their eyes. And it appears they seem to be more in tune with each other. Bella only needs to hold out her hand and Irina will be there to intertwine their fingers together, all without Bella's needing to utter a word or glance at the blonde. Everyone notices the bracelet. Bella wears it everywhere. And Irina's grin stays permanent on her face. Jasper could feel their happiness a mile away. It's strong, pleasant, and if he could describe it in color, he'd say it's soft pink, almost pastel-like. Like when its dusk and hues of pink adorn the sky and it bounces off the clouds. The same couldn't be said about Bella and Rosalie's relationship. The stronger Bella and Irina's bond gets, the more distant Rosalie becomes. She is much too hesitant to allow her emotions to take over. Last time she did that, she hurt Bella. Even when they both forgave her, it's still an ongoing battle for her. She literally cannot picture how it will be like in the future. They can't divide Bella in half. And she doesn't believe herself to be as generous and empathetic as her cousin. Just the thought triggers her possessive side. She'd want Bella all to herself. But seeing as they've progressed so much in their relationship, she knows enough that Bella would hurt without Irina. And Irina Bella. So where does that leave her? Did they split the 7 days a week into two, first with her and then with Irina? Bella isn't a child who has to travel to two homes as dictated by the court due to a messy divorce. Or does she settle into becoming the mistress? That's really fucked up and she feels grossed out just by the mere thought of it. She considers getting some hints or guidance from Alice, but it's been frustrating and she regrets asking her in the first place. Everything will work out, Rose, she said excitedly. She gritted her teeth. That wasn't what I asked. I asked if you'd always seen the three of us together. Not at first. I still can't see everything, but what I see is enough to telephone you that everyone will be happy in the end. She groaned and left the house before she ended up strangling the seer. Rosalie loved her sister, but she forgot how irritating the little pixie can be. Here's a longing in her chest as she stares at how Irina's fingertips sneakily reach for Bella's soft ones while they're conversing with Tanya. Bella, sensing her girlfriend's request for affection, opens up her palm and smoothly link her fingers with Irina's. A shy grin appears on both of their faces and they steal a glance at each other before diverting back their attention to their coven leader. It pains Rosalie to learn that Bella has reaffirmed her decision to become a vampire, but it pains her more to know that Bella will most probably take up Denali's name instead of Cullen's. Or even Bella Hale. She gets excited at that prospect. Isabella Hale. It has a nice ring, doesn't it? Images of Bella walking down the aisle, escorted by Chief Swan, who has tears in his eyes, biting her lips in shyness. Surges a giddiness and joy that Rosalie could not describe. Looking down at the beautiful human, the blushes overpowering the makeup Alice puts on her, pushes Rosalie to an edge. She'd want to kiss the fuck out of her human bride in front all of her family's and Bella's immature friends. The thought of further rubbing it in Edward and Jacob's face makes it all the more worth it. And later on, as she whisks Bella away to somewhere private, someone isolated, she'd get to unleash all of her desires for the human. She'd have to hunt a lot and even practice self-control, but it will be worth it. She'd want to tease and please Bella like a deserving queen, but not before making the human beg for it. Especially if Bella's maidenhead is still intact on their wedding night. Then she remembers what Irina had told her. Bella's desire to lose her maidenhead soon. Unlike Edward, Rosalie won't make her wait. In fact, Rosalie would welcome it and very much anticipate it. Rosalie is shaken out her daydream as she sees Irina's hand has traveled near the brim of her butt and Bella doesn't show any sign of discomfort. In fact, Bella seems to be squeezing her thighs too tightly for it to be innocent. She had suspected it. Bella hasn't told her and Irina's not the type to boast, but she understands now that something sexual transpired between the two and she feels angry all of a sudden. How could they left her out of it? Where exactly did Irina get to touch her precious human? Bella and I are headed that way. She had expressed in wanting to lose her virginity before she is turned. And I intend to give it to her if she asks me. So you better catch up to us fast if you'd like to be a part of it. Catch up to them. She knows what her cousin meant, but admitting it means there's no going back. There's only moving forward. She is terrified at that prospect. This whole thing is fucking messy. Why couldn't she be mated to Emmett? Could she just ignore this calling and pull? But then again, The daydream of her marrying Bella swells something up in her chest. Sweet old Bella. Would she be opposed to getting married at such a young age? She won't be yours either. A voice suddenly R.O. ARED and Rosalie finds herself being tackled from the back. Her instincts kick in and she quickly rolls herself away to loosen the tight grip on her waist and kick herself against the ground so she could jump and stand on her 2 feet. Successfully escaping Edward's grasp. What is he doing here? Did Carlisle not banish him from Forks for 6 months? Edward stands his ground and hissed, "Keep your disgusting thoughts to yourself. Bella will never marry you." Something about his words strikes up a nerve in her. She's about to retaliate and prove him wrong when there's a hand gripping her shoulder, effectively stopping her. She almost snarls at the interruption but stops herself when she sees it's none other than Irina. "Edward, turn around and walk away." Her voice was low but there was no mistaking it sounded dangerous. It's wrong for 2 women to be together, let alone 3. Irina doesn't even flinch but her hold on Rosalie's shoulder tightens. Isabella wants to end this once and for all. Rosalie panics as she sees the human approaches Edward with Tanya and Kate by her sides. She thinks Irina must have been crazy to allow Bella to be around the dickwad without her protection. Don't worry. She can handle this. She needs to do this. Edward straightens himself up noticing the human approaching him but he tenses at the sight of Kate, who cracks her knuckles and gives him a preview of her static power. There's no doubt she's threatening him in her mind. "We can do this here or we could do this somewhere private." "Your choice," Bella offered Edward, too generously according to Rosalie. His jaws tense and he looks at his surrounding. He knows he's outnumbered just by the way Tanya and Kate are standing next to Bella. Fine. He makes his way to leave but Bella holds up her hand to stop him. "First, apologize to Rose for that cheap attack," Bella demanded. His eyes widen at Bella's tone. She has never sounded so furious for the length that he knew her. He's also pissed at having to apologize to one Rosalie Hale. Rosalie is also shocked by Bella's backbone. It wasn't a request. Bella just gave Edward a fucking order. She wonders if Bella could make him submit. She sees her brother's eyes harden and he looks away stubbornly. "I know you're not deaf or stupid. Even you have to admit that was a low blow, especially for you, Edward. I'm this close to let Kate have her way with you." Bella showed the small inch of her fingers to prove her point. Kate smirks and crouches. "I told you he won't, Bella. Now let me have some fun, will you?" She kicks up her power AF. EU notch and a ball of statics appear in her palms. Edward turns to Rosalie quickly and apologizes, staring at the ground while at it. "I'm sorry. I lost control." There's no word that comes out of Rosalie's mouth. In all of their coven lives together, Edward had never apologized to her, not even when Esme chastised him. And it surprises her how good it makes her feel but she's nowhere ready to forgive him. It's all uncalled for. She's not obligated to actually forgive you, Edward. That's her choice, Bella interjected when it was clear what Edward expected out of Rosalie. Bella throws Rosalie, and Irina a smile before she leads Tanya, Kate and Edward deep into the forest. Stunned Rosalie narrows her eyes at their trail, wondering if she could tag along. Isabella had called for him to come. She wants a truce and closure. Irina explained. "And you agreed to not follow her?" Rosalie asked bewildered. "It's something she needs to do. Plus, she's got 2 best warriors accompanying her." Right, Rosalie thought. As if nothing could go wrong when it involves Edward. The whole thing is weird but she feels slightly turned on by how Bella took charge of the situation. But it also makes her feel guilty because here Bella was still looking out for her when she's been trying to avoid the human. Blank. Are you completely sure of this, Bella? Edward asked with a strained voice. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I'm sorry it turned this way. Edward, I did love you but you and I aren't fated to be in that way. The calm voice makes Edward a little freaked out. Bella was always unsure, hesitant and sometimes indecisive. But this Bella is different. He feels like he knows her but at the same time she's not her. At least not like the Bella he knew. I love her. It's nothing like I've ever felt before. If he could scream, he would. He feels his last hope of ever getting back together with Bella destroyed by this conversation. But you once felt the same way for me. Why can't we try again? After you get turned, I won't have any problems with your blood anymore. Because I felt what Irina felt for Laurent and what she feels for me. The bond she shared with Laurent was similar to what we had, Edward. It felt hollow, wrong and toxic. Edward winces at the last adjective she used. Emmett had once told him off his stockish and manipulative behaviors around Bella. But she never told him this. And hearing this now just shatters his belief. He wonders if he truly imposed his feelings and principles on Bella, disregarding her emotions in the process. But wasn't it all done for her own good? You had told me you'd want to marry me. Do you know how I felt about it? Bella asked. He nods, hoping she'd say something he wishes to hear. I felt pressured and stuck. But when Irina mentioned the word marriage to me while we were still in the process of getting to know each other, somewhere deep inside, I felt like it would be right. She feels right to me. Venom pools in his eyes at her confession. It's such a heartbreak to see his Bella happy with his cousin. I want to marry her one day, Edward. But I don't want this to break your coven. I don't want you to break Esme and Carlisle's heart. So I need you to be the man that I know you could be and accept the truth. Please, respect my choices and be happy for me. That really does it. When Edward first got the call, he thought there was a chance of reconciliation for them. And when she started speaking, he felt her slipping through his fingers. He wanted to object, had plans too. But the way she was pleading, the way she mentioned Esme and Carlisle and the way she looked at him, how could he not give in? The first time he saw her, he knew she was something special. All of his family knew. And they all love her. What about Rosalie? That's something Rose and I need to figure out. I know when you said those things, it all came out of hurt and not from your belief. You have no problems with women loving each other or polyamorous relationships. Don't you? Bella's always been sharp, even before they started dating. It didn't take long for her to figure out what they are, so he isn't all that surprised when she calls out his bullshit. It stings and scary, but she's got all the merits. He leans against a tree, trying to soak it all in. Defeat slowly creeps into his mind. He hates who he had become as of late. And he doesn't want to be that jerk. But the emotions are all overwhelming. Okay. Yeah, he nods. But I'm going to need time. Kate groans at the lost opportunity to kick his ass. Tanya elbows her to keep her sister in check. She makes you happy? He asked one last time. The happiest, she smiles broadly. I have to see Rosalie, and then I'll be on my way. He takes off. Before Bella could warn him. You'd better call Rosalie, Bella. I don't trust that prick one bit, Kate warned. Bella tries to call Rosalie but no answer, so she warns Irina instead. Edward's stopping by. Seeing as Bella is not here, I plan to finish our business. I need to know if you're joining me. Irina turns to Rosalie. She smirks and changes into more appropriate clothes. There is no need to ruin designer's clothes for this occasion. You won't bitch about this to Bella, aren't you? Rosalie challenged her cousin, all suited up. Kate's gonna give us a small window to do this. I already got out alibis prepared, Irina smirked. Good. Let's teach this son of a bitch a lesson he won't forget, shall we? Suffice to say, by the time Irina and Rosalie are done with him, he definitely learned his lessons. Blank. So, Bella. You and Irina seem close. Charlie spoke during dinner. Bella takes a sip of her water before answering. So much has happened she forgot to fill Charlie in. Look Dad, I didn't mean to keep it from you, but it all sort of just happened. And I hadn't had the time to talk to you about it. She's not sure what his reaction will be. But she has resigned herself that if Charlie couldn't accept her, she'd either move back to Phoenix or just move in with the Denali's. Graduation's just around the corner anyway. So it's true? He asked. You're going to have to be more specific, Dad. Well, are you two dating? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. I still love you, Bells. That will never change. Just, be careful, alright? He advised. Feeling touched, Bella reaches out and squeezes Charlie's hand before letting go. I am, Dad. Good. Because the whole using protection advice should be reserved for your mom, I hope. Bella flushes and she wishes Charlie hadn't breached that topic. Although, she is grateful of his positive response. And you know, after what happened with that Edmund boy, I now have to butt in and make sure nobody treat you wrong, right? Bella groans and considers staging a breakup to avoid the whole Chief Swan interrogates and tries to intimidate her girlfriend routine. She shoots Irina warning text while cleaning up the kitchen. My dad wants to meet you soon. Bella. She wonders how that's gonna go. With Edward, there hadn't been such opportunity seeing as how he struggled to be in the same room as her and the fact that he's a vampire. She tried to be as evasive as she could. Think I could use this avenue to ask for your hand in marriage. Irina. Shish. He rolls her eyes at her joke, but the thought does give her butterflies. Yeah, if you want him to hunt you out of Forks. Bella. It would appear that Charlie's protective instinct doubled up after what Edward had done to her. She wonders how Irina will fare dealing with Chief Swan in that mode. Oh love, there can never been anything or anyone who could keep me away from you. Not even an angry father. Irina. Promise. Bella. Promise. My love. So, think he'd pull the bad cop routine. Irina. Oh, you can count on it. Bella. What about us? Irina. What do you mean, babe? Bella. Should we also play the bad cop and sub-prisoner routine? Irina. Bella notices since the pool incident, Irina has stepped up her flirting and seduction game. Every here and there, she feels as if Irina's testing and pushing her boundaries. Her touches venture into new territories while her words push through uncharted areas. And she likes it. It makes her feel so wanted and it boosts her confidence. There's doubt in Irina's feelings and desires for her. Bella especially loves the chase and the inadvertent effect of Irina's darkening. You wish. Bella. She brushes it away but then decides to tease her girlfriend a little. Maybe. If you're a good girl. Bella. I can be more than good. I'll be so good I'm going to make your panties drop. Irina. Bella bites her lips and keeps her phone away. She can't be flirting with her girlfriend like this, especially not when her dad is right in front of her. She's never been more glad the universe chose Irina as her mate. She has a feeling once they start doing it, she will become insatiable, but that Irina wouldn't mind it one tiny bit. So that's all for today. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, we are very close to hit 1K subscribers, and do let me know your reviews in comment box.